a push and pull day for it, meaning like, they'll try to push it back up, then it will pull back in, or vice versa, drips down, pulls back to VWAP. So I think we'll have to watch it. We always try to play VWAP on earnings, but when the price is at VWAP and has been there the whole morning, it's not exciting enough for me. So we talk about how simple we are as traders, as I am as a trader. That is support and resistance and catalysts and very, very simple moving averages. There's absolutely nothing else in my playbook. And then there's the gut instinct, which I think is the number one. But at the end of the day, for me, the gut instinct tells me no on Intel. The catalyst tells me yes, but the action on the stock tells me no. So I'm going to stay away on this one. And there's another one. I mean, this is your second super chat here today. We might have to, we should be celebrating because Michael Nas is here. Maybe we'll run out and get a big thing of Tim Hortons coffee or something. But thank you so much to Mishari again. I believe that was 50 plus 50. I think that's 100 coming through from that one. So thank you so much again for all of that. Everybody wants me to go over everything. I've been asked to go over IBIT, the TQQs. Someone asked me to go over Meta in the chat as well. Look, right now it's 9:18. We do have this rundown to go through. And lucky for whoever asked about Meta and crypto, because that's coming up right now.
Meta is still strong, yeah, $700, just, what is this, $8 away right now? So, what a week it's been, all-time highs yesterday. All-time highs on the earnings, but during the session, it was yesterday, 0.8% right now. Shocking no one, a little bit more research into what happened back on Monday with the whole DeepSeek story. Yeah, it was China that was pumping that.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised there, Brendo. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. With respect to Meta, great earnings report earlier in the week, coming into that $700 level that you were talking about. What I really took from the earnings report was the kind of, I don't want to say renewed relationship, but a new relationship right now with Broadcom and Meta and how they're going to start using their chips. I want to see exactly how they function relative to the Nvidia chips. They're looking at using them for advertising to be able to kind of do a predictive model for advertising, as well as Reels. And we know, while most people feel that Reels are not as good as TikTok, especially that algorithm, we'll have to see if some of those new GPUs help. There is this story, Fabian, though. There looks like there is leakers in Meta, and that's really displeasing Mark Zuckerberg, who was basically making very candid comments during an all-hands-on-deck meeting. A lot of those comments leaked in the media. There was a Wednesday meeting, so they're looking at shoring up. What are you reading there? You want me to make it bigger? Here we go.
Why do they have to put stars on socks?
I don't know. That's not even a word that I would worry about.
Okay.
But that's it. There it is right there. Shout out to Ben Zenga.
I was like, what was that Mark Zuckerberg saying? Oh, it sucks. Yeah. Okay. Still, great looking week, great looking chart here, guys, for Meta.
Yeah, well, that's okay. That's just a little weird, but it doesn't. A little fun for that. But look, Meta looked very, very good off the open yesterday. Went for the VWAP dip buy. Was thankful to come out of it just sort of scalping the win, because look what happened when it lost VWAP yesterday. And there was something in the tape, and we're talking about this. It would just get to 703, 704 after bouncing off 700. After bouncing off 700. And you could see the sellers just holding it up there every single time. And if you get to that level again, I think you could have some trouble punching through. Meta is not doing anything. Like, it's really kind of stuck underneath the afternoon resistance. It needs to break this 694. But Alphabet, on the other hand, Alphabet doesn't suck. Meta doesn't suck, but whatever, since we're using that word. Alphabet, fresh all-time highs today. So Meta already did it, and Alphabet's doing it today. And this is the one that's going. So I like it back into, in my note, we were chilling at 201 when I wrote I tweeted a chart out, and we're at 201, a little bit lower. And I was thinking we could dip into the 200 level, it being a Friday. Might have to move the goalposts on that one a little bit. Prior highs are at 201, and you got VWAP and you have pre-market lows at 201.50. But I'm looking for that play to the long side on Alphabet. Nothing against Meta, it's just the way that it fell yesterday as we tried to buy it through VWAP. And with Google looking a little bit more fresh on the day, I'd rather go there.
All right. Yeah, for me, I mean, we talked about this yesterday about how I didn't think there was a better chart in the business than Meta. I mean, the chart master, Michael Noss over there, I mean, I guess get his opinion later on today, but I really think that Meta bouncing off the 50-period moving average there, holding it multiple times over the last couple months, all the way back in. The only time that we actually lost it was in the summer, and we know what happened there, that August 5th sort of date that, came back in. There was some heightened volatility at that time, but it really loves the 200-period moving average, but can we get that again? I don't know. This name was just at 440 in August. And that's not even that very, very dip by low. It's right there. Meta is now, I was actually checking, I think this is now my largest position. Like, I was just looking at my accounts yesterday, and it's the fact that this has just happened. Like, we just gained right there, more than 10% since January 17th. So in this major mega cap name, top 10 market cap company in the world has just put on 12 or 13% in a week and a half. So, I mean, this is an incredible story, continues to work, man. It's Meta to the upside, and it just keeps on going. So I think you just want to wait for opportunities. If you do see something like this dip down today, and I'm not sure what the NASDAQ's going to do here. We're underneath VWAP. I could see a dip by opportunity coming in Meta, and the only spot that I would look at was yesterday's low. Or if you really are excited about this, it's only $7 away. The problem is if you buy 685, I just wonder where your out is, because you're not going to stop out at $1 for $1 on Meta. Like those that do, fine, but that's not going to be a long-term strategy. So I just think that you want to be very, very careful with what you're doing here on Meta. And I would rather wait for this ultimate move down, because again, what winds up happening when risk gets taken off is often traders will sell winners. They've seen such a huge move in Meta that, if you're looking to raise some capital and you're a little bit uncertain of what to come even next week. I mean, we have a major earnings session next week as well. If Meta does fall out here on Google, remember, we still have ad revenue to talk about when Google comes through. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Meta. And for me, the only dip by opportunity isn't around the 680 mark here today. So if we can get 680, then you can sort of use this 675 as your bottom. I think you need to give Meta a $600 name, at least $3, $4, $5 worth of room. So that's why the 680 marker gives you something to talk about. It's a strong name. You can buy it on dips and you have your out. So that's my little look there on Meta.
All right, crypto next year. Downside a little bit here this morning, but still holding this nice uptrend for IBIT. This is unrelated, but noteworthy anyways. BlackRock, who is the creator of IBIT, if you hadn't known, went pretty heavy into Rigetti just before this 1,400% decline that we saw after Jensen walked out on stage and said it's going to be a while before quantum is a thing, and heavy to the tune of 538,966 shares. So they weren't playing around and have to eat that, I guess, at this point. But we just refreshed our memories on BlackRock's assets under management, which is just staggering. So they're fine.
Yeah. I wonder how much that made a dent in the 11.6 trillion, Brendo, that they have under management right now. Yeah, the BlackRock's big boy. All right, let's talk about crypto over here. So I mentioned this story yesterday. This is not a new story, but we have the Czech National Bank approving a reserve proposal, Norway's sovereign wealth fund increasing their exposure, and then now we saw the Swiss bank, the Swiss central bank, looking at creating also a crypto reserve fund, Brendo. This is one of the first steps, I think. We see that these sovereign wealth funds or these national banks or central banks really start holding this as an asset. It could be a good tailwind for it. I think we got about 105,000 overnight, trading a little bit below it right now.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, not a huge range here as far as Bitcoin is concerned, guys, but nice level to work off if you wanted to.
It's ETH going today, everybody. So it's up like 3. Well, okay, percentages don't matter on crypto, but ETH is moving today, and it's definitely looking good. Let me just go on over and show you the last couple of days in ETH. It's nothing against Bitcoin. Obviously, that's been on a very nice tear, but when you pull up IBIT here, you had the breakout yesterday. You got past the 105 level. Got past 60 here on IBIT. And you're right back underneath. So I think, there's momentum in ETH right now. I think that's going to be worth a look for all you crypto traders. Not going to be on the top of my radar today. However, we can trade. There's ways for us to trade ETH, but unless Bitcoin can get back above, or IBIT gets back above 60, It kind of looks a little bit bearish to start the open, so I'm going to stay away from crypto until I see some strength come into it. But yeah, but great look for everyone that's been yelling about ETH in the chat. And again, thank you, Russell Jackson. He's sending gifts and points in the chat and everything. We're going to have a fun one today for sure. And hopefully ETH continues to go to the moon.
Yeah, of course, man. Send some ETH over here. It was shout out to Malcolm Aldridge. Wrong team, but thank you for supporting Trader TV Live. There, another AL East foe that the Blue Jays, of course, will not have to worry about because once again, our ownership should be fired again because they just dropped $16 million for someone that will play maybe 6 starts, maybe that. Neil, honestly, man.
He adds to our Hall of Fame register players who actually played a single game that went to the Hall of Fame for the Blue Jays.
The Toronto Blue Jays are an embarrassing organization.
I'm cheering.
No, I know you're just joking, but I feel like I'm just so insulted that we live, not that we live in Toronto, we love Toronto, but the fact that how that team has been run into the ground with the most recent management.
I blame Roger Stock.
It's actually, I blame management. I mean, I cannot believe, if management was a little bit better and they could raise some trophies, Roger Stock might be actually going to the upside. So it's actually really embarrassing what's happening. But okay, IBIT right now, look, I didn't look at IBIT any today really because of that exact reason. It's not moving again. We had it yesterday or a couple days ago long at 60, and man, that was a banger. Now I think we just wait for that to blow up. What's happening right now is price discovery in Bitcoin. They're trying to figure out if it can hold above that 100,000 and if it wants to pop above that 108, 109. So I feel like it's holding the 50-period moving average fantastic. This is a great dip buy opportunity, and actually I'm looking to get more Bitcoin. I actually looked, my total holdings out of all my investment is 4%. Right now in crypto in general. That includes everything, Solana, Cardano, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. Those are my 4 major pieces that I have right now in the crypto space. What time is it? 9:28. Okay. I was going to call up all the coins and have a rundown of that. So we'll do that later on in the show. Only a minute now until open.
Yeah, quickly, let's get to Amazon here, trying to take out pre-market highs right now. There was a note yesterday suggesting they're going to drop a whole bunch more money on advertising on X, which is good for Elon, getting some more advertising dollars coming through. They were talking earlier in the week about shifting some of the debt from Elon's purchase of Twitter to another bank. And because of that, they had to file some earnings. And earnings were basically flat.
Interesting.
Revenue on a year-over-year basis that I saw anyway. So it will be good to get some ad revenue going for Elon before he goes and buys US Steel's ticker symbol so he can come public again.
And apparently leaked internal memos or emails from Elon suggest revenue remains weak for X, Brendo. Yeah. User growth stagnant. The company barely breaking even. Unconfirmed, of course, so take that for what it's worth. Amazon, though, is ramping up their advertising on X after pulling it a year ago. In 2023, a controversy broke out over anti-Semitic content, which led to more advertisers withdrawing from X. All right, the bell.
10 seconds, guys. Right. 10 seconds ago.
100,000, but we're ringing this bell in 2 and 1. It is Friday. Yay. Well job rushing over there, Adara. Immediately, just one more note. We talked about the tariffs and GM and whatnot. If it gets to 50 or 51, we like both of those levels. But immediately watching a little bit of a dip here into Apple. So we're going to see if we can't pick that one up on trend here for AAPL. 245.5 is about that pre-market low. Tesla broke 400 as well. So watch out, Tesla running to the upside. Just looked up and saw some strength there in Tesla. And Nvidia is trying to bounce. Where'd it bounce? You got really? Where am I on the wrong side of 50? So it did bounce off 123.5. I was sitting at 44, oddly enough.
All right, we're into Apple right now, so let's see what winds up happening. It's down into 246 and change. Remember, we wanted 243 to 244 for Apple, so just looking at Alibaba, it doesn't look open yet, so we'll have to watch out for that one. But here it is right now. We are into Apple. Let's get a little bit more here as it's starting to rally back up. And, I mean, let's just see where it goes. Now we're long 246.28 right now for Apple. We want to see if this can break that high of 248, right? So we'll get something out if it comes back into that pre-market low of 246.50 or so. But right now, here it comes back in for Apple. We always talk about that 200 period SMA So that's right there at 245. So we'll wait there, see if we can get a piece down there on Apple. So I'm still long Nvidia. That's still $1 in the money. But here goes Apple again. So we're into Apple and Nvidia. I look over, same positions for Neil. So here we go. Let's see what winds up happening. Two stocks that are in play, and we're all over them.
Finally, put it on the right side of, that was a silly thing to have been bidding 40. It was a keystroke. I was bidding 44 instead of 50 on the other side of 50 on Nvidia. It's now blasting right back into the highs. You're going to see 125 any second now. My goodness, Tesla 405 already? Okay, so Tesla's also going, but Nvidia right back into the high of the day. It's Apple, which I guess is going to be the more concern. No, Apple does not hold the pre-market lows on AAPL. So first swing and miss on Apple, Nvidia looking good, Tesla absolutely flying to the upside. Nice. Everybody hit that like, hit that subscribe. Let's see what else is going on, because this is what I was talking about here with Tesla. I just looked up on my fourth chart, and Tesla just did an absolute moon job to the upside here. Now 1% up after being down. Somebody likes Tesla once again. It rejected 407 in the afternoon, so maybe watch out. If you're long that one, nothing wrong with taking a little bit of profit.
So we're actually long Nvidia at 123.70 right now. So we just bought a little bit right there. I do want to buy some more here at the VWAP or at the 200 period moving average. We have loaded up into Apple right now. We told you we would do something like this. So now let's wait to see what happens to Apple. We'd still want to get a little bit more shares because we're still looking for that 244, 245 area as well. So we'll wait for that one. And then Nvidia, here another name. And again, just if you're interested, like these are the top two names. We were in Apple, we were in Nvidia early, and we're in Apple early. The top two names on today's sticky notes. So we're all waiting for WBA to do something as well.
It's tank.
Here comes Nvidia. Yeah, we're already below everything here on Nvidia as far as sort of that pre-market level. That's 125. We already got a piece out there. But if we could dip back in, it's still that 123, 124 area right there that we're pretty interested. Sorry, 123.40 area that we're interested in, and it's coming back in right now. So we could take a little bit more of Nvidia right here. Again, my average price now 123.70 now on Nvidia. Let's see how far it can drop. It looks like it's coming in quite nicely right now on Nvidia. We wrote down 122 as our area. So we're going to wait to see if that can come in or not.
It's starting to come right back, come in as well. Walgreens is absolutely tanking. Deckers was the other name they reported. It wasn't that bad of a report. We didn't really go over it for you guys, but I'm looking for an SSR bounce. Short sell restricted, down 10% or more on Deckers. It's already made a pretty big move back into 200. Might have to look for something along the lines of VWAP, but that one's already going. Walgreens is now tanking and just took out 970, so you're continuing to flush on Walgreens. If it's going to make the bounce play, it needs to get back through that key $10 level. Nvidia didn't quite tag. All right, so we didn't really make a lower low. We still haven't pressed down into 123. We just held VWAP a second time here on Nvidia. And one last one for you. GM is now coming right into that 51. This is where when the tariffs got announced last night, this is where GM made its curl. So looking for the play off of this 51 high on General Motors. Going to effect allegedly tomorrow. At least that's the plan, according to Sir Donald.
All right, we're long the two names that we said we would be long, Apple and Nvidia, so we're going to continue to look for that. We've been taking some out on Nvidia. We're going to wait to see where it goes. I want to look at Walgreens, another trade that I had marked down here as a long. It's still not there, up to 10.20. We can go to Walgreens. The other play that we had on here was SMR, so let's have a quick look to see what SMR is doing here early. Wow, we're going to go 2 for 2 right now on these positions. Let's see what winds up happening. SMR, downside play. I'm still looking for it to break that 24.50 marker upside. It's not near there yet. All right, well, we were just in the money. Now we're out of the money as Apple trying to figure itself out. I'm thinking right now that we'll try to avoid this too big of a hit. If this breaks down through 245, I'm actually going to put a stop right now on that play and then just get out if it does break that, and then we'll regroup it later on because, like I said, I don't want to just, we've had such a great week that I'm not going to just sit here and sort of like get out of some of these plays and hold them all the way to the downside if we're wrong. So there it goes, man. Apple is now broken to the downside.
I'm out at 88.
Yeah, that's fine. So Neil's out there as well as it breaks back down below 245. So there we go, man. I'm going to look to get back into Apple, but just not right this second as it has pulled back in a little bit. Maybe it's broken. I mean, here it comes right back in again. Good thing we were taking some profit there on Nvidia, obviously, as there's the buy. We did not get anything near 124. So maybe it comes up, maybe it doesn't. But Apple's coming back in nicely right now to a spot where we can probably start to buy at some point here. Again, little risky because of what's been happening here today as Apple's going the other way, but that's okay. We'll wait to see where it does go. IBIT right now, 104 on Bitcoin, so that's not doing too much. And then one more play before you. I want to see in this move down what is happening with Alibaba. That's also coming into that $100 marker. I wasn't thinking short. I mean, obviously the market's coming back in now. The Nasdaq's still up that almost that 2/3%. ES holding as well. All right. I mean, I'm still pretty happy with this Nvidia trade. I'm just going to sit in it.
Yeah, Nvidia is holding up really well. So is Tesla. Tesla doesn't have a red bar yet. It's looking very, very strong. Tesla wasn't necessarily on my radar. I'm into GM now. Like I said, I got it at Apple at that 88. I don't like even dollar stops, so when 45 breaks, I usually give it like 10 cents or so. But here's Tesla. It's right into that. It's not an all-time high, but local high here for yesterday and the last couple of days. The other name in big cap tech land that we're paying attention to is going to be obviously Alphabet. Well, maybe it's not obvious to everybody, but Alphabet breaking out. So fail to have prioritized Apple over Google because Google is the one that is breaking fresh highs. Give us VWAP. You've just made the break. VWAP is sitting at 203. That's where we want to jump into. SMR is going. Oklo, SMR, those are strong ones. So shout out to my boy Kave. We did some great exercises yesterday. He likes Oklo, but I like that whole space.
Okay. We're in SMR here, and we're back into Apple. Apple's trying to work out for us now. It's 30 cents in the money. We said, again, why do we just don't follow our own rules? I don't know. We said 244, so we buy the 244, and then it works. So we'll have to wait to see, though. It's not necessarily working yet. That was a quick little 50-cent hit or so there on Apple that first time. We were unable to get anything out on the upside, so everything that we took as a hit was the hit, right? All right, so there goes Nvidia. We did it again on that one, at least, as Nvidia is going to be a positive stock. So far there today, as there's a nice little dip buy opportunity. And again, we have Nvidia right here at 123. If the market's going to work, then Nvidia is going to work. So that should work. All right, Apple now, still waiting for that 243 to come in. SMR, let's just have a little bit of a look. I'm getting out if we break back below this pre-market high. I was debating taking that. We probably should have. I'm not sure what I was doing with 24. Yeah, it must have just been right there. Yeah, this little level right there, 24. Yeah, that's 24.20. So we could have got a little bit better. I'm not sure why I selected 24.50. I wrote it down. Was that the price that I wrote down? Yeah, so I'm not, right into there. All right, that makes sense. So this was from yesterday's high, right in there, 23.35. So yeah, we're a little bit early on this position. So we're gonna have to give it a little bit of room. But hey, if the market just had a rebound, if this doesn't hold, then we're going to get out for 50 cents on SMR. It won't be the end of the world, but everything else is coming down as well. Apple coming into this 243 and Nvidia, good couple outs there near the top side of it, but yeah, for right now, Nvidia just holding out near positive for us, but not doing much.
No, it's not. Well, it's doing better than what I think Apple is doing, at least for now, but it's like Tesla is the strongest thing. You're going to be followed by Google. Walgreens is here holding VWAP. So what we did yesterday with the name that was down this bad was look for a VWAP bounce to maybe short it. It's underneath that $10 level that's going to be key. Let's go onto the desk with Adara. Okay, now Nvidia is starting to go.
We like it.
Yeah, just worth noting here as the market kind of falls a little bit, we are having some responses from current Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, although it is worth noting he's already stepped down for the next election. He's basically saying that there will be a response here from Canada with regards to these tariffs that have been proposed or put forward there by Donald Trump. Also saying here that any Canadian response to tariffs would be, quote, purposeful, forceful, and immediate. So just be aware here, some potentially tariff retaliation from Canada. We haven't heard anything from Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, as of yet, though previously she said she didn't think that Trump would actually put these tariffs through. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But be aware here, lots of volatility on that front, guys.
All right. So right now, Nvidia, thank you, Adara, for all that. We'll look at some of these tariff plays as we go through as well. But you know what we're doing right now, man? We've got a big boy position right now on Nvidia. So there it goes. Nicely done to the upside. Nvidia's been such a great trade all week for us. And look here today, it will just carry the day as there it goes. Nicely done to the upside right again. Traded perfect upside. We'll see. We've already got it there. We got it there. We got it. That was an early trade. We barely had any shares at that level, but there comes in. We buy VWAP. We buy the 200, and then it rips to the north side there for NVDA. And of course, we have enough shares and enough lots here to be able to start to take it out as it goes up. Because this market, I mean, I think it could still blow up a lot higher. Again, with Jensen being invited to the White House, that should be a great little sign right there. Apple's the one, of course, that is not working out for us as that drops again right into this level of 243. This is the level that we're trying to sort of respect down here, but it's getting disrespected. So we're going to drop out of this if it comes out one more time. There it is. We're going to go 0 for 2, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like it wants to break it, right? I mean, it's trying to. We're going to give it, there it is. We're going to give it 10 more cents for Apple. But yeah, it doesn't even look like no relief rallies at all. Oops. That's not Apple. I'm on Nvidia still. Damn it. There's Apple right here. There's no relief rally at. There it goes. There's no relief rally at all. That should have stopped me out there. All right. No, sorry. We're waiting for 75 break. There's no relief rally at all in this name. So I'm getting a little nervous here about Apple. I'm going to put something out here in the teens. There we go. We get a 19. But here it comes right back up. And Neil, we're in that club again, boy. There it goes. It's Nvidia to the high side. If you don't like energy or winning trades, you're in the wrong spot right now as there goes Nvidia. Nicely traded to that upside. Let's take some more out up here, right? I mean, this is the benefit of doing what we're doing there. You sort of stick your neck out, you put a little bit more risk on, and then you're able to capture some of these profits to the upside. We're going to try to do our best to hold on. We still have 80% of this trade, and we still have everything on Apple. So let's wait to see what winds up happening. We're only long at 243 right now, but sorry, it's at 243. It's a 70-cent hit when this breaks, and we're actually getting out at the quarter mark. So this will be a dollar club, reverse dollar club here on Apple as it just keeps on falling. And we're going to stop buying this name until something happens because no relief rally at all in Apple today. This is a big fail.
Keep in mind, we have a number at 9:45. We've got PMI. Chicago PMI is out in just 2 minutes, everybody. So we are going to get an economic number before 10 o'clock. I'm now looking, it's obviously trend down on Apple. Quick look, clean trend line. Looking for the bounce. I tried off the pre-market lows. You saw what happened. It's already blown through, so that one's going to be a loss. I'm going to make the break of this trend line. I'm going for the long, but that's the rule. If we don't break trend, then I'm not going to take any shots at it. We're still in General Motors, and then the other thing we're looking at, of course, is Walgreens, Boots, WBA. They're not even getting to VWAP. It's a very gentle trend to the downside on Walgreens. It's not really giving you that entry point that you want. Clearly, it's not breaking out through 10 either. Looking to add to GM and also start covering as we get into VWAP in here. This is where it was when the tariffs came in. And Tesla is still undefeated. It's still all green candles on Tesla. Alphabet is pulling into VWAP, however, so this should give us an opportunity. These are all-time highs on Google, everybody.
Yes.
Every single, well, I mean, okay, obviously 204 is now the all-time high.
Yeah,
but every single fresh high is an all-time high on Google. So we want to buy this one into VWAP. This is where the strength is. You know, should have prioritized it over Apple at the open, but all you can do is move on to the next trade. So we get a bounce off VWAP. We're looking long on Alphabet. I haven't checked on ETH, but we'll do in a bit.
Yeah. All right. So SMR, it just went up into 10 cents in the money. That's the most it's ever gotten right here. It went up to 24.60 3 times basically. So I still don't have an offer there, but I did not have an offer. I do now at 60 for 5%. I mean, I still want to see if this one can run. We still have this 24 out for us, so it's 50 cents worth of risk right there. So we are trying to get that 50 cent to go 1-to-1, but as you guys know, we scalp, and we scalp pretty good. So if that can come in, we'll do that again for us. And I'm looking now 240 for Apple. I mean, if it comes back into yesterday's levels, right into there, that's not horrible. I mean, it will wipe out everything on the day. They're really taking Apple down right now, big time. So that's a move that's hit us here today. So far today, we'll go 4 for 5 this week, and 2 for 3 here today. But we're still going. It's Nvidia and SMR on my mind, and then we have Walgreens, Boots Alliance. That is not going anywhere. I'm actually going to cancel that trade. I thought there was a chance that could rip to the upside. What's up, Adara?
We have Chicago PMI here. 39.5, slightly below the forecast of 40 there, but above the previous print of 36.5. NASDAQ kind of continuing in this little uptrend here on the 3-minute chart. Also, I want to make you guys aware here of a runner. It's ASTS, that's AST Space Mobile. This name is a pretty sizable short float as well. And when it runs, it tends to run pretty significantly, basically here announcing they received a grant from the FCC, Federal Communication Commission or Center there, basically granting it the special temporary authority in the U.S. with its strategic partners, AT&T and Verizon. So AST getting an FCC grant here sharply to the upside. I'm also seeing JBLU running around here, guys.
All right. Thanks to Dara for all of that. Chicago PMI there, we just had that down 39.5, so a little lower there on Chicago PMI. All right, so we're gonna have to wait to see now what's going on. We're $1 in on Nvidia. I did take basically 5% of a position here on Apple just because I want to test pretty much every dollar level. I'm also gonna try 241 as well. I just, it's getting flushed. I can obviously see that. There's been no green candles really. There's like 3 of them. So far here today. So the the selling pressure is definitely here. At some point, I do think this reverses a little bit and we can try to catch a little bit of a bounce back up here. I mean, if we could take $2 on this, that'd be pretty good, up to 244 and change. So let's go. I mean, our first little level here to take something out, we'll try to take out like maybe 20% or so if we can up here in the 70s. But yeah, every hit on this, every move up just keeps on getting hit. Meta, we had some questions about Meta today. Look at that, man, $700 right there again. So a huge move up for Meta. I mean, everything pretty much in Techland is working today, besides Apple, so that's good. Not good, but Starbucks, right, good for everything else. Starbucks 110 I was looking at today. That did not break. That actually fell into 108, so that could be another good dip buy opportunity there for Starbucks if that happens again. You've already nailed Google there. The other play that we had, SMR, we're still in, so you can see that's a flat trade right now. And then that's not even moving, SMR. I mean, it's up and down 30 cents, but we need a little bit more action on that. And then there's Alibaba. Oh no. What am I bidding on Alibaba? I'm bidding 25s. That came into 55s. So we missed the Alibaba run there a little bit, but that's okay. Right now, Apple, Nvidia, and SMR. And it's what we're going on. Neil short GM, the only short, I guess, that we have right now.
Yeah, probably should be. Well, it is what it is. You could have been short Walgreens. Sorry, muted myself to sneeze. We should have been short Walgreens, but it didn't really give you a clean entry point. So Apple has just closed above the trend line right in here, broke the top. Stop is at the previous low. I'm just going to move it underneath.
Oh, Apple.
Just going to move it underneath 242. Let's see if we can get back into VWAP on this play. Remember, that 45 zone is now VWAP. So every even dollar up to there, I think you can maybe count on that to be a bit of resistance on Apple. We're into Alphabet. This did not get to VWAP, but it held a higher low. So there's your pullback kind of to VWAP, and then there's your higher low on Google. So we're taking that one back into the upside. Remember, every single top, it's a blue sky setup. There's no resistance in here on Google whatsoever. So it's just going to be these highs of the day and then every even dollar. So Apple back into it after a bit of a mean revert. Let's look for VWAP there. And GM's still not. I mean, it's gone 20 cents in the money. It's gone 10 cents out of the money. Not a lot of movement in GM. If it does something spectacular, we'll let you know. Other note, 413, the new high on Tesla. That is flying like an absolute rock. But let's go Apple. Finally a good turn on Apple.
Yeah, there it is, man. $1 now winner on Apple as it goes right back up to the upside. And hey, man, we are here. We punched more shares there at 243, which is why you're going to see a completely different price for me. But here we go back up to the upside. We're now long at 243, the price that we punched long. So if we can get some upside movement here on Apple, then we can wipe away that nightmarish start there. Well, it wasn't a nightmare, but that start there on Apple. So, hey, look, man, we bought that dip at 242, then we bang it through at 243, and there it is, man. Props up to anybody that is here trading with Apple. And there it goes, nicely done to the upside, making some money back there on AAPL. We're losing some money, though, on SMR. That's getting close to being stopped out here in around $24. Might be worth taking a little bit of a shot again here on SMR just at this level. We'll try it, and then we'll see what winds up happening if it does hold $24. We're in it right now to get a better average price so we can get back up here. Right now, there it goes as it breaks. Long SMR, I thought we could get back to this place. It does not happen. It breaks. That might be a false break there. I'm not even sure it did break 24. But anyways, at the end of the day, it is a downside play there for SMR. And there it goes, nicely cooking to the downside as Apple retraces back as well. So all these plays, man, get out when you can there on some of these longs, because today, at least on Apple and on Nvidia, it's not really singing that well. But I'm sure most of you got out again up there at 125. I mean, that was pretty clear as day there if you have shares to sort of get some out. We're going to do it again if we can at 124.50.
Yeah, it looks like it's holding up pretty decently. Just quickly, the GM broke VWAP, but NASDAQ just came back underneath the overnight high, just very, very briefly there, and now we're holding underneath. So just watch out. You get a bit of a top-end break on the Qs, and you have to be careful with those longs, especially the ones that have been under a little bit of pressure. So GM just broke VWAP. Didn't actually get that add, so we didn't get to add to it up at like 50.80. We'll see if we can still pull a lower high here on General Motors. And then here comes, so Apple came right back into trend and managed to hold the prior bar high. So you go from stop there to stop here. If we can't make it to VWAP, if we break where the trend broke in, then I'm getting out. That's the rule for this mean revert for me. Let's go to Adara.
Trading here a little bit more about that reported meeting between Jensen Huang, the CEO of Nvidia, and President Donald Trump. So this is reported by the Financial Times. It's not been confirmed. It's apparently according to a source familiar with the matter. So it's just a report. This meeting would take place today if it is taking place. So keep an eye on NVDA for sure here. And apparently the meeting was actually planned before the DeepSeek move and that large drop in Nvidia stock on Monday. So apparently this previously planned meeting set to take place today between Jensen Huang and Donald Trump. Though again, this is not confirmed. Just a report from the Financial Times, guys.
All right, thank you for that. We're still fine with our Nvidia.
Yeah,
we did buy back SMR, so we just got basically. We play this on false breakouts. I mean, we talk. There we go. We get another 30 fill. Okay, here we go. SMR. Let's go. This is the play that we tried to make the first time, but it did break us there. So whoever did that, thank you so much for getting me stopped out there. Just joking. But there it goes to the upside. You know, that's what happens sometimes. We expose ourselves here to everybody in the market, and sometimes, stocks will get run, and I don't know, but that's just happened there. We bought it right back up, and there goes SMR. So we're still here and taking that trade. So SMR, a good one there. Apple, again, we emptied out the clip a little bit there, and just as I said, I don't know if you got anything out on the upside, Neil, but that was a perfect trade up there at 125. So hopefully it can get back into that range, and we'll be able to cash some more out. But for right now, Apple, I'm only taking this until we break a little bit lower on this name. I mean, here's a 5-minute chart for Apple, so you're coming into the 200 period moving average. But it's not just that, it's this top that I'm worried about, this 240. So let's wait to see what winds up happening there with Apple in and around 240. AAPL, been a bleed, man, been a bleed. But SMR right now is 50 cents in the money.
Just one more note there, and thank you very much, Mr. Modsy in the chat for pointing this one out. Palantir 84.
Oh, geez.
And I looked down at my notes. I'm like, did I have Palantir down here? No, I like the 78 long, but I think that's from yesterday, so that's completely irrelevant today. No,
Thanks for pointing
Palantir.
that out.
No, this is what I love about the chat, man. This is what it's all about. You guys are yelling about Google. We remembered Google or Alphabet. We got on over to it. You guys yell about Tesla. We'll pull that one up. Palantir here. It is a local high for everybody. It's hilarious that since it got added to the NASDAQ, our charts don't do the flip over, but it's double bottomed since being added and now moved over, and now double topped. So round trip 63 to 85, a second time in here. So Apple is holding on nicely. We did take profit out, trying to hold this higher low. It looks like it has a chance to do so. Then we could add back in and play the long again. Alphabet is now at another all-time high.
Yes,
we just really just missed that dip buy.
Go SMR.
And now you're headed to 205 here on Apple. Looks like we're going to get there. We'll trend in, trend out, and keep buying the dips on Google. Nvidia's been chill this entire time, but if we fail 205 or 125 again, going to have to take this one out. No, Apple just lost the bid.
Oh, man, yep.
Yeah, Apple just lost the bid again. So waited for the mean revert. It got first $0.50, and then it got the buck, and now it's losing one more time on Apple. I always like to leave these trend lines in. If it breaks the low and then holds the bottom of the trend, I like that for a bounce zone as well on Apple. But a bit of a fail. Probably should have prioritized Google off the open and things would be very much different. But prioritized Apple, so it is what it is. It's going to be red on Apple. Let's see if we can make it back on Google. And Tesla, another high on Tesla. That stock is gone.
Yeah, great trade there on Google for sure. But look what's happening on SMR. Let's go, SMR, man. You are the chosen one today, my guy. Right there, SMR. Even though we lost right there, SMR will be P&L number 1 on the show. Even though we lost 50 cents. So we bought it back in there. We comes right back to the upside right now as SMR is approaching that dollar club. And yeah, you heard it right, man. It's higher up right now than Nvidia. Every single trade so far today, P&L wise, there it is for SMR. The best trade, I think, was that Google long. That's a great trade there over there for Mr. Roberts. All right, so we are still $1 in the money on Nvidia. I mean, I'm giving credit to Neil for that trade, but I think this $2 winner right there on Nvidia off that news was probably like the best pure play, just because it was like news-based. We hit it live. You guys could see all that. There was opportunities to get back in. And again, this is the benefit one more time. So now Nvidia with this move up has overtaken SMR. Right now. So we'll see what winds up happening now with Nvidia, but up to 125 and change, man. We have I still can't believe, like, we had gotten in and out of Rigetti. We bought Rigetti at 6, sold it at 9 in one day. And that was off of this right here. Oh, my God. Now it's up to 13 and change as it still keeps on running. Hey, man, we're right back into the pocket right now with that dollar club here on Nvidia. We just took 90 or 80 cents, sorry, on SMR. But SMR is trying to pull back a little bit? Yeah, let's put something here. Again, we'll put another 5% at 75. You just saw me put it there. We'll see if it comes through. Now, there it is. We get filled on that. So, yeah, we just wait for Apple, which is obviously fallen back in. We have one red stock today. It's going to be Apple. And yeah, it's coming to this 241.50 area that I want to kind of buy 241s, but it's a disaster, needless to say, today for Apple. And also a very big disaster for Intel, as Intel just broke that bottom.
Oh, it broke 20?
Oh, yeah, it went to 1960 on a clean breaker right there. So, yeah, that was a good one. All right, I mean, oh, well. I'm not buying Apple till 241. I mean, I really want to just wait. We were able to get out of some of that. We're not in very many shares. Like I said, you don't have this week and then just absolutely think, you're on top of the world and then just absolutely get hammered. You can give everything back. So that ain't happening on this side, that's for sure. And we're just going to wait to see what's going to go on with Apple. But again, when you trade bigger share sizes, you have to be a little more specific. And that's the one thing that I'm learning. Before, I would just kind of layer into these things. And then when it doesn't work, you get whooshed out and you can give back everything in one trade. That's not at all what we're doing. But when you do put on shares, there is possibilities to take L's, right? So we'll wait to see what happens here. I'm buying some more down here at 241 flat on Apple.
And thank you very much for Profit for the super chat. We've had a great run today with very generous viewers. Just make sure you hit the like, hit the subscribe, and keep posting in the chat suggestions of stocks and things that are moving, because I'll tell you right now, you can't always get everything. And what's Addis also in the chat? BlackRock boosted Rigetti. So RGTI making a power move into the upside. All right, so you saw me there. I was getting a trail in when we failed to get to 205, and then just grabbed out. I'm going to go back to VWAP on Google here. So stair step to the upside. Let's see if we can take the next step. Nvidia is looking fine, and we're getting very, very close on. There's Apple. It hasn't really broken that bottom. If it breaks that bottom, looking for the bottom end of that same trend line that we're trading off of before. Nvidia, we want that 125. We'll see where it can go. It's looking very strong, but I did want to jump on over to. We saw Intel breaking down and looking nasty and all that good stuff. It's not just them. AMD red under VWAP down 0.5%. Now this stock has been doing the same thing Nvidia's been doing the last couple of days. You've got support here at 116.5. So I'll be looking for maybe a mean reversion if we drop another $1 here on AMD, because at some point, maybe even Nvidia is going to be able to drag it into the upside. Here it is. We need to break this 125, and then we have room right into 126 on Nvidia. That one's working just fine.
Oh, Nvidia. We just punched longer again now on Nvidia. We are starting to work, man. Good call out there, Neil, for Nvidia, but this is starting to rock and roll one more time on NVDA. We just punched long there at 125. I liked that long take. So we get aggressive with it right now on Nvidia. And of course, you guys know if we're in this, we are in this with some shares, Neil. Bang, bang, bang. It's a face slapper. There it goes for Nvidia as we making it all back right here, baby. Nice little trade there as we play with the king. The number one trade all week has been Nvidia, man. It's been my P&L 1, 2, 3, 4 every single day. And now here we go again, Neil. This is the number one P&L name now for the show. Thank you so much for that one, Nvidia. Good trade, Neil. We've got this one. We've been adding, man. We added again there at 125. A confident trader adds at key levels if you like them. Don't be afraid to do that. That's one thing that I have learned for sure in the last little while is get into trades, stay with them, pick up the winners, and let them ride. Because, Neil, you never know what about to happen, baby. Because there it goes right now for Nvidia. It's basically a $2 winner right now, but we've been adding to it. So let's go upside right now with Nvidia. Big time trading here. And then Apple, too, trying to find itself. We were really, man, like I was waiting at 241.05, but we took a little bit there at 80s or 90s. We're going to see if Apple can get off the schneid a little bit there as well. And then SMR, nice little fade, but we had gotten it out. SMR PL2, no longer number one. That sits here with NVDA. For everybody watching, please like the stream, subscribe, share it, and all of that. We are here every single day until we're forced to take vacation. Adira at the desk.
This is just a beautiful look here for the NASDAQ on the day. And if you go back here, this is the 15-minute chart. We really have this uptrend starting with the lows that we made here. I guess Monday pre-market, we have this beautiful push to the upside for the NASDAQ to end the first month of 2025. Apple here certainly on watch there with that earnings. In terms of non-earnings moves, though, we did have some PCE data coming in exactly in line with expectations this morning, probably aiding the market here as well, especially after we got no rate changes. Then we have Intel on watch as well. INTC is the other earnings play, big earnings play from last night alongside Apple. They did beat here on earnings per share and on revenue, but they provided lower than expected guidance across the board. So INTC on watch. Another earnings name here that's pretty weak is Deckers, D-E-C-K. And then we also have AbbVie. So there's a couple different earnings plays from this morning and last night to be aware of here. I also just saw this report coming through. I'm unclear. I need to find out more details, but this is just circulating on social media now. Apparently on January 30th, Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, apparently presented some new agentic technology that's going to be coming Q1 2025. And reportedly, this technology can actually independently complete tasks in the real world. So keep an eye on this here in any of these AI plays. We know that there's been some worries about AI competition after the DeepSeek really blew up over the weekend, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Neil. Go crazy there.
So second time here, Apple did it again. All you have to do is wait for the green candle, man. It broke trend a second time. It was the second time it did it, and it did it pretty cleanly. Broke the new trend line, and now you got up to 243. Now remember, it bounced like $1, $1.25, $1.50 the first time. The second time, looking for taking profit in the same range, and then play it into VWAP. This is just one of those, it's trending down. Wait for your spot, have an execution plan, and you'll be good to go.
Exactly right.
Google's still pretty much exactly where it is. Obviously, you know that Nvidia is flying to the upside. And just don't want to ignore Tesla here, guys.
Just a little
I
bit.
see what's happening. Tesla up 417. This one's another rocket ship. You can't play everywhere, but Google going, Nvidia going, now Apple going, Tesla going, the market's going, everything is going. Palantir is also going crazy. Nasdaq's now up 1 1/3%. There's no free fall Friday today, I can tell you that.
There pretty much never is. You know what?
Unless you're Intel.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, sometimes we celebrate our wins and we get in trouble by the chat. Other times we don't. Right there it goes, man. Nvidia, Neil, this is what we're talking about. It's not just picking up these prices. It's breaking these highs. There it goes. It's a huge, absolutely. Thank you so much, Fabian. I'll go next time, okay? Don't even worry about that. Nice move upside. Nvidia, right now, we just bought this, Neil, 3 minutes ago, and it welcomed to... No, not that one. The Dollar Club right there as it just continues to, oh boy, go, and go. So, yeah. We've made it all back. We've made it all back. Everything that we lost on Apple is now back. Huge move to the upside right now in this market. And again, we're happy to be here with everybody, enjoying one more time everything that we do right here. So like and subscribe. Thank you so much to Russell Jack. Oh, geez, Neil. What exactly is going on? This might be my biggest Nvidia trade of the week. And it was P&L number 1 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And Neil, right now, I don't know what P&L number 1 for you is, but this is an absolute monster. This is probably the biggest P&L trade of the month here on the show live. It's Nvidia. It's buying these dips. It's buying the breakout 125. It's believing in it, and there it goes. We talk about this. Success begets more success. You have to be confident in what you're doing. And oh my, the week that was continues right now on Trader TV Live, man. We've sort of stepped away a little bit from Apple. We're really focusing on Nvidia. We focused on SMR. Those are the two trades, but we are still red on Apple. There's no doubt about that. But you know, Nvidia and everybody else has been going pretty crazy there. So there it goes again, man. Oh boy, you know, we're really happy with the performance today of these markets. I mean, how can't you be? The NASDAQ is going to be approaching all-time highs momentarily here.
That's exactly true. Going to be approaching those all-time highs. So I just got the top target here on Nvidia for myself. I'm still in jam. We'll get to that a little bit later, but we're good to go. Because if you're a skilled trader, finding opportunities like these in Nvidia, or hey, maybe you're doing Tesla, maybe you're doing Google, and you're lacking capital, then prop firms offer you the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, firm capital, allowing you to showcase your skills. Access account sizes ranging from 5 to 500K, and you can start with as little as 20 bucks. With over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. Shout out to Prop Firm Match. So Nvidia just got down to, all right, so it broke this local high here, kind of tried to tag 27, and that got me out on target. Sometimes it bounces off prior highs. That's all the way at the 125 level. That's a little bit deep. And then VWAP's like completely foregone here. Apple, just to give you a quick little update, I'm going to cancel the dip buy. Like Apple could not break. It did the same thing. Broke trend and then couldn't go more than that $1.25, $1.50. Same thing a second time through. I'm moving my stop to prior bar high because it's trending down, just to make sure we don't lose on the last bit of the trade here. So it's a break-even stop now on Apple. Found a couple of places to get it in at a good price, but if there's no follow-through, I'm not going to fight this one forever. We're able to get it back to go green. It's still red on Apple. Why? Because 2 shots without a good execution plan and 2 with a good doesn't always end up the best. Let's go over to Adara.
Come to me. Oh, sorry. We have a little bit of a drop here in the NASDAQ, but we have some comments coming in from Feds Goolsby that are actually kind of dovish. He was not scheduled to speak today that I saw, but he's being interviewed by CNBC, so that seems to explain his presence here. Basically said he's liking today's inflation data, which was a little better than expected. He also said that he has comfort that they're on the path to 2% inflation. So a lot of this just echoing comments we already hear, but Goolsby's been a little bit more dovish as of late. I would say these comments reflect that dovishness. He did also say, though, that policies uncertainties with regards to Donald Trump could impact prices. So be aware of that. We've had the Fed talking a lot about how these uncertainties with regards to Donald Trump's economic policies could be impacting some things with regards to inflation. So nothing really new, but just be aware he is speaking. And if I see anything else, I'll let you guys know.
Thank you so much for that one. All right, I'm going to put my stop here. We've already talked about where we want to do about with Nvidia. It's going to be like a break basically of 123. So 122, like 89 or so. We're going to hold on to this one. We don't have that many shares on this name right now, so we're just going to have to wait to buy some more. We just cashed out. I mean, you guys say like we're getting excited. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we're doing. Getting excited when we got these plays. So up to 126.60, cash that thing out. Now some more. Like, look at all these outs at 126. We talked about getting that dollar right away, almost immediately. So they're cashing out. And if you don't cash out of your winners, they're not winners. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens there with Nvidia, of course. All right, Alibaba falls right into our lap. We'll see if this wants to hold. My stop on this one, again, it's just 100 break, so 99.75 again will be the stop on that one, and it just fell right into our pocket. So this is what we talked about. There's Alibaba. We liked it at $100. So if it comes in, great. Well, it did come in, but if it gets down, that's fine. We're very, very comfortable with that. That level right here is 50. So far so good on this one. As Alibaba, looks like we might have, for now, okay. Wow, Neil. For now, we might have grabbed the bottom there on Alibaba. There it is right there. You want a bang rich soda? You got one right there. You got that, you got that, you got that. And then there's Ozan as well if you're in the building one more time. And then there's my guy right now. Boom, boom. It is Rahim Alani is in the building, man.
Bro.
Hey, Rahim, we've had the best week since Trader TV Live's inception here trading. And now you made it even better, my friend.
Came here to cap off the week. It's
Nice
nice and make sure everyone hasn't spent all their money in one place.
Opinion on tariffs, metals.
Actually, that's a good question.
Thank you.
With some important American guys yesterday, so it's gonna be really interesting. What happens tonight? This is the gamble of all gambles happening tonight. If you like oil,
Yeah.
which way are you gonna go? Are you gonna
Right.
buy the oil stocks? Are they gonna dip? Is Trump gonna do it? I don't know. Snack makers are all looking at setting up operations down there. Cookie companies, biscuit companies, because they don't want to pay the tariffs.
Right.
Is he gonna back down on those? Is he gonna back down on oil? Find out.
You got any cookie companies you're recommending
Any
over?
cookie? I do not. But oil and gas companies, do your research. Do your research on the oil and gas companies. And this is literally the coin flips right here.
People
Live,
still
I have
remember
a
the
question.
pool.
I have a Canadian stock I want you to research.
Yes.
It's a Neptune Digital Assets Corp. If you can
Yeah,
find
Raheem,
some-
do more work for us.
No,
Immediately.
I was gonna email you actually because I had a conversation with my physio guy. They basically hold a bunch of tokens. They're also invested through a third party in SpaceX. I don't know much about them. They've been flying to the upside, and he asked me to research, and I was like, I'm gonna ask Raheem.
Find out on Wednesday when I'm here.
All right, there it is. Thank you, Neil, for that ask.
Something in TV terms.
There you go.
All right, here we go, guys. Thank you, Raheem. Always a pleasure, man. We love seeing Rahim Alani right back in here. And you know what else we love as well? Big time wins. And there it is again, another one for Alibaba here today. SMR check, right? Nvidia, the biggest right there today. So it's 2 for 2. Alibaba, Neil, bang, monster trade there off the $100 mark. And then Apple. Bang. So far, the only red name that we have here today is going to be Apple. Always great to see our good friend Rahim Alani. Thanks for stepping by. But there it is, man. Alibaba, Neil, just like that. In, again, another, what was it? We just saw Rahim. So this was in 3 minutes. We make 90 cents. So, or sorry, it goes up to 190. We are long at $100.25. So on that note, let's get out of a little bit more up here if we can on Alibaba. See, this is the bounce that I thought Apple could hit when it went lower there, but it did not. So that's the problem there. We punched out some little bit there on Alibaba as we'll wait for Apple. But what a fantastic day so far here, guys.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, I guess I'll be the same because it's Apple's red for me too. So I'm 3 for 4 as well. It's like it wasn't Apple's day. There's no question about it. You can look back and say should have been Palantir, should have been Tesla, maybe Meta as well, looking very strong. But next opportunity, Google's back on trend line. So once, twice, and thrice. Bounce off of this trend. It's randomly 204.20. You cannot make that stuff up where the support is. So once again, 420 holds true. It needs to hold on to the trend. I think sometimes when you get into VWAP, when it's broke trend, it's not necessarily the entry I like. So if it can close on trend, we're going to grab it. I am still in that GM trade to the short side. It's about 20 cents in the money. I think we got maybe as much as 30, 35 cents, but never got the reload on that. So it looks like Google just did a bit of a dip and dive. This local bottom is 204.11. We'll get out underneath that. If it breaks the trend line and holds underneath, we can wait for VWAP. We can wait for maybe even a 203 level here in Alphabet. Strong day. Every high is an all-time high in 205. Current resistance. Technically, it looks like it broke it by a couple of cents. So we've been above 205 already, actually.
Yeah, I love that Google stock. Like I said, I think Meta overtook Google in my portfolio. Obviously, with Nvidia's come down in. Palantir is still huge in my portfolio, of course. You know, we talked about this. Palantir is up 400% since August. So since August. It was January. So 400% on Palantir since August. Yeah, I mean, up 3.5%. I have sold absolutely none of this stock in the last 6 months or so. So this has been an absolute game changer for the portfolio. That is for sure. Palantir will be my favorite stock probably until I die, honestly. I mean, this has been a game changer. I've never hit a trade or anything like this, like what we did on Palantir. So it's really like, it's been an amazing opportunity, and that's just what happens. And you talk about doing research and stuff like that. This is like, you know, this hat was given to me by Prad probably 4 years ago at least. Okay, and what does this say? Palantir investor. So I mean, you know, it's not something where we'll tell you, oh, we bought this, and it goes up, and then we tell you we bought it. I mean, I've been buying this thing since its direct list at 9 and change, which was, I think it was 9.20. It actually, well, now we're getting here. We got to go to a weekly chart. It just goes to show you there's going to be some IPOs. And look, a lot of you guys have tons of winners as well, right? There's Reddit is an absolute monster off of some of those levels. Please do not look at Rivian or anything like that. But some of these names, there it is right there. I think it was 9.20 though. But anyways, $9 all the way to the upside. It got sort of caught up in all that meme craziness during COVID and whatnot, gets to 40, then gets absolutely hit down as many valuations, check Carvana, check all of those plays, actually start to get to the low side. Then it's right there. You break the 50 period on the weekly, man. That was at $8. So back in March of 2020, the fifth month, yes, okay, right there, May of 2023, it was $8. It's now a 10 bagger off of that level up to $84. So yeah, really making them sing there is Palantir. And even today, man, up to the upside, taking out all-time highs. I mean, that's just been really a game changer. And I say that, and we've been buying Nvidia for 20 years. So, I mean, it's just a matter of watch. You know what? I actually, in my portfolio look, I actually realized for some reason I'm up 80% on AMD. I don't have that much money in there. I have no idea where I even bought this stock. I mean, I can't, what was I up, or what were we all up when this name was at 230 or whatever?
I'd rather not think about that.
Yeah, me too. But I didn't even realize I was in AMD, so I'm glad I did some portfolio relocation or look yesterday. We did buy some dips there into Apple, so that right now is 40 cents. But at the end of the day, we'll figure it out. There it is, D-Loaf, man. You're long as well on Palantir. Congratulations. I mean, it's been an absolute rocket to that upside. It's been a huge difference maker for the account and my family. So, you know, thanks everybody for the support and keep buying Palantir, basically. I like the stock, and I'm not in it right now, but we've liked it for a long time. Was that Adara? All right.
So.
We have more stuff here coming through with Fed's Goolsby. Now these comments are getting a little bit more cautious, basically saying here that he agrees with the sentiment that they're really in no rush here to adjust the rates. And one thing, too, that he kind of said was that there are some uncertainties with regards to Donald Trump's policy, saying that because of these uncertainties, there might be some muddy signals here for the Fed, saying that, however, a one-time tariff increase is, in theory, more transitory, so that might not need a policy response. But regardless, the fact that there is this uncertainty with regards to what Donald Trump will do could lead to a little bit of questions for the Fed here as well. So some more cautious comments coming in here from Fed's Goolsby, who, again, just as a reminder, started really off his speech by saying that he was comfortable with the PCE reading we got today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Maybe don't think, we'll see. Like, I don't think those comments have anything to do with anything. Market's actually trending higher. We're going to get to the NASDAQ in a quick second, but in on trend, we did not hold the trend line. I'm not reversing short because yesterday I didn't reverse short on Meta, but it was a different story. Meta was making lower highs at that moment. I think it was a better play to have done it yesterday, but not today, just because of a trend line break on Alphabet. We'll see if it can hold back above. I said if it lost the trend here, tight stop, wait for either VWAP or the old 3 level to get back in. Where are you? Okay, Apple, we're still looking for pretty much the same thing, but you're not getting as big of a drop down as before, right? So the last couple times you had big drops down, clear, decisive trends, all red candles in the 3 minute, then you had a trend break. That's not happening anymore. So it's not really falling all over itself. So got to look maybe more of a support and resistance idea. So you have a double bottom in here. Maybe you can like wick or hold that double bottom, and that would be the next shot. I just heard in my ear, and I've seen a few people say it. I know Rigetti's going. SMCI is powering as well. Just broke out some fresh highs on SMCI. So you have another powerhouse going through the 30 level, big one on SMCI if you can get there. So just want to throw that one out to you. I'm still eyeballing Google for re-entry. I guess we're not going to get VWAP on Nvidia, so might go a little bit higher. Obviously, VWAP down here to 124.5. The 125 holding up. So if it's not going to get to VWAP, then we'll play it where it likes to bounce. Right now, that's at the 125 level for Nvidia. So good luck, everybody. That Rigetti is going absolutely nuts. Haven't checked any other quantum names. Got to try to stay focused on Nvidia and Google on the way upside here. Adara again? Adara? Yes?
Time here for the small cap recap. The IWM finding nice support here in the 3-minute around that 228.30s level. There's a couple small caps to talk about here, including this CYCN, that Cyclerion Therapeutics. They've run in the past. They have a very small float, about 1.23 million shares. Definitely pulling back a little bit here right now. No news that I could find on this. We also have PLBY, which is Playboy Group, basically announcing here, they're at day's highs. Apparently they've converted these 28,000 Series B stocks into 3.7 million shares of the company's common stock, basically just kind of doing a stock conversion here for PLBY. And then we have LVO. This is Live One. This is actually a pretty interesting announcement, announcing that they're going to be presenting a business update at Mar-a-Lago here today. So again, Trump will not be at Mar-a-Lago. He is, of course, at the White House currently because he is the president. But apparently they will be presenting at Mar-a-Lago, which we know has been pretty good association there for businesses to keep an eye here on LVO. And then again, of course, the other one, CYCN, and we had our friend PLBY as well there. Also, there were some comments coming from Feds Goolsby. I would keep an eye on the auto sector here, basically saying that some auto executives are concerned about the impact of tariffs, which we kind of saw in the reaction to the tariff announcement yesterday, guys. Back to you.
We come back in. Thank you, Adara, for all of that. Here we come back in on Apple. So we're going to buy the dip on Apple. It's been a little bit of a horrendous day as Apple started up 4%, now only up 1.65%. But we're here, baby. We just bought that dip, and there goes Apple right now. Nicely done to the upside. We just bought some 30s. It just rips up into the 80s, so maybe we'll take a little bit of profit right there. Look, you got to take profit when it lies, right? Because look what's happening to Alibaba. It goes all the way up, then all the way down. So we are now out of, and just to tell you, okay, we don't have too many shares left of this one. We have about 20% left on Alibaba as we got out on that way up. All right, Apple. Again, it's only profitable when you take the profits. And right now, my latest out is 242.20 there for AAPL. So, I mean, I know Neil's only in one position, but we're in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We actually have a brand new position right now. It's a brand newbie for you. It is Intel. So here we go again, man. We are long everything. If you can't tell we're bulled up, well, we are. Now we'll wait to see what happens with Intel. A break back through $20. We have the support of VWAP. We have the support of the 50-period moving average. We're just stone cold chilling right now. We've got 6 positions on, Neil. This is how you manage it. Oh, we have another one as well right here. Roblox just comes into the building one more time as well. I like this trade. Oh, wow. This one's going to be a little bit in the money here. If we can get something out near 71 on Roblox trying to hold the bottom. Oh, man, I better get some offers out here because if this market turns, we're stuck 6 long right now on everything. But hey.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I mean, 99 problems, Neil. You know trading ain't one. And there it goes, man. Nice move to the upside. 24.80 on SMR. So, hey, man, if you want more names, you probably got to look to Neil. I'm already in 6 positions right now, and we are smoking right here on Nvidia, man. This has been, again, a game changer for us trading Nvidia since the split. This is by far the #1 P&L name for Trader TV Live across all shows since this thing has split. So it is NVDA.
Yeah, I see you in the chat there, Russell Jackson. Keep it up. We love you, brother.
What's up,
Russell? More gifts, more super chats as well. It says, we want Gary, a.k.a. Brendo. Brendo hard at work as always. But shout out to On the Desk Adara getting us that news. I'm back into NVIDIA on trend. It did the same thing last time, bounced 125, bounced 124, 125.4. So again, hold the trend line, play to the upside, break it, wait for VWAP. GM's doing GM things. I said I wanted to wait for Apple to either break the low and go on trend or wick the low and then hold. So there's your wick of the low of the day. Now all it has to do is break the prior bar high. So it needs to break the 242 to the upside. So that's the entry I'm looking for. Before it was trend reversions. Then I said I wanted a wick bottom. If it can do that, a bit of a rejection candle, but it needs to take out that 242 and break the prior high of that candle. So I'm going to make sure I get a stop order in because I thought I did and I actually didn't. So let me just throw that stop order in. So if we break that prior bar high I'm in, it looks like it doesn't even want to do it. So that was the condition we wanted. Come on, Nvidia. It's trying to hold on to that trend line by an absolute hair. And where are you? AMD. AMD's holding VWAP as well, so kind of might have missed an opportunity to get into AMD off VWAP, but we like Nvidia. Google is not a VWAP either. That's another one I'm looking to pick up if it can dip a little bit further to get back into some Google. But let's go on over to my left to take care of some business.
Yeah, we're trying to buy some more intel here as well. But if you are interested in doing everything with Real Trading, you have your opportunity right now to join Real Trading Campus. It's open to Canadian residents only. This program is designed to teach participants how to become real traders. Market, the microstructure of the market, as Neil and I always talk about, fees, bids, offers, order types, stop orders, bracket orders, market on close orders, anything you need. Also, this focus this time around will be on U.S. equities, very similar to what we trade around here, obviously. Carefully selected stock lists for you. So they're curated, expanded symbol availability now for this program. Make sure you want to trade real money and gain real experience with Real Trading, the prop floor that I have been on for over 20 years. All right, thank you so much for that one. It is a cash cow kind of a day right now on SMR, everybody, because SMR going right up to 24.93. And oh boy, this was a great trade for us until it got stopped out there. Do not look at the trades. Please just focus on whatever this is. This is what other places do. Bang right there as SMR right there to the upside. Get out of my way, sticky note. There goes SMR through $25, Neil. This is another one. This is the big banger for you on the day. Look, man, they're here. They're great. They're glorious. They are the longs. We'll just see if they continue that way. The only name that is not doing that, of course, is AAPL. And there it goes, dropping right back into 241. These are kind of the levels that we were worried about. But guess what? We're there now. We were able to get some out on Apple. We got that out too. We got that out. So we've been dip buying this name. I don't necessarily love it. Thankfully, we have Roblox. SMR is $1 in the money. Nvidia is $1 in the money. Intel, we took a little bit of a breakout trade. We'll talk about that in a minute. But right now, we got to address Apple. That's at 40 right there, 240. So what are we long at? 241.50. We don't have a heck of a lot of shares, but still a losing trade is a losing trade right now for Apple. And when I say that, remember, you got to be careful because everybody here trades with many different share sizes. Some positions of mine will be 50, 30, 60 times share sizes. So you got to be very, very careful here, even more than that sometimes. So watch out for Apple. We're getting into that level now. We're getting a little uncomfortable because there's been no rebound at all in this name. And honestly, waiting for 240, that's going to be it. Once we break it, even if it rebounds back up, I'm probably going to stay away from it. I feel like a little bit tricky here with Apple and don't necessarily want to be in this name. So, yeah, it's fooled me once, twice, and it looks like this last time it's going to be the end. So the nail in the coffin here for Apple if it does break below that 240. And then there's Intel. We did get a reload. So now we have a comfortable position on Intel, a decent amount of shares. Our average price right now is $19.90 right there. So if it breaks below here, 75, we're out. So that's it, man. We have some good positions that we have right now. Not as many shares in Roblox or Nvidia or SMR because we've been getting out of them. And speak of the devil, SMR right now, that dollar. Nvidia just continues to rip higher as well. And there it goes, man. NVDA, just the king of the castle, continues to be that.
It is absolutely the king. Although you could make an argument that Rigetti's doing pretty well. So shout out to everybody. Rigetti now up 17%. It's now gone so parabolic. I'm going to have this trend just to see if it ever breaks it. Two things just happened. One, Alphabet finally got to VWAP. It only took forever and a day for it to get down there, I suppose. We're going to look for a bounce right back up. This has been up 1.5%. It made a fresh all-time high, but stalled out at 205. Nvidia held its trend line, bounced. So every time it makes a new candle, break the trend, prior bar low is going to be our trail, and then see if we can get back into the high of the day on Nvidia. So reload on Google at VWAP, back in Nvidia on trend, and all of a sudden, Rigetti, actually, yeah, if I want to make a reversion here, I have to pay for locates. Let's go to Adara. Locates are not free, but they'll be like half of 1 cent.
Yeah, not too
something like
expensive.
that. So I got to go ahead and do that. Let's go to Adara again.
Here's the deal with Rigetti. So basically, apparently 13F filings showed that BlackRock did purchase 538,966 shares of Rigetti in Q3. So this is, again, not new, but I think this just got, Benzinga just published this day, so I think that's worth noting. BlackRock heavily involved in this name, and for context, the shares they purchased by the end of Q3 were worth $7.39 million at the time. At the time. So since then, Rigetti's had that massive run up with quantum. So just be aware here, BlackRock apparently getting in on the ground floor a little bit here with RGTI. And again, this just being circulated now on Benzinga, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, no Rigetti, no problem when you have SMR. You know, I mean, SMR is still that $1.30 now in the money, but at the end of the day, you can always trade other names. And I mean, I know that recently we've both really switched over to the Mag 7. But yeah, Rigetti there continues to go higher, man. Nice play to that upside there for RGTI. That is for sure. So yeah, good level there. I still feel bad that I'm not in that name still, but it is what it is on RGTI. Nvidia continues to go higher, of course. There goes Alibaba. Yeah, to the down. Oh no, we lost Alibaba before. Okay, so Alibaba, I just noticed we got out of that. So Alibaba with the fail. Hey, still a positive stock. And I mean, that's why we talk about making sure that you do take some profit. So Alibaba's still in the pocket there for us. So we like that stock coming back in. SMR, we took profit. And then I guess it's just Intel. What's up to Ahmed in the chat? He said, I thought, when I mentioned that, I thought I wouldn't trade this name today. Yeah, man. I mean, we didn't really do a whole heck of a lot of work on Intel. We let it drop down. I thought a break of VWAP was going to be something there. We took the $20 mark. We only got 05s or well, we got 01s, I think, but that fill is 07, so it didn't really go up too much, and then we tried to buy this dip into that day's low. So, yeah, man, you might be right. This may be a nothing burger, of course, there for Alibaba, or for Intel. So we'll wait to see on that one. But right now, we're long at Apple. We're long at 241.30 right now on AAPL. So let's just see what happens now on Apple.
Yeah, and another high of the day there. It's a rocket. Ooh, I meant to hit the rocket, but whatever. The AMC thing can kind of work as well. Back to the high of the day on Nvidia, regained on trend. It just double topped. So we got another entry for $1 there. At the same time, got Rigetti. Rigetti just broke. The second I paid for the locates, it broke the trend line. It's almost like that's blind luck. If preparation would mean you pay for the locates before when you know the stock is moving like an hour ago. But we're able to get it in, broke the trend line, got some into 14, playing it back into 13.6. The stock is a rocket ship. It's a trend up. This is usually a mean reversion into VWAP, but it's already getting bought up pretty heavily. I'm now going to move stop. Now that you've broken 14, stop goes to this bar here, 14.18 on RGTI. So just if you're ever going to go against the grain, have a plan of action if you're going to go against the grain. Rigetti, just a nice little trend break back into said downside. We did grab Google off of VWAP, so we'll 2 for 3 on Alphabet. We did have this one on the higher low. Then we waited for it to come into VWAP. We'll play it back into 205, just like we did Nvidia, which is continuing to rally. I see you in the chat, TX Trader, and everybody who has been yelling about TEM, Tempest AI. This is the, what's her name again? Nancy Pelosi.
Yep.
The Nancy Pelosi stock has been absolutely running, whatever, whether you call it her stock. She just bought some stock. That's all I know. But it did just break out here on the daily, so I guess she's in the money. Watch out, $65 looks like the local resistance here on Tempest AI. So another running stock, 7.5% to the upside. You know, pick your poison. That's a pretty parabolic move up there. Nasdaq's at some fresh highs. Nvidia's at highs. Google's trying to get to highs. Amazon is trying to get to highs, well up 1.8%. It's really just Apple today, unless there's something I'm not seeing that is also weak. Apple looking it's almost at 240 here. So it's now back on this. I'm looking for the trend reversal entry point where you now have another trend line that got set here on Apple. So something along these lines. It would have to break this trend for me to go for another long here on Apple. That's been the better way to get in for me this morning. We do have a very special guest because our crypto segment has a special enhancement today. Let's go to the desk.
We're going to be here with Crypto Update with Frank Holmes, co-founder and executive chair here of Hive Digital Technologies. How How are you doing, Frank? Great to have you back on with us today.
Outstanding, and I just love listening to all that trading data.
It's always a really fun, exciting time up here, and it's definitely an exciting time for crypto and Bitcoin as well. So I want to ask you, how is the regulatory landscape that we're seeing here shaping up right now, and how is it impacting the market?
I think that the markets are going to quickly adjust, but the DeepSeek was a big wake-up call, but it was so incredibly crazy because it came out on a Monday, and usually Mondays are the best sell-off days. If you're a technical trader, that's when the RSIs all collapse, and it made Nvidia's great buys. And the reason for that, I was shocked that chemical fell 16%. Nuclear energy fell, data centers fell, and this one little app is going to change all of that? Absolutely not. You cannot have any of these chips functioning without a data center, and the data center needs energy, and therefore nuclear energy is going to be a key element, and Canada is well positioned for the nuclear energy, and I think besides hydroelectricity, and the GPU chips at Nvidia are going to be needed because even this DeepSeek, they use their chips in building out their chips. So what we're seeing is AI is learning from each other, and this sort of panic sell-off was politically a big wake-up call. And when you have Anderson coming out and saying it was Sputnik, but most of these young analysts don't know what Sputnik was, and it was when Russia got into space before America did, and JFK announced to go to the moon. We're going to the moon like stocks in the next decade. And he mobilized all the engineers. Every kid in school wanted to become an engineer to go to the moon. And he's warning that what this technology did was that wake-up call. Even President Trump said it's a wake-up call. I myself will not use the app because all the data is going to China. I think it's just one of these other ways of China trying to steal the data. If you saw the movie Oppenheimer, how Russia stole the nuclear bomb and the energy from America, that's where they got it from. So everyone's trying to steal what that technology is, but America will adapt and adjust. So just like these tariffs are being used by President Trump to have a wake-up call, and we're very thrilled to see the inauguration that Prime Minister Trudeau and all of his World Economic Forum leaders of disaster were not invited. The president of Mexico, who was a guerrilla, basically a terrorist, is now the president, and she's a communist, not invited. President of Colombia, not invited. He's a disaster. But the president of Argentina was. And he's an Austrian economist that have turned around that country. And the president Santiago Peña, he was invited. And the president of El Salvador, he was invited because the Trump administration has a pro ecosystem. And that's what I think I'm so bullish about.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think also here in terms of things that are new, Hive had an announcement this week with regards to acquiring that site in Paraguay. So with that in mind, what do you think is driving growth right now in Bitcoin mining? And what does that mean for investors, I guess specifically for Hive as well?
I think when you look at investors is what was being thrown around that there'd be no taxes, capital gains on crypto. And why is that important? Trump is a master of borrowing from previous successful ideas. It was President Clinton that basically ushered in the creation of a PayPal that was Elon Musk. A fortune started, and there was no tax on e-commerce because the banks in Canada are an oligopoly. They're not like they are in the U.S., where there are at least 4,000 banking system, not 5 banks dictating what everyone does. And so when you say that, well, he realized that the banks were going to stop e-commerce, and so there was no taxes, and therefore all the intellectual capital and the coders stayed in America, and venture capital win because it's highly speculative risk capital. Now the push is for the development of Web3 and the whole crypto ecosystem and tokens, because a weekend before the president, they launched a meme coin that went from 18 cents to $75. And all weekend long, everyone was trying to get a hyperlink into the Solana network, so therefore they could execute and buy some of this new meme coin. This is a buy-in. This is very important for Canada because Toronto has one of the biggest ecosystems of coders. So these are the bullish aspects, and you can find those sectors. So last week they came up with a law that allows banks to have custody. So we're very bullish.
That sounds awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for coming back on here.
I can't hear you.
Oh. Thank you so much for coming back on here and joining us today. That is Hive Digital Technologies, HIVE. Thank you so much, Frank Holmes, co-founder and executive chair.
So I'm going to finish about Hive. It's going to increase in the next 9 months, like having a baby. We're going to go from 100 million to 500 million in revenue. We have a key 20 employees, so it's going to look like a SaaS model technology or a gold royalty company of high revenue per employee. We have the highest revenue per employee as a company. That makes us the most efficient. So this is the first time we've been able to scale. The country is pro Bitcoin mining because it helps them get US dollars every month rather than selling energy to local countries and where there's no pay or slow pay. They get their money immediately. So it's a win-win for the country. It's a win for Hive. Expanding our footprint 400% over the next 9 months.
Yeah, that sounds awesome there. Thank you so much. And again, everyone can check this out. NASDAQ HIVE. Thank you, Frank.
What's up, Frank? Frank, I mean, I still need that hat. I still need that Beehive hat. You know, I got the Palantir hat on right now, so shout out to you, Frank. And I think some good talk there about Canada, some good talk there, obviously, about BTC in the world and where we're going right now. I didn't trade any IBIT today, but up to 105.70 right here. And here's the Hive. Hive is on the NQ right here at $3.14. Still trying to barcode, trying to break outside there as well. Also available on the Venture Exchange. We want to thank Frank Holmes, co-founder and executive chair from Hive. There it is, NASDAQ, HIVE. Good volume today, man, 8 million shares. I like breakouts like this. Like, I'm not just talking about this because we had Frank on, honestly. We talked about this with Intel. If Intel breaks this top, I mean, every stock, right? You got to get above the 200, you got to get above the 50-period moving average, then blast off there. I think Hive has a chance to go at 340. And I mean, we talk about all kind of names in the crypto space as well. We have Marathon here as well, up to, down to $19, I guess. There, look at this, very, very similar chart, right? Looking to try to break back above. So there's another one with Mara. And oh boy, guys, as we went there, we went and got a water. So we say shout out to Hydration Nation. We loaded up, man. This is that bigger position now on Apple as it came right into 240. As it was written, man, we told you we were doing it. Here goes Apple. Big time movement to the upside. So I'm just going to start to piece it out here in the 70s, in the 80s. Get some pieces out. Then if it moons, man, we'll be back to Greensville on Apple. That would feel real nice. Roblox, again, up and down. It just does fade out. It didn't really get going. It hit the hit VWAP. It hit the 50-period moving average. We're able to get some out. We did retry it at 70.50, and then the whoops to that downside. But Neil, oh boy, what's up to Ahmed right now? We would actually have been almost right there, but there goes Intel to the downside. You're right, Ahmed. Again, nothing more important than sticking to your plan. You called me out. You 100% called me out, Ahmed, and you said, Sean, you said you're not trading Intel. I go over to Intel, and right there, the second red name. We have Apple red, and now we have Intel red. So you are 100% right about that one. I appreciate you. My hats off to that one. Great call, and I should have obviously been a little bit more diligent on that one. But again, I like the setup. I like the play. I'm not going to hate on myself for taking it, but that is what it is. I am going to love myself, obviously, for taking this one because we did make that play there on Apple down there at 240. So there it goes, man. We have not been right on it, but we're able to make a lot back right there on that play. So that was good, and we're happy for that play on Apple, man. Sometimes you just got to wait and be patient. It just took too long today.
And just to your note there, Bitcoin not doing much, but ETH just continues to rise. So it made another fresh high. You're trending to the upside here. You can look at ETHA. There's obviously other ways you can track this, but definitely a strong one in there. Rigetti was on one. It still technically is. It's up 5%, but it broke trend. It actually got to VWAP. The second it broke down here at 13.8 and came into this target area, I trailed it out underneath that prior bar low. So we didn't get all the way to VWAP, unfortunately, on Rigetti, but sort of stick to your plan, or at least the execution plan. Like when it does that kind of reversion, oddly enough, I didn't really look at the 15-minute. Maybe could have been good to go long off VWAP there on Rigetti, because it looks like it's heading back to the upside. And speaking of the reversions, well, you already mentioned it. You did close breaking trend. Oh, there was a new trend line, but I didn't hit save. That's what happened. So it broke the new trend line after making the fresh low. And to the upside, there was your green candle. So there's Apple. It's been falling like a rock, right? But like once wick bottom broke trend, went for the long. Wick bottom broke trend, went for the long. Did not take it this time, although that's actually a short setup. Whatever. But then we took this last one, which would break this trend line. But again, it goes to the first even dollar and finds some resistance. So want to make sure you're scalping out on Apple. Google is still chilling. Higher lows, bought it off VWAP, hasn't broken 205 just yet, so that continues to be arrows up. Do not want to look any gift horses in the mouth. The market is starting to slow down a little bit. And GM, I don't know what to tell you about General Motors. It's kind of at that point where I really thought it was getting into 51 was kind of the place, and it didn't get to 51, and I didn't really get the reload up at 50.80. So I'm just bidding it out in front of yesterday's morning support on GM. Just been sitting in it, didn't really get the fills that we wanted on GM. The other thing, if we only have 15 minutes to go, Tesla's going to get to 420 today, it seems. So Tesla continues to be an absolute rocket ship to the upside. I haven't traded it, kind of focused on, obviously we're in GM, but not really. Google, Nvidia, Apple, and it is what it is. But Apple just broke another time. So I'm going to stay with only picking the spots where we get a mean reversion on Apple. The way that it's falling, entries have been good. I'm going to stick to the plan for the entries on Apple. Thankfully, Nvidia has been able to be good for us here today. So I'll take it. You have to have something. You have to have something that you're with the trend on, I think. And Nvidia did break the trend recently, but it's still higher lows and higher highs the entire way, even if it broke the trend line I'm working with.
Look, I mean, we talk about what we're trying to do here today, and the thing is that even with Nvidia, I mean, some of these outs at 127, like this has been the stock that has saved me today. But at the same time, it's like we have to acknowledge some of the losses that we've had too. I'm going to tweet this one out soon about Apple, but right there, and now it's starting to finally go to the upside. I mean, we could actually wind up being green on Apple. We just need, okay, well now we're really starting to go. We put on, honestly, the biggest position in probably notionally today in any stock right down there at 240. So we're just going to wait to see if it goes. I'm still not green on this name, despite Apple absolutely ripping up. There it is. It is your Nether Dollar Club winner, but we are still not green on this name though, Apple, as it's trying to get back there. Okay, just faded off 241. We'll take some more fills right there now. We still have about 40% of that reloaded position. I mean, if we take the 50 period and get back to VWAP, then obviously we would be very, very green on that one. So we will, Neil, hit the hot dog cannon one more time here today, because oh boy, there goes Apple, man. You can't wipe this smile off of our face. Good little long down there on Apple. The position board is down, but you guys know that we put on shares down there on Apple. Right now, it's an absolute monster. So it's been horrible all day. Let's take profit at the 50 period moving average. If it continues to rip up, great for that one. But again, it depends on, what your share. And this is the other thing, right? I always say that, I'll trade with bigger shares. It's relative to whatever you're comfortable with. Like that doesn't, when I say bigger shares, that might be 100 shares, right? You guys might already be trading with 1,000 or 2,000 shares. So I'm just talking about the comfort level of my situation and what I'm doing. Okay, so that's a situation right there. And you guys will hopefully know when the bigger trades are on, because I'll tell you. And I said that this was going to be the one there for Apple. It came into that 240, and it was really just one last line in the sand. And there it goes, the biggest position there. We've made back more than half of what we've lost on Apple on this trade right here.
Thank you appreciate it. And SMR is also making some fresh highs. Like it's going, Rigetti is also
love
going.
That SMR.
There's lots of parabolic movers in there today that hopefully you guys are taking advantage of. Just very quickly we have 10 minutes to go. Rigetti with a big reversal off of VWAP. So look at that bounce. It is what it is. It's looking really strong. I shorted it because that was the setup, but ultimately, like, I'd rather be trying to play into, as you guys can see, like, this is now broken significant support, or resistance, I should say, turning into support at 13.6. If we can put some higher lows in, or a higher low, and hold this one, I'd look for another long, or a long in Rigetti. We probably should have had it early, but you got to be able to make that next trade. We shorted it when it came to us, and now we want to look for that long. Alphabet, similar story, but maybe not as parabolic. Just want to continue to buy off of VWAP here. It's already held once or twice. Let's see if it can hold it a third time. And then a quick update on GM. At this point, if it breaks this trend, just going to get out. Either you're breaking the low and falling into the 50 level or going even lower than that. But if we break this trend line, it'll be at about 50.30. I put the trail on with General Motors. Maybe not falling as much as I would like here on this particular name. So Tesla, I don't know if we're going to be able to get into Tesla at any point. I don't want to chase. It's almost 10:50. I don't like top breaks at 11 o'clock. What I'm going to wait for at lunchtime is this key 413 level. If we can get a dip down into here on Tesla, let it settle down a bit, I think that's going to be the next trade. And that's what you got to be able to do. What is the next available trade? Right? Like, where's your next opportunity going to be? And while Tesla's up 4.2%, you can't buy it at 400 anymore.
Nope.
You can look for it maybe to pull back and give us a 413. What did I hear? Rivian?
No.
Oh, never mind. I thought I heard Rivian in my ear. And
You heard Reborn Coffee.
Okay, good.
Okay, so right there, it's only 10 minutes till we go over to the midday show. But thank you for pointing that out on SMR. Wow. You know, despite all of this, right? Well, whatever. We've been in a lot of trades today. So even with this trade here on Intel, you know, like, we'll wash it with SMR. Roblox was up and down as well. So today, although a very, very exciting day, it's been kind of a flattish day right now. Well, you know, we're going to have to watch out. Like I said, everything's going to be sort of position pending when we're talking about Apple right now. But now I'm getting more and more out. I only have 30% left of Apple. So it was a big trade, but now it's fading back out again. Of course, it was a big trade when futures go right back to day's high again, right? I mean, we got to take that out at the 50 period. There's reasons why these lines are here. So if it falls back in again, I'm going to take another bid at 240. But I got to get out of here at 11 o'clock anyway. So I'll put a stop order in slightly below this 240. If it fills, it fills. And then if not, we'll see what winds up happening. So we're starting to get piecing out more and more here as it goes. And you're probably right, Scott Tomlinson, although it'll be a negative stock for both Neil and myself. Apple probably is a day trader's dream today. So yeah, just straight to the downside. You could fade all of the pops. There is no doubt about that. But right now, we have a decent sized position long on Apple, 70 cents. In the money. Nvidia's $1, SMR's $1.40. So like right now we're sitting on about $3 or about $3 right now worth of profit across the board. So this is the thing, right? It's all about share size on the specific names that you like, and you gotta go harder on the names that you like, or else that's that. So today we wind up losing on Apple, but completely fine, man. We stay in our zone, we stay in the path, yeah. We're hoping it doesn't break 240, but it is looking a little bit more like that. We are much more calm. Our net is like right where it kind of needs to be right now. It could have got really destroyed if it did break that 240. And again, when I talk about destroyed, like, we would have pretty much been net half of what we were yesterday. So we would have given back half of our day there on that 240 break from yesterday. So that didn't happen. I think that's good, proper risk management. And yeah, I'm really seeing a big change in the way we've traded lately. And it's resulted in what we've done this week and what we've done all month. So, you know, really, really big time there. What's up, Daryl Flinch and everybody there in the chat? Yeah, man, just keep practicing and practicing and practicing. And honestly, Neil, as you know, until you get the confidence, you should be using less shares, right? I mean, that's the whole point.
Is just stick to your plan of action, everybody. That's what I say. Justin, thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you for the super chat there, Justin.
Go, Justin.
Long live Allen Iverson. He's a great player. I use the Mamba reference just because I like Kobe Bryant for the way he approaches things, right? Like, he's all in terms of, like, practice like you play. right? Like at the end of the day, you want to make sure you get the reps in. And so when something sets up,
Right.
TCTM is that. So TCTM, I don't know what the stock is. I'll look it up in a second. But I just went for the locates because I looked at this thing. It's at $1.
Oh my
it's up
God.
400%. You've got the 200 period and prior resistance at 110. So it's like if it fails that level, like remember Rigetti, same thing. If it trends up and goes right into that 110 level and fails back underneath, whoops, I started doing the shake thing before I actually drew the line. If it does a fail at 110, I'm looking for a trend reversal on TCTM. It's going to do 1 billion shares today probably because it's already done 400 million on this bad boy. So it looks like it's another one running. Going to add this to my list. Going back over to Alphabet here. Load, I just put in Google, but look, the chart's going to be exactly the same, but we're in Google. Does not get to VWAP a second time. Stair-stepped it, higher low, but once again, we can't break that 205. So we're running into resistance at 205. If we fail it on a break, then I want to trail up, but we're still looking for another dip buy here on Alphabet, looking very, very strong. But it's this TCTM that all of a sudden jumps up. It just broke the $1. Remember, 110 is that prior high. Let's go to Adara one more time.
Go Adara.
Get out of here.
Do it.
We're going to take a look here at the U.S. dollar, a bit of a combined Money Talk Sector Watch segment here. And this is the weekly chart. So after that really sharply red candle here on last week, and actually red candle the week before, we're trying to make some gains here for the U.S. dollar. It's worth noting, too, I mean, there's a couple of things here. The tariffs, probably a good look here for the U.S. dollar. We'll take a look at the CAD here as well. But I think the other thing, too, is so the CAD down on the week, of course, the Canadian dollar versus USD. But if we go back to the DXY for a second, I think it's interesting. We had comments from Fed Chair Powell, of course, but also Fed's Goolsbee this morning basically saying that because there's some uncertainty regarding these policies, including tariffs, it's a little bit unclear where the Fed's going to go from here. Regardless, he says that it makes sense for them to go at a little bit of a slower rate, partially because of all of these uncertainties, but he's still confident they'll be able to get to 2% at some point. We also have the sector board here. I mean, other than a lot of weakness here in energy minerals, there's a couple reasons for this. We have uncertainty around oil tariffs from Mexico and Canada. And we also have a slew of these companies reporting before the bell. But other than oil weakness, there's not a ton of weakness to speak of. Electronic technology really strong. Technology services really strong here. Palantir, Broadcom, Apple, Nvidia, all to the upside. And it's also worth noting here, a lot of these tech names are going to report next week as well, including Palantir, Amazon, and Google. Consumer durables really looking good here, led by a day two earnings move in Tesla. Retail trade pretty strong. Health technology decently doing well here as well, with that AbbVie up 7% on earnings. So there's actually a good amount of strength here in this market, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, we also got a super chat to shout out to Adara right here. ASTS says, Igor, thank you for pointing that out. So there it is right there from the super chat. Thank you to Adara for ASTS. So we say thank you, Igor, for the super chat. So thank you to Adara for that one. And I think Neil just nailed it, man. Like, do not up, and that's what I'm trying to say, do not up your shares until you have that confidence, until you get that practice. And how do you get confidence, Neil? With practice. So I think that that's a perfect example. Do not do anything until you are confident in your shares and in your trades. And when you are, then go for it. Then go for it. You can't be the trader you want to be until you gain that confidence. And then you can't also be the trader you want to be until you use more shares, unless you're already using shares that provides you with the net that you need, right? So again, I just look at athletes. And I mean, that's why I think Kobe Bryant's a perfect example. Practice, practice, practice. If he doesn't practice those threes, those free throws, all of that, then he doesn't have the confidence when he steps up to the line and actually has to pull the trigger, right? It's one thing for people to say, we used to have Fahad on the show. What's up to Fahad? I was talking to him the other day. And he was like, I shoot 90% from the line, this and that. Remember, he thought he was Steph Curry. That's fine. It's great to have that swagger and all of that. It's great for us to talk about trades. But until you really do have that ultimate confidence in that practice, then that's when you can take that next level. And so many people on our chat right now, they realize that, they understand that, and they're getting to that. We had David Blackrock earlier on in the week talk to the kind of money that he's made from learning and being disciplined and just getting to that next level. So, That's what it takes. And, a confident trader is a better trader, obviously. We can both agree, and we can all agree on that one. So the more confidence you have in your ability, the more shares you'll use. And congratulations to everybody that's right there right now. You've made it.
And another super chat here. I think it's Igor. We got Igor in there. Thank you for ASTS, which you already got. And then we got 8 too much. We're not going to eat too much because we're back to the old cater today. So yesterday we got like boatloads of food because I guess we're trying a new caterer out. And we got back to the other one, so it's going to be the regular lunch for us. Although I don't know what it is going to be. For
No, I didn't get that email.
Yeah, I actually don't have the email. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's back to the old caterer. But thank you so much. We appreciate you. And this is to Adara. Thank you, Adara and Co. So thank you so much, sir. 8
They're
too
killing it.
much. All right, so Apple is still holding the higher low. It actually technically held on to the trend line, but I threw the break-even stop when it reloaded. It's still trying to hold higher, so I still think you can take another shot at this. Want to be very particular with the entry point on Apple. Nvidia did not pull back into VWAP after breaking trend, so it's still super strong to the upside, and Alphabet is right up at that top. Are we going to break 205 this time? So, okay, we're real close here on on Google. I want to dip by on the trend if we're not going to get VWAP again, and it looks like we're going to break this 205 maybe in the next couple of minutes. So it's actually 11 o'clock already.
Yeah.
So Google, the actual local high on Google is 205.02. Technically, it broke it already.
Nvidia.
We break it a second time. I want to add to the long or dip by on this trend, which right now sits 204.5. Whichever one comes first.
Wow.
But as I said, it is 11. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. For now, you've got the professor, you've got Joey options. Go get him. Go get him.
Yep. Go to the gym. Oh, get it.
Boom! What is up, beautiful? See how quick that, right?
That was
What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade during the midday. That is your boy Joey Dang Options, and I'm Sharif. And we're gonna wait for everyone to weasel on over from the other chat. YouTube always makes us wait, so we'll wait. No problem, YouTube. You take your sweet time. No, everything's fine there. We're gonna put Rigetti on the side chart while everybody comes in from the other stream. Can't wait to shout out some new names. There we go. We got Amari Marit. We got, who else? Vapaka. I'm looking for some new names, baby. So if you're new, throw your name in the chat. We got Evan. Dollar Bill is in the house. And it wouldn't be a day without my man ADL. So we're going to shout out ADL, even though he's a chat OG. Bob the Builder. No ad. Don't worry about the ads, Bob. They're coming, all right? Jordan Turner, we got him. We got B the Kid. Okay, I like that one. Joseph Birch, I've seen you before. Marcelo. We got Big Boy. Yes, we got Big Boy and Indeed Money. Who else we got over here? Richard. Okay, Lo-Fi Soul. S'mores. Beantown Patriot. Okay, Crayon Trader. Shout out to Darwin. He says, I'm new. Shout out to the OG Darwin. Always love when he chiming in the chat. We got Stepper. We got David Hogue, cigar attaché, excuse me. He's a cigar attaché. You need cigars, you go through the cigar attaché. We got J-Sal. What's up, my man? I see you. We got Elon. Who else is this? Money Compound. We got Damo, officially unburdened. I'm going to have to always call you up, my man. Officially unburdened. We got Pilot Josh. I think I've seen that one. We got Ack. And then we got Dumb Gum 82. Shout out to 82. Shout out to all those born in 82. Yeah. Smokey Love Katina Man. We got Nathaniel Morris. Shout out to him. Matthew Cabral. I see you, sir. I see you. And then a couple more here. We got Hamlet. And then we got Stevislav Stamatov. Sorry. I very poor Slavic pronunciation, Joseph. I can't hang.
Yeah. I don't think I can hang in that either, man. So, what do we got going on today? It has been nothing short of a banger. Apple slightly disappointing right now, but I mean, we're still up. Well, what can we say? A lot of good news Sharif and I will probably talk about with Apple and their earnings report. We know that China sales are down, my guy, but services are up. So let's see what's going on with that. We'll definitely be talking a little AAPL today. But Sharif, I know you got a lesson today.
I do.
So
do you
what
want
are
to
we
look
gonna
at
do?
the sectors
That's
quick first?
exactly. Hey, man, mind readers, guys, already
Sorry,
ahead
bro.
of me. No, I say it. That's exactly what I was doing. I was kind of leading you into it, right? You know, it was like bait and trap, and then boom.
We got the last lesson of Elliott waves today. We concluded. So all those who hate Elliott wave theory, wait no longer. The lesson ends today, and then we're going to start with some new stuff next week. Joseph, how are we doing in those sectors?
Have
baby?
no fear. The end is near, guys. All right. So tech sector leading the way. Here we go. Up about 1.4% on the session here. 1.5. We'll call it even. Communication services. I haven't even looked at Meta, but I know I could tell you that Google is starting to trade higher because I am in it. And then we got consumer discretionary, guys, in third place, up about 0.8% there. Then we're going to go from third last to last here, guys. Industrials down about 0.1% there. And then consumer staples down about 0.6. And then we have the energy sector in dead last here, guys, down about 1.6% on the day, man.
Shout out to DJ Shocker. I see you, sir. You're new here, so I'm going to shout you out. All right, here we go. Last lesson for Elliott wave theory. We're going to talk about the correction wave. So far, what we've talked about is the impulse waves. These are the waves that are going with the trend. Impulse waves, 1, 3, and 5. Corrective waves, 2 and 4. These go against the trend or they move sideways, consolidated. Most of the time, though, it is a pullback. Most of the time, they will not just move sideways. They will pull back a little bit. So let's talk about this. So Elliott wave theory identifies 2 distinct types of waves. Impulse waves, driving the trend, and the corrective waves, pulling back from the trend. Today, we'll explore the 2 main types of corrective waves, or this one says 3, zigzags, flats, and triangles. Understanding these patterns equips you to better interpret market corrections and the potential trading opportunities. So like as we always do, let's explain everything from a high level. The 3 amigos, says the book, of corrections. The first one, zigzags, or what we call sharp reversals. So imagine a sharp 3-wave ABC retracement against the trend. Zigzags are the most common corrective pattern characterized by 1, sharp price movement. Expect strong price swings in both directions, the A to B, then the B to C, within the corrective wave itself. And then you got the impulse-like structure. Each subwave, A, B, and C, within the zigzag can sometimes resemble a miniature impulse wave, almost like a mini trend within the correction. So we're looking at wave 2 and 4, and within those waves, we get some subwaves, some mini waves within the larger wave. And then the time frame of these zigzags, they can appear on any time frame, essentially, from short-term charts to long-term ones, so keep that in mind. Here is basically an explanation of what they look like in the bullish form and in the bearish form. And notice how this is the bullish correction wave. So it would be on a downtrend. And then within the correction wave, you have several subwaves. Okay, that's kind of normal. We've seen that before when we've talked about Dow theory as well as some others. There is the long-term trend, the intermediate trend, and the short-term trend, and they're all kind of derivative of the longer trend. Okay? And this is kind of exactly the same thing with more subwaves contained within subwaves. You can kind of break this down to as fractal as you want to get. Then the other type of corrective wave. So we've talked about zigzags, right? That ABC. Now we're talking about flats. And I'm not talking about chicken wings for all you hungry guys out there. Get it, Adara. All right. Sideways consolidation, flats. Think of sideways movement with limited price action. That's what we're talking about here. Flats are corrective patterns within a choppy ABC structure where, 1, there is limited price movement. So wave A moves in one direction, wave B retraces some of wave A, and then wave C completes the correction with a move often smaller in the opposite direction of wave A. You'll see what it looks like in a second. And then you have time versus price. This is all within the flats here, okay? The flats can take longer to unfold compared to zigzags with less dramatic price swings. And then the identification of flats, well, they can be trickier to identify compared to zigzags. Specifically, though, what you're looking for here is a horizontal or slightly angled price channel for potential price patterns. And this is kind of what we're talking about. There's your regular, there's your irregular, and then there's your running one. You want to take a screenshot of this or kind of use this as a springboard to learn more about it, have at it, baby. And here are more subwaves within subwaves. Again, can become very fractal. Regular on the left, expanding flat in the middle, then running flat on the right. That's the most rare. And then last but not least, triangles, converging or diverging price action. We talk a lot about this. Flat bottom breaks, flat top breaks. That's kind of what we're looking at. That's just another way to say ascending and descending wedges. So imagine price getting squeezed within a converging or diverging trend line. So triangles are corrective patterns with a 5-wave structure. So an A, B, C, D, E structure characterized by the following. Converging trend lines. So triangle patterns can be ascending, so the price makes higher lows, or descending, where the price makes lower highs. In both cases, though, the trend line defining the triangle, in both cases, the trend lines defining the triangle converge as the pattern progresses, indicating that potential breakout or breakdown for a descending wedge. And then you have the diverging triangles. These are less common, okay? Diverging triangles have trend lines that move in the opposite direction, kind of like a megaphone. So the space between the two lines is expanding, upward or downward, suggesting a potential continuation of the dominant trend, okay? And then you have the breakout version of things. So this is where the triangles often resolve with a breakout in the direction of the dominant trend. We always talk about this when I say, look, we're getting higher lows, we're getting higher highs, yet we have that flat top. And I say, well, what is the direction of the trend? Well, you're getting higher lows with a flat top. Usually you get the breakout in the direction of the trend, which is where the higher lows are. Okay, so triangles often resolve with a breakout in the direction of the dominant trend, whether up or down, once the price touches or breaks a trend line. And just remember, these are simplified descriptions that I'm giving you, very simplified to fit them within, a short lesson while we're doing this live. Real world patterns can exhibit multiple variations. Use other technical indicators, certainly, to confirm these corrective wave patterns. And this is kind of what we're looking at, the converging triangles, right? You're getting closer trend lines that are converging together. And this is, I don't have one with the diverging for whatever reason, but you should be able to know what a megaphone looks like. The trend lines are moving away from each other. So how do you trade these corrective waves? So for zigzags, for example, they offer potential short selling opportunities during wave C of the zigzag, aiming to capture the retracement against the trend. Flats can be a bit trickier to trade because it's usually harder to trade in consolidative markets unless you really identify clear areas of support and resistance. However, breakouts from flats can sometimes signal a continuation of the dominant trend. And then the triangles, the breakouts from triangles can offer entry points in the direction of the breakout, whether up or down. So you're looking for that flat top break, you go long, you get that flat bottom break, you go short. That's kind of the idea here. And so by understanding zigzags, flats, and triangles, it should give you valuable insight into potential price consolidation zones within the trend. This knowledge can help you refine your entry and exit strategies for a more comprehensive approach. I hope everybody prints up a storm. And I kind of felt bad a little bit, doing a technical analysis lesson while Michael Noss is on the floor. It's an abomination,
Yeah, it
Joseph.
is. Yeah,
You know what I mean?
He's
Like,
a superstar.
what am I doing up in this, what? So
Yeah.
that's the situation right now, guys. All right, so let's get right down to business. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Let's get down to business. I'm in some Google here, guys.
Hey.
I'm talking with a lot of people in the chat right now, me and Officially and Stevenson as well, too. Stevenson, we'll put in a little story here. As we talk about Google, we're looking for that high day break. We're up 2% or so on Google, but now we're really dumping, which isn't looking too good. Looking for that high day break, not really working out for us right now, but I'm going to give this a little bit wider of a stop. I'm really confident that Google's going to break through these all-time highs if they haven't already. Let me take a look at the daily. Yeah, so we're all-time highs on Google. Let's see if we can continue this price action. The trend is monstrously strong, so we like that. But yeah, Officially, you're at the point, my friend, where I think you know what you're doing. As for IV, you bought them at a good time, right? So you bought them with low IV with the possibility of the increase. It will increase during the earnings. You're also up 50% as well, too. So really good work there, my friend. Just live and learn, document everything. And Stevenson, we're going to talk a little bit about that. I told you guys from before what happened to me with my short Tesla calls. and it just sucked. So it's like, okay, that wasn't fun. But then I also had another time that a really pivotal moment in my trading is when I was trading at home. I was just trading really well, and I thought I figured it out, Tariff. I'm like, yeah, I got
What
this.
happened?
It's all good. And then my equity curve was nice and steady going up. And then I just had this one day where I was refusing to be wrong, and I just gave it all the way. And it was absolutely devastating. Yeah, absolutely devastating, right? But how I felt that in that moment, I was like, I never want to feel like that ever again. So what I did was I just stuck to my rules. So Stevenson or Stevenson, sorry. What you have to do here now is just understand how you feel in this moment. And if you really despise it that much, you won't do it again, and you'll have your risk parameters set in place, and then you'll just abide by them. You'll stick to them, and it'll help you avoid like that. You'll have times where you're like, oh man, this really sucks, but it won't suck as much as being that close to your goal and then giving the majority of it away. All right, so that's just something I did. It sucked. Yeah, all that hard work gone down the drain in a matter of a couple of hours, and it's like, yeah, not gonna feel like that ever again. And
That's a great story, bro. Not the fact that you lost money, but what you got out of that story. I think that helps a lot of people. You and I were talking about somebody else, I'm not gonna mention their name, online about how his old man gave him money and he was almost broke, and then he had to force himself into being profitable by sticking to his rules.
Exactly.
It's basically another version of your story.
And exactly, that's what I said. Like, man, it was all that was like months of hard work, and then you just let it go away and diminish in thin air because you're refusing to be wrong.
Bro.
Yeah. So it's even more, man. It's gutted. You feel sick to your stomach. I'm human too. And it's just like, oh, I don't want to go through that anymore. So it's just like you start following it. And then with that, I think you take a massive leap in your trading, because then you understand like, hey, not everything is going to work all the time. But what are you cooking up there, my guy?
We're in a long, man. We're in Astis right now, because I like Astis.
Astis.
Come on now, I'm trying to come in with some jokes. All right, here we go, baby. We took out 69s. And now I'm waiting at 75s, and then we're going to wait at 82s. But maybe by the time we get back from Adara at the big desk, I'll have taken that 75 print. What do you got, Adara?
We have some news here. So Google apparently mentioning in a blog post that they're bringing Nvidia's Blackwell GPUs to their Google Cloud with a preview of A4 VMS. Google not doing much here beyond what it's already been doing all day, just pushing to the upside, bull flagging. Nvidia here that we're going to take a look at as well. Yeah, and Nvidia near day's highs. So both these already strong names continuing to be stronger here. Nvidia and Google apparently with the catalyst together. GOOGL, guys. Back to you.
Dara? So here's the deal. AS, TS, nice bottoming tail, kind of hammer candle right now. Let me show you what we're looking at here on the trusty eSignal platform. So this is the candle I'm looking at right now, which was interesting. Now, what I was waiting for was a VWAP retracement. VWAP currently is at 2090. So what the deal is, I've already taken out 2 of the 5 outs. If this breaks this bottom candle right here, that's the end of the trade. Now, that's not going to be the end of the trade for the day. That'll be the end of the trade I'm currently in. We're 7 pennies out of the money now. So I will be very on alert to see whether this one holds up at $21 or that 2090 area. I'm seeing VWAP on both charts over here at around 2090. Both of them looking like, it would be an interesting area where I'd want to take a long. So if we break down below that 2110 area, I'm gonzino on this one. I'm talking about ASTS. But your boy Rigetti is on one as well. Joseph almost had a really, sorry, bro, entry on that. We heard today that the great people at BlackRock with their 11.6 trillion assets under management, was taking Rigetti long before your boy Jensen went on the mic there and said 20, 30 years, and that caused a bit of a move down for them. It didn't care, though. It looks like retail liking the fact that BlackRock threw some money in here because we're up into the dang right. This looks like a bull pattern if I've ever seen one. What happened to the price action? Oh, that's okay. Everything's fine. That looks like a bull flag if I've ever seen one. Again, you got a great bounce off VWAP here. Do we get a second bounce off VWAP? VWAP on Rigetti, 1360 right now. So we'll see if this one wants to come down, possibly have an entry there. Clearly, I'm looking at TCTM. I'm also looking at DXF. Those are big boy movers on the day. TCTM. We're knocking on the door 500% here for TCTM, but it is at a critical level right now. And the reason I say it's at a critical level is because it's right in front of that dollar. So I'll submit to you, It's a different trade north and south of $1. Luis Barbado kind of gave us the 4-in-1 behind the scenes as to why that is the fact. A lot of algos will stop trading a small cap gapper once it drops below the dollar. They don't like the 4 decimal places. They're programmed like that. So sometimes the liquidity dries up, especially the long liquidity. This one is trying to test the dollar right now. Now, the dollar level there also happens to be the 10 exponential on the 5, a level that I love to take pullbacks off, especially for trending stocks. Now, that poses me with a bit of a problem right now because it's at a level that I like to take pullback trades, but it's also below $1 and it's not holding the dollar. In fact, we're dropping down to 95 pennies. So I'm going to need to see proof that this is not going to be a topping tail candle into $1.33 and then wham, bam, thank you, TCTM. We do a Christmas tree retracement back down into 70 pennies, 60 pennies, or wherever the hell this one wants to go. So I don't want to be part of that short, okay? So it's going to have to defend the dollar, stay above $1, prove to me that the dollar is going to hold as a level, and then we'll participate in this one, no questions asked. But it's a good looker on the day, almost 500% right now, 433. There's another one in 200 some odd percent territory. Oh, not right now, but dropping a little bit, 125%. DXF halted to the downside for about 15 minutes. And that usually has a way of killing demand. The longer we're halted on these volatility halts, the more people pull out of the trade. You'll see the theoretical auction price drop and drop and drop once you get past that 5-minute window, that 10-minute window. And from past experience, we know these volatility halts come in waves of 5 minutes, not the news pending, but these volatility halts come in waves of 5. So this one was halted for 15, gapping down now into about 35 and change. Still, though, above that volume-weighted average price, which is hanging out on my chart at least at 32 2/3. Now, DXF is awfully spready, and that definitely has to factor into how you trade this. You need to manage risk. You need to have proper stop loss. And for goodness sakes, use resting profit takers. It's not going to cost you anything. These bad boys, they don't spend all that long sometimes at a certain price level. So try to catch them while you can. And I'm not talking about the movie, but that is the look right now on DXF. I'm sorry. I'm really bad today. Mr. Greenfield, 20 quid. Okay. My man's dropping pounds in the chat there, and I don't mean those type of pounds. Please, and what? Please analyze. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I almost read that wrong.
Yeah.
Wow. I think he meant that on purpose, Joseph.
I don't know if he did.
I think he was trying to get me there because I said deep seek the other day.
Oh,
in the way that it's not meant to be said.
I don't think Mr. Greenfield's that type of guy, man.
Please analyze LTBR. It's a holdover from yesterday, and OKLO, another holdover from yesterday, and how high potentially LTBR for long term. Absolutely. Say less, my man. Okay, but I got to interrupt here because REBN is absolutely flying to the high side. What a beautiful move here on your boy REBN. It's breaking into $5. So I'm going to look at your stock, but I just want to mention REBN in a full state of breakout. Let's look though at your friends LTBR and Oklo. So I like Oklo right now. It's a great few days for Oklo. Ever since bottoming out there at around $30, we've been putting in higher highs and higher lows. We're above yesterday's high. We're making new highs. We're weaseling into that $45 area. It's a fantastic look on OKLO. Get this off a moving average. It's been awfully respectful of the 10 exponential on the 5. You can see nary a touch of the 10 exponential. So any pullback into that, I'd be picking it up. Let's have a look at LTBR. Who are we going to take off here? We're going to have to bring in a side chart because we don't want to take anybody off, Joseph.
Nope.
So we're going to bring it in over here. LTBR. Another one that we were trading yesterday with good results. Another good one. Another good look today for LTBR. It's not the biggest mover on the day. 6.5. At least it's green. We got another high from yesterday, so we're above yesterday's high, and that's a good continuation of the trend because now we got higher highs. If we were to view this on the daily, we've got 2 higher highs and 2 higher lows, so that is a good look. 9.5 acting as resistance right now on LTBR. I like it possibly off 920. There's a pre-market high there that peaks out at 920. You also have the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 hanging out around 9.25, 920 area, 947 HOD. I'd be a buyer. likely at the 10 exponential. We'll give this one the old college try, see what happens there. Okay, so I got stopped out of ASTS for the last remaining amount, but as I said, I'm going to be looking at the volume weighted average price on this bad boy to see if we can pick it up at around 2090. Come what may, Joseph.
Hey, let's go. Yeah, we're still holding on to this Google here, guys. Not much going on here. You looked at LBTR, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm looking at it as well too. I like how it's slowly curling over on the daily, so somewhat of a rounded bottom. Beautiful stuff there. PLTR, my guy Gorev in the chat mentioned that. Really good look, my friend. I could tell you've been trading for a while just because of how you analyze things and have the ability to take advantage of them. But I'm going to touch on the Stevenson story one more time here just for a brief second. Not only when you do something like that, you lose your capital, right? But the most important thing is you can always somewhat, if you're a good trader, you stick to your rules, etc., you can gain that capital back. But the one thing that is prolonged and takes a long time to recover, what I found was the mental capital you've spent on trying to force yourself and then going from point A to point B. You know what I mean? So at one point it took what I gained in that, it took me double the amount of time to recover mentally from what I did. So just be weary of that. That mental capital expenditure can come at very, very high costs and really hinder your trading and take even longer for you to recover, all right? So just remember about that, guys. Let's take a look at PLTR here. Continuing to move higher, trading around $85, man. What is this thing? Like, who are Alex Karp and company? These guys are absolutely phenomenal. I thought that it was going to go back to its old ways here and kind of just chop around for a little bit, but this thing just bounced right off of these bottoms and essentially hasn't looked back. So if you're sitting around 63, 59, if you caught anywhere around that, you're probably already up around 33% or something along those lines, 35%, which is absolutely insane. So yeah, good look there on PLTR, all-time highs on that stock. Alex Karp and company continuing to keep the ball rolling there, guys. What else is everybody looking at here in the chat? Nvidia is still continuing to roar as well, but Google starting to pull back into VWAP, totally fine. We're still up about 1.8% on the session. They're gonna look for that VWAP bounce. I'm gonna have to get out of this trade if we break through this support level here around 204. Then I might have held on to it for slightly longer, but you know what I'm going to say on this one. I can get out, and then there's always probably going to be another opportunity to get back in, especially if the market's strong. We do know that it's Friday, so that volume does tend to taper off at some point throughout the session, all right? Is SoFi a short here? Let's take a look here, my guy, Pathic. SoFi. Okay, so let's see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Nothing crazy. I mean, we haven't breached this gap here yet, but let's see what we got going on from an intraday standpoint, because I'm sure that's what you mean. And I don't know if it's necessarily a short. I'm not going to say that it is. If you break through some key levels, then there could potentially be some more downside here. But as of right now, you're just range bound. If you're going to look for the short, maybe look for the rejection of VWAP here, or if it looks like the momentum is going to step in at the bottom of at the lows here of this support system, you're going to really want to see that volume step in so you can get that flush to the downside. Let's see what kind of moves. Oh yeah, so see, that's the thing here with SoFi here, Sharif. This is really tough price action here. If you look from an intraday standpoint, it's essentially sideways price movement here, which is, for me, really tough to navigate and not something that I would necessarily be looking to trade. There's no orderliness to this trading, in my opinion, right? So you can see all this overlapping candles, and for me, that's going to make me go bald quicker than I already am. So
stop with that.
So you know what I mean? So that's just my look on that one. If it does break through these support levels, then there can potentially be some more downside, all right? Let's talk about the king of all kings here. And Sharif told me, he said, Joe, bro, stop asking me about this thing. I'm like, oh, man, come on, I can't. I need to hear what you say. I'm like, hey, so here we go with Bitcoin. I'm like, hey, do we break out here? He's like, yeah, we're only going one way, he said to me. I'm like, all right, man, I trust you. I trust your opinion. But here we go, guys, sitting around the top of this range. To be honest with you, if on my notes, I was looking for this breakout. Yesterday's candle was slightly better, but today we're still holding on top of that range. So I think it's a matter of time. until we break this 108 and then maybe go into new blue skies here. But other than that, if it fails and this double top comes into fruition, then we might be in some trouble here, guys. And then I'm suspecting that we go a little bit more south and then just chop around this low 90s area. Sharif had a solid point. He's like, man, I think we'd trade around in this 10K range, and you've been nothing short of wrong here, my friend. You've been right on that thesis, because that's exactly what we've been doing. We've entered another consolidation phase, but with that, the longer we consolidate, I'm still expecting somewhat of a bigger move here on Bitcoin.
Did you see what Ram sent me?
No.
She's trying to hurt me, Joseph.
What'd she do?
She's trying to hurt me.
What'd she do? What'd she send?
She sent me videos of Dua Lipa with her her new man there
they look
under the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, they
Paris, just as free as you can be. And then she's like, ha 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 ha. Like it's like she's getting pleasure off this, Joseph. I don't know what's going on over there.
I mean, dude, she's happy, man. That's it. She's looking happy.
I know, bro. She's happy that I'm displeased.
Yeah, without you, man. I'm gonna touch on one more thing before I send it to you real quick. Thomas Johnson said thoughts on Apple support. Let's take a look here. The thing is with Apple, man, what a bleed. But I'm starting to like it. Thomas Johnson, if this prints as a hammer here, I'm gonna look for that reversal. I tried a couple stabs earlier, actually one stab, and it just didn't work. So I'm like, okay, momentum to the downside. I think we're going to continue to sell off a little bit here. But if this prints as a hammer, maybe we'll get somewhat of a little bounce here.
All right. So we're going to keep a look at this one. I'm involved right now with your boy over here, ASTS, multiple prints to the high side. Got stopped out for the first trade with 3 outs left. Got 2 out. Now back in to defend VWAP. So it's going to have to hold at this level, and then we're going to look basically for a print at the quarter. I've got 3 prints so far, but I'm trying to give it a little bit below VWAP, but you don't want to give this too much room. It's a VWAP trade that I'm looking for over here. Just jumping in a little bit early. Sometimes they don't make their way all the way down into VWAP. So keeping an eye on that. Also, keeping an eye on Rigetti and QBTS. They're both pulling into VWAP right now. Keeping an eye on that because I might want to pick up Rigetti, QBTS failing VWAP right now. Looks like it's destined to hit 6. Rigetti just at that $0.50, so that could be a hold. We'll keep our eye on both of these, and we'll send it to Adara at the big desk.
We are going to be looking here at Coinbase here. Coin announcing via their blog that apparently they've acquired Spindle, which is a Web3 growth platform. And they're basically the goal of the Spindle acquisition is to help drive their on-chain adoption. And they also are trying to help builders go viral and expand their distribution. So on-chain related catalyst here for COIN. Pretty range bound today, though, and kind of continuing that, guys.
What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here in some Google still, guys, waiting for this potential signal on Apple to come into play. If it does, if we have the inability to break the lows, maybe we get somewhat of a little bounce here is what I'm looking for. But let's pull it up from a daily perspective here, Sharif, and see what we got going on. I'm pretty sure we filled the majority of the gap that so we're right back at the closes of yesterday, our open of yesterday, filling that gap from the earnings report. Is there anything that you would like that you found significant in the report? One thing that I read, Sharif, is that we know that Apple Intelligence has been somewhat of a slow rollout, and you mentioned that there hasn't really been anything like breathtaking about the iPhone 16 for users and for people in the Apple ecosystem to be like, man, I need this phone. I need to get involved in Apple Intelligence. But one thing that I found very interesting is that they're not spending nearly as much as some of their counterparts, such as Meta, Google, Microsoft, etc. Right?
Yeah. We'll get into that in a bit, Joseph, because I'm trying to focus on the trading. I'm sure we'll definitely talk about Apple and the report and everything as we go. But I'm just trying to focus right now because I'm in a couple of trades.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm keeping my eye, guys, right now on Rigetti because Rigetti bouncing off VWAP. And what I'm looking for is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. But we're still below the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So that concerns me a little bit. We've got a little bit of a double bottom. So in at 73. Looking for the first print there. in the low 80s. We'll see if it wants to hold on to that level. So did actually technically make a new high right now on Rigetti, but it's having a whole bunch of trouble with the $0.75. So let's see if this one wants to continue weaseling back up. ASTS though, this one looks like it is going to flat bottom break through that volume weighted average price. So we were able to get a couple of outs over here in the high 20s and low 30s, but I don't know, man. I don't know. This one feels like it is destined to break that VWAP area. Stops already in place. Rigetti, we're taking out levels there. There we go. Let's see if we can get pop up a little bit more on Rigetti. Makes your palm sweaty trading this bad boy. Seller at 82 over here. Let's see if we can take out 82s. This is a big seller here at 82s. There we go. We take him out. 85s. Nice on Rigetti. Now I'm waiting in the low 90s. Let's see if Rigetti wants to keep going here. Good strength on this name, but it's not out of the woods just yet. We're still technically putting in lower highs. So you have basically an area crested around 14.5. You get an area crested around 14. And so we definitely need to take out 14 to change that lower high situation. At least that's how I see it. Now, not every distance between the successive crests is going to be the same distance or, the same price level between the various crests, but the general idea is to look for lower highs or higher highs. Right now, we're getting a nice move up here on Rigetti. I'm waiting in the low 90s. We're showing 88s right now on the ask, 89 as well, now showing flashing in a little bit, but you feel there definitely is some selling in front of that $14 area. So we'll see. I don't mind adding to this one if it breaks above 14, because that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the change in direction from lower highs. So I've got small size to start with Rigetti right now, but I absolutely don't mind adding above that $14.05 area. I was watching Joseph yesterday trade IBIT in the morning. The dude was adding aggressively, and it made sense to me. Once I started thinking about that a little bit, I'm like, this makes pure sense, because if you're in a trade that you're already up on, okay, so if you add into it, you can give back the gains. That's fantastic. But if you take your whole position right away and then it goes against you, well, then you're basically starting from zero and now you're in the negative. Whereas if you're in the money and you're adding, you're just giving back from your profits. So it's absolutely it's sound advice to me. So I'd like to be able to do that a little bit more on my trading. How I execute on it probably going to be a little bit different than Joseph, because he's been doing a little bit for longer. I'm looking here to take something out, to add into Rigetti above that 14 and change Joseph. We're going to keep an eye on that one. ASTS defending VWAP for the moment. Now the question is, do I add at this area? Well, why would I add? There's no higher highs. It's all lower lows, lower highs on ASTS. It's coming into a predictable area, VWAP that is, but it's not changing trend, right? So I need to see a higher high and a higher low to really want to add to this bad boy. Hopefully when that happens, it's not too far away from my entry price. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, we're in this Apple bounce here, guys. I like this 5-minute candle. If it breaks, then if it breaks the low, thesis invalid here. 238.60 is going to be our outs, but I like this hammer at the lows. Potential turnaround signal, some slight buying pressure too. And the more familiar you get with these signals, you realize if it doesn't close as a complete hammer, that can signify that, hey, there's a little bit more selling pressure left over, and it may take some more time to turn around, but this one doesn't seem too bad. So let's see if we get somewhat of a bounce here. Running into these support levels would be one of the targets here. 244.55 looking for and some change, but yeah, that's the look there. Yeah, as for the ads, I like that Sharif. I think Brankles and Wainers for that, because those guys are like, yeah, you got to add into those winners. So I'm like, yeah, and I see how they've been performing. So definitely inspirational on that front. But what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So what I used to have on one of my trading platforms, to touch on this subject a little bit more, is that I had something called the free roll hotkey. So what it did was that it calculated, so if you wanted to add to the position but only risk your unrealized gains, it would calculate those shares. Yeah, exactly. It was a sick hotkey. So it would calculate how much unrealized you had, and then calculate the amount of shares that you could acquire or allocate from said stop price, right? So you would select your stop price, and then it would calculate your unrealized, and then give you X amount of shares. So that helped me as well too. Really good tool. So if your platform allows you to do so, then definitely look to take advantage of that, guys. But here we go, getting somewhat of this bounce here on AAPL. Still positive on this session, though, surprisingly, even though we did fill up the gap on the daily, up about 70.75% there. On the session, let's see what everybody else is up to. Google is starting to break out. I am in that as well, guys.
Nice.
I said this thing is strong, so I was looking for the continuation. We had somewhat of this bull flag being formed. I'm like, oh, okay, let's see if we can break the high. But the market always needs to breathe. Stocks need to breathe. So you get that pullback. I'm like, okay, let me hold on to it. Even though the ideal entry price would have been significantly lower, near the bottom of the range instead of on top of the range. But here we go, starting to climb higher, up 2% on Google here, guys. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily ripping Pathic, but it is trading higher, which we do like. So yeah, that's it. That's what we got going on. A little bounce on Apple and a little bounce on Google. But let's see. I love that idea, especially on a trending stock. Exactly. Yeah. So that's the thing about the free roll. It's really useful. So you're no longer so like you're risk free essentially at that point. So the only thing that you would lose is your unrealized, especially if you locked in gains already, right? So that's one thing that I tend to go by, is that I don't like to, if I have a winning trade, I don't like to turn it into a loser. So again, if it comes back to your break even, you can always get out and then get back in, right? Essentially the same thing, especially if it wicks down a little bit, you can even potentially get a better price. But that's something that I like to do. I'll take a look at one more for the incredible Mr. Lib before we send it back off to my guy. And he wants to take a gander at MRVL. Have you ever been to Newfoundland, Sharif?
Never, man.
Oh, it's good
never.
stuff.
I've never been to the Maritimes, in general.
Yeah, I went to.
There he is.
There we go. I was a young lad when I was over there. I went to the French island there, Saint Pierre and Miquelon.
Yes.
Yeah, Saint Pierre.
So that's off Newfoundland,
that's
right?
That's off the coast of
That's
Newfoundland.
right. Yeah, I remember people. They got.
It's all hills.
They use euros. They got French license plates.
Yeah, exactly.
They're all French and stuff.
Everything closed at 11, or whatever it was, 1 o'clock.
Oh, for the siesta?
Yeah. I guess that's in Spanish, but I don't know if the French call it that. But it is that time.
What do they call it?
But yeah, here we go, guys. Let's take a look at Marvell here, starting to pull back, trending with all these tech stocks here as well, too, guys. So good look here on Marvell, following the overall market. So we're going to continue to monitor what's going on. It is it is a bullish Friday.
All right, Joseph. All right, we're done our trade right now on Rigetti. Here's the deal. I'm worried that it's not going to break through 14, so I'm waiting for 14 break and take, and I'm going to add into this one. So we took a nice 25 pennies, not the greatest trade, but not bad. So my concern is that this ends up coming into a consolidation area and then rejects. So I'd like to see a decisive move above 14 so that we can test that 14.5 again. Already coming down a little bit right now. We'll see. We'll see with this one. I've got a plan for it. It's going to have to hold above 14. I see 14 as an area top. It's also psychological resistance being the whole dollar. So that's a look. I'm also in right now at $4 on REBN. So we're 0 for 1 on this one. We already tried taking a nice trade. Sorry, not a nice trade. It was a bad trade because we got stopped out. But we took a little bit off the top. Now it's at VWAP. It's at that whole dollar area. I'm trying to give it some room. It's still not really bouncing off $4 in the way that you would hope it would bounce off. And there we go. We just got stopped out as it broke through 4. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Now this could be a specialist breakdown, right? Where it breaks through VWAP and then pops right back up. So I'm still interested on this one because it hasn't given up the ghost at the volume weighted average price. Let's see what it does. If it wants to reclaim 4 and then make that new 5-minute candle to make a new high, which currently would take it above about 415 or so. So the current candle at 1135, or the previous candle, at 1135, the high there was 415. So if it can make another high above 415 and change that lower low, lower high trend, we'll get back in, but we lose 10 pennies right there. Adair is at the big desk.
Thank you there for that, Sharif. Yeah, we're going to take a look here at earnings for next week because we introduced it earlier this week, the brand new TTV Research Original Earnings Board. So this is really fun here. I fit as many logos as I possibly could into each day. We're going to talk about the biggest days here. Monday night, huge here with Palantir. I mean, we also have Clorox and NXPI, but Palantir, Monday night, you're going to check that out with Neil, myself, and Michael Noss will be there as well on over Zoom, so check that out as well. Mr. Noss. Then Tuesday morning, we have got Pfizer, PayPal, Ferrari, Estee Lauder. Tuesday night, another massive one here. AMD, Alphabet, Snapchat, MicroStrategies, Chipotle. Wednesday morning, we'll get a couple major ones as well. Novo Nordisk, Uber, Disney. After the close on Wednesday, we get ARM, Qualcomm, Ford. Thursday morning here, Peloton, which is quite the move. We're working on a graphic related to that one that we will debut soon on TTV Research. And then Eli Lilly as well Thursday morning. After the bell on Thursday, we do have Amazon as well as Pinterest. So it is a huge day. If you're a cannabis stock trader, there's a couple cannabis stocks reporting this week as well. Make sure you check that out on X at TTV Research. It has just been posted, guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. Halted to the high side is another small cap gapper, BAOS. Big mover. Let's bring in the side chart over here. We'll load up. Big step, yeah. Or as Neil said the other day.
What do you say?
You didn't hear what he called IBM?
No.
The International Bodman Machine.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
BAOS. That was live, too, by the way. So BAOS, Joseph, halted to the high side at 505 right there. Good move for BAOS. Don't see anything. Well, we'll check in a second here on the news blotter BAOS. Throw on the ticker super quick. Let's see what we got over here. Nothing. Yeah, I know they're all volatility halts. I'm just looking to see if there's anything from yesterday as well. No, not really. Nothing for BAOS. So no idea why this is running. But here are the details on it. It's $7.7 million market cap. The volume is really light, about 441,000 shares traded so far. The float's even smaller, 900,000 share float. So this one can become awfully parabolic, as you're seeing right now, BAOS. It's got a short float, decent short float. So small float, sub 1 million, short float 11%. So this one can really probably get its footing under it. We're going to keep an eye out on this one, no question. I've already put it on the side chart. We'll trade this one if it sets up in the right way, BAOS. I'm still keeping an eye, though, as you can see here on Rigetti. I don't want to be quick to get in yet, but now we're kind of doing a bit of a consolidation move, where we're ranging sideways between about 13 and 4/5 and around $14. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. I could definitely be interested in working my way back in here, but I still want that 14 break and hold. I'm not feeling this one unless we get that break, the break of 14 and the continuation of higher highs and higher lows. So I'm just going to pack my patience on that one. ASTS, we already got stopped out of that one. As it broke below $21. It's still close to VWAP, so I'm not going to get into it right here, but if it wants to reclaim VWAP and give me that change in trend, it's going to have to put in higher highs and higher lows. Get involved in that one, no problem, but it's going to have to change trend. I'm seeing Oklo pull into the 10 exponential moving average. It's been awfully directional on the day in a good way, so let's load up OKLO. We had this bad boy on watch yesterday as well, and we did decent on it. It's getting more expensive, though, every time I look at it. Price going up and up, so 44.5 right now is the 10 exponential moving average. We're coming into that level, and this is about a 2-candle ret setup right now with that 44.40 seems to be a level of interest here. We've multiple times been bouncing off that 44.40. Not really sure why, but yeah, you got defend of it over here at 11.15 and again 11.25, and then we made another attempt at it a few minutes ago at 11.43. So we'll keep an eye out on that one as well. Decent pullback right now for OKLO. ASTS just reclaimed the volume weighted average price, and now it's got a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. But is this going to be the bamboozler like it bamboozled us last time? We're going to give this one the old college try, Joseph.
Hey, the old college try. I like that one. The old JUCO try there. The old JUCO try. The old JUCO, man. I love those.
I love how you called it that, though. That's so American.
Yes. But here we go, guys. This signal on Apple is really starting to work out pretty good here. I was just reading some things on the side here as well about the kind of the earnings report, and none other than Danny Ives obviously chiming in on this. So he's saying that the iPhone 16 cycle is still outperforming the 15, which is really interesting. I heard some analysts talking about yesterday. Now they're saying the super cycle is really going to kick into phase when the 17 comes out. And I'm like, man, the 16 just came out. I don't know why we're talking about the 17 already. But I mean, that's
living in the future, eh?
Jeez, yeah, they're living in the future, man. Forward looking. So. A lot of interesting stuff if you guys want to read into that report, as I am currently doing. And I did a little bit of due diligence last night. But Nessa in the chat asked us to take a look at Amazon.
Okay.
And yeah, I like how the price is compressing here, forming that bull flag or that ascending wedge, whatever you may call it. Some key resistance levels. So you know what I'm going to say with this one here, Sharif. We're going to need to see that volume step in order for us to break through these levels and then continue to the northeast here. So that's my thesis there on Amazon. If it breaks, then maybe we can get the ball rolling. The market is starting to pull back, and I like pullbacks around this time with indecision around the volume weighted average price, because that can give me an idea like, hey, okay, so that the momentum slowly phased out somewhat, right? But now we're at a key level where we can take that bounce, and then in the latter half of the session, we can just slowly grind for that second leg. So that's one thing that I like to see, especially around these times. Let's see if that comes to fruition. It may or may not, and that's okay. But we're going to continue to take some things out here on AAPL, on this bounce. Let's see how deep it will go. Now I'm risk off essentially. So what we're going to do is have to get out break even if it comes back against us. Someone in the chat also said that the sell program is fully engaged, and you're not wrong whatsoever. But I do think at some point the stock is going to breathe, and then maybe we get somewhat of a recovery here, a retracement, a mean reversion, as Obi would like to call it, back towards somewhere anywhere around VWAP or even around these key support levels. 241.90, something I'm going to be keeping an eye out. But again, guys, I'm going to touch on this one more time and show you. I essentially only have 2 intraday trade like setups, playbooks, I would like to call them, that I've been refining and And this is one of them here on Apple. And here, is this signal right here? We had multiple throughout the session, so sometimes you just got to be wary and abandon the thesis when it breaks the lows, because that's what you're going to essentially risk off of. Low a day here, and then before these candles printed, low a day here, and then now we're getting that bounce into these areas.
All right, here we go. We're in Oklo now. Let's see if this one wants to hold. The 10 exponential, waiting at 88s, and then I'm waiting at 98s, 87 showing up on the ask. It's got a cross, because it's got about a 3-penny spread at the moment. It made a new low, but I like the way that it was bought up and bang, there it is. Let's see now, 99s, bang, there it is. Okay, good. So we've taken out multiple outs there. Let's see if we can put some now on top of 45. Let's hang out at 10s. Let's see what we got up here. So good look right now for OKLO. It's stronger on the day, baby. 7 and a fifth. So it's a good day. It's a good continuation play. I'll put it that way. Here we go. We're also involved in Rigetti. And my palms are sweaty. Let's go. We're going to take out some in front of 14 here. Where are we long on Rigetti? 89s. We already took out some on 95s, waiting at 14s and layering the orders. I like Rigetti's higher low situation, but I am still concerned with that $14 psychological resistance. Once we broke it and we got up into that $14.50 area, we broke below, got into 13.5. We've been having a lot of trouble breaking and taking 14. What's keeping me interested is this double bottom at 13.5, give or take, and then the move up with higher highs and higher lows. So looks like a possible trend change here on your boy, Rigetti, BlackRock involved in this bad boy. They got rinsed a little bit on it. We'll talk more about that as the show goes on. Back to ASTS, 3-candle bounce now off the volume weighted average price. We're long at 02s. I'm showing me 10s. I'm layering my orders into the 20s. It's a nice 3-candle hold up off the volume weighted average price. But I got to tell you something. We're still below the 10 exponential moving average. So we're not out of the woods by any means yet. OKLO, let's flip back to that one, because I'm seeing that one's popping into 45s. Okay, so decent move. Now we're showing 45s on the ask right now. Seller of note, hidden seller. So there's an iceberg order right now at 45s, unable to break through that. That's an obvious iceberg right there, because you're able to see that there was no size posted on the gateway, on any of the gateways, and I have all of them, okay? But we weren't moving. So to me, that just spells iceberg. You're going to be able to notice that kind of stuff because they're not going to show their hand. You got to be able to pick it up using the level 2. And one thing to see is exactly how much size that iceberg has. You won't be able to see it, obviously, on the level 2 because it's not posted, but it won't be able to bamboozle the time and sales. So you'll be able to see the buy orders or sell orders typically that are coming in on the time and sales and the quantity of how much there. That should give you an idea of what the size of the iceberg that's hanging out at that level is. Not going to be a scientific method by any means because it's flashing at a million miles a second, but the point is to get an idea of how much size that they're holding at that level. So that's what we're doing right now. Took out multiple prints there on Oklo, waiting for that 45 break. It is not forthcoming at the moment. The high of the day, I should mention, right around that $0.25, 45.23, give or take. So that is a look. Let's go back to Rigetti. Still having trouble with Rigetti with that 14 flat top. The thing keeping me interested, though, incrementally higher lows on the 5-minute. Not by much, but it's showing a little bit of buyer exuberance, picking it up at higher and higher levels on every successive move up. We'll have to see if that continues to be the case. Oklo coming right back down now into $0.75. So rejected 45. Now we're already down 25 pennies, but we're long at 72s. I've got my out below 40s. Now, the reason I like that 40 area is because we kept bouncing off that 44.40 area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get stopped out. I think if we break 60s, and then what I'll do is I'll place my order at 40s with an even tighter stop there to see if we get picked up on that level. So a bunch happening right now. I'm in ASTS to the high side, Oklo and Rigetti. I got to tell you, Oklo, my least favorite of them at the moment because it's going to do a rounded top. So we're going to stop out here on Oklo. So I'll lose about 5 pennies on that remaining amount. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw an order at that 40 penny level. I'm going to try to front run it by a couple of shekels to take that consolidation area bottom and then see if there's a nice bounce up. But let me tell you, it's going to have to hold that 30 print. So we're going to go ahead and throw out those orders already so we don't get too much in the way of slippage on this bad boy. Joseph, what is going on your side of the desk, my man?
Yeah, I'm liking try Apple long again. D says, I think so. We haven't broke that low just yet. So I like your thinking there. Potentially good play. But let's take a look at Tesla here. Because I knew it was like, okay, earnings day 2, I believe it reported Wednesday evening. So this is what I was thinking. Okay, it didn't have the best of sessions, but now usually everything's cooled out, and then we put in this monster run on Tesla. Unfortunately, missed this trade here. But I do like this consolidation phase here. We can point out some key levels on this, on both the top and bottom. So support and resistance here, guys. So very, very interesting. Let's see which way we go. Do we need to grab some more liquidity before we break through with any form of momentum? But we do need to see that volume step in order for us to break. So that's one thing I will be keeping my eyes on. But we do have a $10 super chat. So speaking of Tesla, so Tesla was allowed to include BTC into profit due to SEC. MSTR reports next week. Low on the daily, looking at 407 calls. If you're not on PLTR, earnings as well too. I don't know, but champagne is what is the name of the game. So there we go, Case. Thank you for that. We're talking about Tesla right now, and here we go. Starting to break. All right, let's see if we can get involved in this. Hopefully this isn't a fake out because the volume is starting to step in a little bit here. I don't necessarily love buying the tops of the range here, but if we can take that second leg, I like that. So let's see what we got going on here with Tesla Sharif. We're going to get in it. We're really extended from VWAP for my liking. So I have to get out at the break of certain key support levels. What that will be, 416, we clear that, then I might have to think about it. But most definitely, the hardest of all hard stops would be at 414.25. I am using TSLA, so that'll put me at $28, using about 50 cents of risk right here. Jay Lee says he's long Apple right now as well too. I don't like it right now because we are potentially going to test some of these lows. So I'm going to wait on that. As of right now, it's looking like this might be somewhat of a liquidity grab here on Tesla Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully it ain't a fake out because I would like for that second leg to happen. But what a monstrous run it's been on. The 2x levered TSL is up about 8.5%. So we're up about 4.2%, 25%, 4.25% on Tesla. It seems to be the case on the session.
All right, my man. There we go. Now we're still holding on ASTS. We got the print at the 20 penny area, but it's coming right back down into my entry. Still holding VWAP. So now that 3 candle green setup is in question because we just made a newer low. This ain't the trade for me at this level. Getting out, it's going to have to set up in a little bit better way. I'm not going to sit there and dance with the consolidation on ASTS. It's either going to break out or we're not going to trade it. Simple as that. I'm not here to trade consolidation. So done with that trade. Rigetti. What are we doing here on Rigetti? Coming back down a little bit into. Yeah, it's rejecting 14. So we've taken the majority of the position out here on Rigetti. I'm going to set up a dip trade at 60s. It defended VWAP before. If we can get a bounce off there, I'll just trade it, the bounce trade off of VWAP. I think I paper-handed the Rigetti entry before because I had a good entry at around the volume-weighted average price. Looked for that aggressive move up to test the high of the day. Didn't really look to play the bounce off VWAP. So let's go ahead and throw that out right now. So 1362, let's go ahead and hang out at 65s, give or take. We'll throw that bad boy on there. We'll see if we can get a bounce off that level. Oklo, what are we doing here on Oklo? Took it out as we broke 40, so we got the majority of the position out. Stopped out in the last remaining couple of shares there. Yeah, there's really lack of continuity today, guys, on these small cap gappers. You kind of feel like yesterday was definitely a bit of a better day to trade them. Today, there's really not that much movement back up to the high side. You're having to kind of take the scrap, so to speak, and that ain't the move. That's not why we're trading small cap gappers. We're looking for parabolic moves to the high side or downside if you like these bad boys short. I don't typically take them short. Looking at my scanner to see if there's anything coming up. Not really a whole lot moving right now on small caps. Everything in a bit of a consolidation phase. If you guys see anything that's moving in small cap world, even if it's less than $1, because I filter all my small caps below 85 pennies. So if you guys see something that's moving, tag Joe or I in it, and we'll definitely have a look at that. But for the moment, there ain't a whole lot happening for these small caps, Joseph. So let's look at some of the large caps over here. We'll bring in the trustee side chart. Let's have a look at the Mag 7. We've got to call this the Mag 9 over here because we got 9 charts. It's a little embarrassing calling it the 7 there because that ain't 7. So here's the look. All right, good Amazon defend of VWAP. Meta, same look. We should be looking at these guys because they're defending VWAP nicely. Nvidia at VWAP, but looking like it wants to break it. It's got a couple of higher lows here since breaching VWAP. Uber as well. That's obviously not a mag name. Below VWAP, not for me. Netflix looking real good here off anything VWAP related. Netflix wants to take that $1,000 area again, about $13 away. It's got a bit of a flat top at around 987. Similar look with Tesla. Above VWAP with that flat top at around 418. Goggles, the same look. Like these ones are all trending strongly, using VWAP as support, almost all of them. I mean, Meta breaches VWAP at times because it's a bit more of an expensive name now that it's 700 and change. But we're going to keep an eye out on these large caps because if we have to trade these because the small caps don't have continuity, that's fine. We'll weasel into those, Joseph. But for the moment, going to stay clear of these small cap gappers because they ain't showing me what I want to see. BAOS, though, trying to pull back up here. We're talking about this one. Okay, so this one's halted back up to the upside at around 5 1/4, 5 1/5. Technically, the halt level, 522. Up 68%. This one a bit of a bamboozler, though. Breaching VWAP. Looks like it found its footing at that $4.50 level where it found buyers, and now it's halted at 5 1/5. So good strength there for BAOS. The problem is, though, it's unable to stay open for any prolonged period of time, Joseph. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on this one. Don't mind trading it, but it's going to have to calm down a little bit.
Hey, yeah, there we go. Google just chopping around this area. I think I'm going to get out of it, guys, just because as of right now, if I'm going to play this breakout or this second leg higher, whatever you want to call it, I can get a better price. So not going to hold it up here. Gonna just get out of the position, reassess, and see if it's even worthy of getting back in. I'm sure at some point it is, but one thing that's working out for us, so there's that Google trade. Here's our Apple trade, Then we got out at break even, took a little bit off, and then I mentioned stop now at break even, so we had to get out of there. But now TSLL is starting to work for us. Yeah, let's go. Breaking through the highs. And guys, you know my style. Okay, well, maybe not working out as clean as we would like, so eating those words real quick. But guys, you know my style. I like my entries as close to VWAP as possible. Gives me a definitive line in the sand and really key risk measures. So as of right now, I'm risking all the way to the low of this. So I need double that move, which is kind of tough. So that's going to be almost $1 move that I need here in TSLL, especially with the overall market starting to pull back. Buying these highs isn't necessarily the best thing to do, in my opinion, when the momentum starts to taper off, right? We are in that lunchtime hour, sorry, so we need to keep that in mind. You're not going to get that crazy momentum, and it's Friday, so the Wall Street boys are ready to get it going. Well, maybe not, because they probably took some hits on Nvidia, so they're thinking about getting out of the office somewhat early maybe today and just relaxing, but here we go in some TSLL. Seeing if it's going to work out. But again, I mentioned I'm at the highs. I'm buying the highs here, and I don't absolutely love it. So we're going to keep our risk management especially tight here. But Payco, OR, as usual, you get your money storm. Tesla, there you go. Money storm for you, Payco. Love it, love it, love it.
Get it, Payco.
Yeah, exactly. He's always getting it. So Mike Davis in the chat, a regular, says LVO contract. Let's see what we got going on with LVO Live One. Not familiar with this group. Penny stock, maybe Sharif, but it's not overly liquid. Not the best price action either. It is in play today, though, considering what this price action will tell you. It was just barcoding and algorithmic. But here, the liquidity steps in, so nice look. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Breaking out. That volume is starting to step in a little bit here, but nothing crazy. Rejecting these highs pretty good, so that's a key pivot, and it bounced right off of those. So that is the look on LVO.
All right. Redneck PP. No, it's Redneck Pepe. It's his name, Neil. What do you want? No, we're going to do this one first. So let's have look at HUBC. Here it is. Oh, that's AVGO. Oh, that's a good one. Look, it's a light on volume, though. That's the problem with HUBC, Redneck Pepe, because, well, it's cheaper, so it's got to do some more volume over here. We're talking about 85 pennies, and we've only done 6 million shares. I do like the chart pattern, though. I do like how we're coming into those highs at around 85 pennies, testing that high. I'd like to trade this one above 92 pennies. I have a rule with my small cap gappers that I like to trade them above pre-market highs. The pre-market high here, to me, was printed right at that 4 a.m. time slot. Not on much volume, about 200,000 shares, but the high there was 92.5 pennies. We're at 85 pennies, so we don't have to wait that long, possibly, to take out that level, but I don't know how I feel about breaking my rules with this one. And it's also been not really respectful of the volume weighted average price. It's kind of used VWAP here as a line of best fit, centering between the majority of the price action. That isn't what I typically use VWAP for. So I don't want to jump into HUBC super quick, but here's what I'm going to do, because it's a good possible move here. I'm going to throw it an alert at around 90 pennies to kind of give me, just to let me know ahead of time as we're approaching that pre-market high. Once we get up there, I'll definitely be interested in trading it. We'll have to see how it does between now and then, though. From now, we're going to send it to Adara, who's at the big desk.
Bang.
Part of the show is brought to you by Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop Firm offers the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals, all in one place. So just scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. We're going to take a little look here at the S&P 500, up about 0.6% right now. Both the SPY and the NASDAQ a little bit removed from their highs, but still sharply up on the day. We did have some comments from Fed Goolsbee. He started out pretty dovish and then kind of became increasingly hawkish as he continued. He did have seemingly a little bit of concerns here about what the policies of the new administration could bring, saying that he actually doesn't think a one-time tariff is particularly inflationary, but there could be some concerns if we continue to see this, so they're going to have to continue to evolve these policies. In the meantime, he does think that 2% inflation is possible, but he thinks it's going to take a little bit longer and they're going to have to be a little bit slower in their pursuit of that rate. And we have Google and Watch here as well. I mean, this one's just been chilling out near all-time highs for much of the day, saying that they're actually going to be bringing the Nvidia Blackwell GPUs to Google Cloud. It's also been a great day for earnings names, but a lot of them have actually not been so great on the day. This is DECK Deckers near day's lows, despite a really strong report. We have AbbVie kind of chopping around here as well, Intel, and I just saw, and Sharif, watch out for this one, not really a small cap, but certainly moving like one. It's Franklin Resources here, BEN. This name is up significantly on the day here on that 15-minute chart. We'll switch to a 3-minute, but this one just popped up for me for volumes, so be aware of BEN. And with that, I'm very excited here to announce we have Michael Noss here sitting next to me. He's going to talk a little bit about, I believe, nuclear. So take it away, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. So I heard Tariff there talking about these small nuclear reactors, and a lot of you guys know that I've been following the space quite a bit, as a lot of people have, because it has so much to do with the AI and how they're powering it and what's everything doing. So I just wanted to show some longer-term charts on some things that I thought that might be interesting, especially for Sharif's trade there. And this is NLR. So NLR, for those who don't know, is just an ETF that not only tracks uranium as a whole when it comes, but also all these nuclear names. And when I was looking through what the holdings were, number 3 right there, OKLO. So this would be a good one to keep on your radar if you're watching this. We're only right behind CEG and PEG. So it's got the big guys. The third one down is the little one right there. What's really stood out, you can see NLRs were kind of just stuck in a range, but it's holding very, very well. What really shocked me, and this is a chart right here, where it's actually comparing NLR, or this nuclear ETF, over uranium. So this is a relative ratio chart, and it's essentially just saying that these reactors are actually not only outperforming uranium as an ETF itself, but they're actually breaking out here. So it's just showing that even though uranium isn't moving very much, and you can kind of see it by if you eyeball the uranium chart, there's a lot of pickup in these names. So for a momentum point of view, when we're looking at momentum, it's one of those that's really interesting. So OKLO looked interesting, but I also wanted to highlight NNE a little bit. So full disclosure, I hold some of this. We got some on a pullback. But you can see these highs have just been sitting here at 31, 32 bucks forever. Broke that, came in and tested. So just across the board, it's one thing I love about watching the show, and I'm still sitting here, I'm still watching the show, but he just brought up OKLO, and it made me just kind of go down this rabbit hole, seeing a lot of strength in these nuclear names, and we know when they get going, they're really, really good momentum plays.
Yeah, thank you so much for that there, Michael Noss, for that talk on nuclear. And with that, actually, we have another talk here. It's going to be Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Both Adara and Michael as well. We got a lesson of the day here for everybody, and a little bit not abbreviated, but a little bit later. You know, got some lunch, had a meeting, but we're gonna get you the lesson no matter what. I think a lot of times we've said this before. If it's not going, if it's not moving, then you should move on. And obviously, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that while Apple wasn't a good long, the Apple moved today. So obviously this, I think, was a name that wanted to be on your radar, that you wanted to take some shots in. I think it's pretty obvious to say that Nvidia was a name, or is a name, that you wanted to be involved with, that you wanted to take some shots in. So 2 stocks that you're going to maybe be trading a little bit more heavily. But the other aspect of this is when you start to settle down after the opening rush, after 10 o'clock, maybe into lunchtime, this is where you got to have a little bit of a transition phase. If the stock that you're looking at isn't going, then you go somewhere else. And I want to shout out and thank everybody in the chat that helped reinforce this point, because we were talking about Alphabet in the pre-market, and obviously it made fresh all-time highs. You're going to not have seen me traded off of the open, which I think was a bit of a mistake. You guys can see what happened here. But eventually, as long as you get to it eventually, I think it's okay. That said, sometimes it's not that hard before the market opens up, before you're picking out all these different stocks, to know where you might want to be. And that's going to lead me to two stocks: Deckers and Walgreens. Now, Deckers down 16% after earnings. Deckers it wasn't even that bad of a report, but this is the kind of move that you know is going to create opportunities. I know Intel reported too. Intel's flat on the day. But you've got to understand that this is the kind of stock that, hey, should be on the radar, probably worth trading, and a lot of times you're not going to usually trade this unless it has a move like this or unless it has earnings. Now, I had plans for this stock and I didn't trade it, so that's why I'm slapping a fail on myself, because I like a mean reversion trade. And I can show you, here, I'll show you, Rigetti wasn't a bad trade. That's not bad. But you know what? That's nothing compared to what you could have done with Decker. And it's not rocket science. Like Rigetti, okay, fine, it made that big move off the open, you transition over to it. This one was a little bit more simple. It was bad news. It tries to rally from like $190 to $200, and then right off the open, you get a monster mean reversion with continuation. So it's a setup that is a normal one, and it's like bonkers A+, bigger opportunity percentage-wise than anything you're going to see, and it's not rocket science. It was down double digits after it reported. It's in play. You should be looking for setups on a stock like this. And it's not just that, it's Walgreens too. I'm in Walgreens now, but there's no excuse for not being in Walgreens earlier. Like I'm playing a reversion play on Walgreens, but this is the exact same principle. Shouldn't complain about being in Nvidia, shouldn't complain about being in Google, but the other stocks that we're looking at, this is down 10 points, was down more than that, is SSR. There is a very, very clean, mean reversion trade. How many times did you see me draw a trend line on Apple this morning and look for a mean revert? How many times? 4? 5? Right? How many times did you have to break the morning trend to get one monster win on Walgreens? Once. And it went clean from 960 all the way up to prior highs. Now I'm trying a mean reversion in the other direction. But this is what I'm getting at. When you have setups that you like, tried and true, they can apply to different types of stocks technically, and that's all well and good. But knowing where you should be on a day like today or on any day is so important. And you can always get wrapped up, okay, I like this stock, I like that stock, I like big cap stocks, I like Apple, it's moving around. I like Palantir, that would have been good today. But in earnings season, which we are in right now, you're going to get these big outsized moves on some random stocks that maybe you don't trade, where your tried and true setups are going to be right there for you, and they're going to be even better because there's more volatility in them. So when I look at this, I would have just had to wait patiently, which I don't have any trouble doing, to take one shot at Walgreens. Or I could be taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shots on Apple. That's what you're always trying to get better with. And look, maybe Apple does the one big one, and here's actually the trouble with this. Let's say this last one on Apple, or any one of them, gets into VWAP and makes today. That's just going to reinforce the fact that it was right to be on Apple instead of just taking that one trade on Walgreens. So it's like if Apple had worked today, you wouldn't even learn the lesson. But it would still be true because this was a better opportunity, and it's not like you're going to get a chance to trade Walgreens on a move like this every single day. That's just not how it is. So your lesson of the day, when things are moving and things are in play, you want to make sure you are on them because it's not going to be like this every day on these random stocks. When they're moving, when Rigetti's moving, you want to be over there. When Oklo's moving, you want to be over there. When Walgreens is moving, you want to be over there. And when Apple's not having the day conducive to your style, you don't have to trade Apple that day, right? So being in the right place is just as important as making the right trades or trading the right setup. That's your lesson of the day, everybody.
Really quickly, before we go back to the Bash Brothers, thank you so much for your lesson, Neil. I do want to talk here. We do have some news here. Like if you look at GM, we got a bit of a volume increase. Basically, we're seeing some reports here that Trump is now expected to issue tariffs against Canada and Mexico on March 1st. Initially, we were hearing February 1st. Now we're hearing March 1st. The other aspect of this, though, that I think is pretty crucial, so look at GM, look at Ford, look at any of those stocks that got a bit of volume to the downside on the tariff announcement yesterday. Apparently, an official from the U.S. administration is saying that Trump is reviewing details of the tariffs plan, and this could mean that there are some exemptions. However, apparently these exemptions will be, quote, few and far between. So to summarize the story, we're going to get A, later than expected tariffs, and B, potentially lighter than expected tariffs, though again, the lighter part might not actually come to fruition here. So tariff news. With that, we will go back to the guys.
Appreciate that. Adara?
I was thinking that. I thought the 25% was slightly hefty. Maybe his team making him rethink that just a little bit here, Sharif.
Yeah, man. Here's the headline, guys. If you want to read the entire thing, here it is. U.S. President expected to announce new tariffs against Canada and Mexico that will begin March 1st, but will include a process for the countries to seek specific exemptions for certain imports. 3 people familiar with the planning told Reuters the tariff situation remained fluid on Friday and no decision is final until the Donald Trump makes a public announcement. The source, who asked not to be named because they are not authorized to speak publicly on the matter, said they did not have details on the final tariff rate, but noted Trump has consistently said he plans to impose 25% tariffs on imports from the 2 countries. Separately, an administration official said Trump on Friday was reviewing tariff plans, which may allow for some exemptions. Still, any exemptions would have to be few and far between, that's quotes. While the announcement of the tariffs may roil financial markets and strain the U.S. relationship with its 2 trading partners, offering a 28-day window, because February, right, shortest month, before implementation, and a process for exemptions would suggest a more careful approach by the Trump administration. Would also buy time for negotiations over actions by Canada and Mexico to meet Trump's stated goals for the duties. To pressure the United States, your neighbors, blah, blah, blah. The whole point is, basically, we're looking here at, I just have to, my Oklo trade and not going very good. All right, so it's good. So we're breaching 44s on Oklo. I've got my stop in the low 80s. I've taken out the majority of the position on the top there, but we still have a few more out. So this is going to have to hold higher lows. Otherwise, we're gone, and it looks like we're going to be gone here. A bit of a tougher day trading, no question about it. Same thing over here with Rigetti. Took out some on the top, on the move up, back up, but it's right at VWAP again. So let's see if we can get another VWAP bounce over here, possibly head to the high side and take out some in the 70s. Yeah, not a whole lot of continuity. Goodness gracious, good God almighty. I just got stopped out bottom wick on Oklo. But you know what, Joseph, I think this is the right thing to do because it's not able to put any higher highs. Yeah. I keep trying to catch the bounces, but it's just putting in lower lows and lower highs. So I got to stop giving back money on this one. Rigetti's the one that's holding VWAP, so we'll focus on that one. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, good luck there. We're still sitting in this TSLA, and we're going to hop in some cues. This is what I see here, guys. From an intraday perspective, on that news, you see these massive bottom wick candles with that isolated volume signature there, guys. So let's see if we get this bounce here in SPY. I wanted to trade the Qs. It's not as clean on the Qs as it is on the SPY, slightly above the volume weighted average price, but that's okay. Bouncing right off at 529.15, we're trading at right now, and 529.09 is where that bounce happened. So looking at that, but I think the SPY setup is slightly better. It's just that the Qs significantly cheaper, and you can use TQQ as well too on that, guys. But let's get back to some TSL and see what we got going on with that. Slowly grinding higher. I don't know how much to expect on this because we're up around 5% here on Tesla. So yeah, Los Polios, I don't necessarily have one, and that may not be the best idea, but let's see if we can top 420 again, and then maybe we'll take the majority of the position off. But that's the game plan right here. So 2880s maybe here on Tesla. I mentioned this before. From a risk to reward standpoint, we're not sitting in the best spot. So our positioning isn't the best here, all right? So keep that in mind. We've already took risk off, so now we need to put our stop to break even, and that's that. Maybe we'll get back into the trade, but I would rather be in this TQQ trade, regardless if it works or not, just because of the positioning of it around the volume weighted average price and SPY as well too. So we've tried to test and break that hammer low, but we haven't done it just yet. So if we can continue and slowly start to curl over, I think that we can go and potentially trade around those highs of days or head towards it at least anyway. So, but let's talk a little bit about Apple here, guys. Seems to be the name of the game of this session. Slightly disappointing, looking for some continuation in the trend. So if you've got the short, then congratulations. But let's see if price starts to slowly curl around here, putting in this flat bottom, some lower highs or higher lows there, guys. Sorry. But again, just range bound at this moment. So we're going to need some volume to step in or somewhat of a cover rally to kind of curl back over and then head back towards the volume weighted average price. But in the meantime, we're just going to sit in this TSLL and in some TQQs to see if we can get that move higher. And for the TQQ trade, for a profit target, would be around 86.74 or the highs of days, all right? So that's something that I'm going to be looking at, continuing to monitor. If we break that isolated candle's lows, then I'm going to get out of Dodge, reassess the situation, and find something else on the radar.
All right. Thank you for that, Joseph. Where's the stop on Rigetti below the $0.50, my man? So we're long on Rigetti 69s. We're showing 62s. It's going to have to hold the $0.50. As you saw over here, it defended the half. So it's going to have to defend it. Otherwise, I want no smoke on this bad boy. So we're going to keep tabs on that. We're long Meta, though, at the volume weighted out, well, for a VWAP bounce. So it just took out some there to the high side in 7. Let's layer the orders right now, though, see if we can capture some profits on the Zuck train up on this, you know what. It's been good. It's been decent VWAP holds today on Meta, whether that continues to do the same dance, especially because it's in front of 700. Different story, showing me 78s right now on the ask. Where am I waiting here? I'm just waiting in front of the whole dollar, so it's going to have to pop up a little bit more. META, the futures above 21,900. It defend VWAP, so keeping an eye on the future now that we're involved in a meg name. So back to Rigetti, because we're involved in that one as well. This one's going to have to hold up at these levels over here. We've already moved up the stop. So the stop's we're going to have to defend that $0.50. So that's my thinking on Rigetti. We'll see exactly how it all ends up panning out. Not much else for me to talk about except Meta and Rigetti. There's not many in the way of small caps today. Whether small caps or like small cap like stocks are all breaking down below VWAP. None of them have that continuity, that strength that we saw. I'm looking at the Rust. The Rust is not doing that badly. I mean, it's up 0.42. It's definitely underperforming the NASDAQ on the day, which is up 1 1/3. The ES is up 2/3, and the Dow is essentially flat, up 0.08. So, definitely keeping an eye on the Russell to see if there's going to be continuity in the small caps. But yeah, definitely, not really able to catch the right wind with these bad boys today. So we're in Rigetti right now, looking for a VWAP hold. What's everybody else looking at? Throw in your tickers in the chat. Let me know what you guys are looking at. We'll analyze them for you as we wait to see what these trades do. Still holding Meta, still holding Rigetti. Nothing doing here. Look at BBAI. Let's have a look at BBAI. We looked at BBAI yesterday. It was not a bad name yesterday, I don't think. Let's have a look at yesterday's price action. Yeah, yesterday's price action was quite directional. We got more highs today, definitely a lot weaker of a name than it was yesterday. Still up 4.88, almost 5% now. It was definitely at the highs at 4.5. Yeah, look, this one's not really giving you that parabolic effect or anything like that, but it's positive on the day. So if you're holding this for a swing, you're happy. You're up 5% on the day, so it's not a bad look there. We're going to Adair at the big desk.
We're actually going to Michael Noss and myself here. We're going to talk a little bit about China because I know, Michael, you've been looking at some of these China ETFs today, including CQQQ, which I didn't even realize was a ticker. So I guess with that move after the tariffs, what are your kind of thoughts right now? What are you looking at for China?
Yeah, if we zoom in just briefly, and you can see we're getting little spikes around what's happening with FXI, which is the overall ETF. But from a longer term chart, I think the more tariff talk that is at all positive, I think is the better, because China has been priced in as this thing is never going anywhere. They're going to get tariffed into the ground. It's going to be absolutely awful. But I have some charts here that kind of shows that I think if we get any kind of confirmation that there's going to be less tariffs than people thought, or they're going to get delayed even longer, a lot of these charts are kind of set up. So this first one we're actually looking at right now, this is FXI. So this is your large cap guys. It's your Baba, your JD.com, all of these big names. And massive move here we had off of when they did the stimulus. This is a weekly chart, so back quite a while. Putting in this potential round at bottom, right? Buy smiley faces, sell frowny faces, and all of that. In this level, you can see going back, it's $33 a share. It's been resistance and support, resistance, support. We can go over and we can talk a little bit about the CQQQ, and this is the one that you mentioned that you didn't know. But basically, all it is trying to take the regular QQQ and put a C in front of it, and then it has all to do with China. So this pattern is a very interesting one, an inverse head and shoulders type pattern, and I've anchored a VWAP from, I don't know if it's the all-time high, but this major high that we got right here in 2020. So my game plan would be is if we can get back up to that zone, that's where this kind of sentiment shift has come in. So under the hood, just a couple names quickly that are kind of interesting. This is, I'm probably going to butcher this, Xiaomi.
Oh, Xiaomi.
Xiaomi.
I think Sharif pronounces it pretty well. Yeah, I think it's Xiaomi.
Xiaomi. This is the Apple of China,
Yes,
I believe is what people, so they sell phones and tablets and things like that. It's a great look. It's an all-time high breakout. You have to get this one on the kind of pink sheets. It's XIACY. That's very interesting. We have TME, which is Tencent Music, which is one of the strongest China names out there. And you can see as I go through all these charts, they've had very strong moves after the stimulus, and then they've just been consolidating really, really tight. So these are very interesting. And then JD.com as well is looking, so a lot of bottoming patterns go on. So my question is, because I was listening while you guys were reading that, they mentioned US and Canada mostly. Is there any talk about China there? Do we think it's going to go expand to that?
He has hinted, Donald Trump hinted last night that there is going to be something with regards to China. He said they're in the process of discussing what that's going to be. But yeah, I think that the China tariffs are the ones that I think people are probably looking forward to, or for lack of a better term, or wanting to hear about the most. But I think they're the ones we've kind of heard the least about as of right now. So that's been my take on tariffs. But I think you're right, when we get something on that could be interesting.
Yeah, and interesting, I was in New York recently, had an interesting chat with Dan Ives, who's a for those who don't know, big tech investor. And he's not a technician, but his fundamental thesis, which I'm starting to agree with, is that everything that we're seeing here, all these charts, when we zoom out, are really, really beaten up. You know, we're sitting right at lows for a lot of these names. So this is kind of priced for failure almost, right? Remember Kava back when everyone thought it was going to go, or Carvana when it was going to go bankrupt. And basically just saying, so I don't think it has to be news comes out that there's not going to be any tariffs, but I think if the world's pricing in 25%, he comes out and he says it's 15 or 10%, this could be the greatest beta play. And a lot of people don't know this. China actually outperformed the S&P 500 last year with that move that happened. Wow. And these prior highs on FXI were at $30 right now. They're sitting at 53 or so. So, to see an ETF and even a country ETF with that potential gain, even just getting back to those highs, I think there's some good beta in China this year.
And I have one really quick question for you too before we throw it back to the Bash brothers over there in the midday. I know your fellow CMT Brian Shannon has expressed a little bit of skepticism, or he says he's kind of not really a China trader. So with that in mind, do you have any specific risk management that you take into mind when you trade these names compared to trading non-Chinese ADRs, I guess?
And that's a really good point. I'm actually glad, because I usually do a caveat, but yeah, there's a couple things with China. First of all, and especially with this whole DeepSeek thing, when I was talking to Dan Ives, he basically said the whole thing of them training this thing off $6 million, he believes there's a less than 0% chance.
Yeah.
So you can't trust a lot of the data that comes out of there. So if you're a fundamental trader, you have to watch that as well. Also, all the trading is going to happen overnight, right? They're going to have their market section, and then we're going to have our market section as well. So what I would do is say, if you are not very comfortable in individual names, you can diversify with going longer out. And the three major ETFs to look at, I think FXI is going to be your large cap. It's probably going to be the safest because it's, again, Baba and all these big names. The CQQQ, which we mentioned, is going to be more speculative tech. And then there's just the famous K-Web. And this is more laser focused, and this is just Chinese internet. So it's going to be kind of a risk spectrum. And I think FXI, if you're really risk averse, I think you can still have exposure there, because even if something dramatic comes out and China gaps down 10% that day, it's still only going to be a 10% move.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for going over that with us, Michael Noss. And with that, we will turn you back to the Bash Brothers in the Midday Show.
Appreciate that. And it's always nice to have the NOS boss on set, man. Always learn a lot. Michael, we always mention what you told us about VWAP and how hedge funds are constantly using it. A lot of the information the NOS boss passes on, we always pass on to you. So it's nice to have him in studio and to get the real deal, Joseph, because, you know, there's only so much you can learn by talking to somebody a couple of times a week, right? Rather than having them in studio, getting to actually chat with them every day and kind of learn how they're thinking, what they're doing, and what their situation's like with their trading and the mental game, because it's such a mental game too. So
I think
it's an interesting look. People are yelling about Riot, though.
Yeah,
Joseph.
Riot. Yeah,
How's that
Riot.
doing over there?
We'll talk a little bit about Riot here, guys, but slowly just piecing stuff out. If we can pull up my chart on the TQs, getting that bounce, man. What a beautiful signal. I don't know. I talk about them all the time. So there it is. That indecision candle, beautiful print on that. Let's talk a little bit about Riot and see what we got going on. I forget who mentioned in the chat said it was breaking out. And when I was watching it, I'm like, oh, okay, it's not really doing too much. But now the momentum slowly started to kick in here. And we're starting to move to the top side. But still in no man's land, trading within this range here on Riot. But let's pull it up from a daily perspective, an intraday perspective, zoom in here. And here we go. Starting to really, really move to the top side. That momentum kicking in, guys. Holding the volume weighted average price. And here we go. Continuing to climb higher and higher and higher. The break of the high a day. Beautiful. Lots of momentum. Excuse me. Momentum there in Riot. So I don't know what's going on. Let's take a look at a couple of these other Bitcoin miners here, Sharif, and see what we got going on with Mara. I could probably tell you what that thing's doing without even having to look at it. But let's pull it up here. Why are you doing? Yeah, okay. So it's breaking out now, but not nearly as close to the highs of days as Riot is. Momentum starting to pull in. Here, what's going on?
Just some stuff that was said on the interview today or something.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, yeah. But here we go. So breaking through the volume weighted average price and some key support level, resistance levels here. Sorry. Now going to go and test this pivot and then potentially go and test that high of day on Mara. With these Bitcoin miners moving, what does that have to do with IBIT, or how is it trading per se, and not doing too much? So I'm curious to what's up with that. Usually they move in conjunction together there, Sharif, but it doesn't seem to be the case right now.
Finally, Joseph.
You got something rolling here?
Whew. Damn, bro.
Dang, bro.
What the hell's going on today? I was just like, nothing was just working, dude. Every time I get into something, it's like,
how's that meta going there?
Well, you know what? We're in Rigetti.
Okay.
And the palms aren't sweaty.
All right.
Because we're taking it to the high side, 20 banger right now, 25 banger. Now we're looking for that 14 break and take. I got shares on this one, so get it, Katina, man. So we're looking for a 14 break and take because we've been ranging between 13.50 and 14 since we broke down below 14 at 10:30. So we're 2 hours now within this range. Goodness gracious. That's a long time to be in a range. So looking for this one to take out the top now, waiting at that $14. We're front running it there in the mid 90s, but we're going to throw some orders up there as well. Let's throw some orders in front of the whole dollar, and then we'll put some on the north side of the whole dollar as well in case, we wick up there and get something printed around there. So keeping an eye out on that. Got stopped out of Meta. Though for the last remaining amount, I had taken out 2 of 3 outs, got stopped out for the remaining amount there on META. So it gives up VWAP and it makes a newer low. So I tried to place my Meta stop below the previous area low. Doesn't work. Meta giving back now. Lower high, lower high, lower high, and then we're continuing to make lower high here on META, despite the fact that the NASDAQ is a lot closer to the highs than it is anywhere near VWAP or the lows, in fact. So doesn't matter. There seems to be a disconnect right now between Meta and the future, and that's fine. They're not the same thing, so why should they be trading the same? Sometimes there's an overlap. So we're in Rigetti. It's the only trade that we've got positive on right now with $14 acting as a resistance level, multiple outs so far, but we're definitely holding way more size. Yeah, I got lots more out over here, so we can even wet our beak over here just for the hell of it. But I am waiting now for the $9 TCM is holding at VWAP. So this is an interesting one. TCTM, excuse me. TCTM, it's holding at the volume weighted average price. This is kind of what I want to see with multiple holds of VWAP there. We're going to get into this one. And now we're going to look for a curling effect. So we're long at 83s. Let's see if this one wants to work back into that whole dollar. It's defended the volume weighted average price quite well. So we'll see if this one wants to give us something positive in small cap gapper world, because Rigetti doesn't count as a small cap gapper. It's definitely not a small capper. We'll talk more about that when we get back from a Derek at the big desk.
Continuing to read here about this tariff situation. So this is, again, the report here basically is that these tariffs are unlikely to start until March 1st, and that apparently some countries will be able to get exemptions. The one thing I'm seeing, though, just now coming through that is from the same article but wasn't in those initial headlines is that apparently Trump is likely to announce a process that will allow countries to seek exemptions for certain imports. So with that in mind, it might not be the entire country getting hit. It might only be aspects. So apparently still the exemptions are going to be, quote, few and far between. So that might not be that much of a win, but it's something to be aware of. Oil here on watch, too, because we know BOIL and USO, I think especially USO, had quite the reaction when those tariffs were initially announced and signed in by Donald Trump yesterday. So be aware here of oil and any vehicle or import-related names there, guys. Back to you.
MTSR, guys, new IPO just opened. We're 1 minute, or we're 10 minutes deep. So let's flip to the one Katina, man, so we can see exactly when it opened up at. So opened up at exactly 12:34. We're 3 minutes deep. Here we are, 27.50 high. It looks like it opened up at 26 and change. I don't know what this company is because biotech, the Katina man says. So I have no information on it other than the amount of volume it's done on the day, Joseph. About 683,000 shares. Peptides, yeah, proteins. Yeah, so they're working on peptides to treat obesity. They're working on peptides to treat obesity and related conditions. I like that, Katina man. That's a noble cause. Well, we're going to champion that cause. It's breaking out, though, Katina man. 28.87 HOD. The spread is wide, Adara, on MTSR. Listen to response. No, seriously, though, guys. So we're going to throw that on there. A new IPO. I think this is the second one this week, Joseph, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
all of a sudden, Donald Trump's back in office, and we're getting IPOs.
IPO, M&A, yeah, I know. That was kind of the ideal plan there. I think that's where we're going to start to pick up. You'd see more IPOs because it's been extremely quiet on that list. There's a couple big ones potentially coming up, like Discord, I believe is going to. Yeah, that would be really cool. That's going to be a monster. Yeah.
Joseph,
I think it's in the. Yeah, go ahead.
Just want to tell them, Escape Planet. There it is. MTSR. Sorry to interrupt you, brother.
That's all I had. Really was. That's the only one I know that's potentially coming.
Fair enough. It's good enough.
Is Discord, but I mean, hey, we've seen what happened with Reddit. Really, really strong.
What happened?
Well, it's trading higher now. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere around those all-time highs. But it did sell off, I'm pretty sure, after the IPO. But, I mean, Discord, I think that's going to be an interesting one. Maybe we'll look to get involved in that as well, too, because a lot of people use Discord. I think it's a great platform, to be honest with you, to connect with peers around wherever they may be. That's how I talked to my guy, Greg V, over in
hey, that's nice.
Connecticut there. But, yeah, guys.
He's in Connecticut, eh?
Yeah, he's over there. He's on the
he's one of those guys.
Coast. Yeah, he's one of those guys. The Boston. The Boston fans there. We don't know about those guys. But yeah, Apple here, guys. Let's take a look at Apple and see what we got going on. Still at the bottom of at the lows of the day here. Let's see if we can break through this consolidation phase. Slowly starting to curl over. The only way I'm going to look to get involved in this here again is if we can catch the bottom of the range. And as of right now, we're at the top of it, so I don't want to go mid-range. Let's see if we can get back into this around 238.80s, and then maybe get somewhat of a bounce here because we are range bound. So top VIP, let's go short Tesla and make money both ways. Nice trade long earlier, bro. I appreciate you. You're shorting Tesla right now. Let's take a look at Tesla one more time. One more time. Daft Punk.
Yeah, boy.
Those were good times. But yeah, here we go. I think this isn't a horrible spot to short it either, top VIP, because you are at a high day and now we're just slowly grinding higher. That momentum to the downside, I would like to see some volume step in order for me to do that and break through some key support levels. So again, might be a little bit of a slow burner. Also a really strong stock today as well too. So something that I necessarily wouldn't be looking to short. unless those definitive signals really came into play. But as of right now, slow turnaround, still bullish on this thing. Let's see what Apple does. Let's see what the TQQ does. And this guy's yesing over there. Whoa, 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 you got a face slapper over there, man.
Joseph, I mean, we're still negative on the day, but bro, it feels good to finally get a dub. My goodness gracious. Go Rigetti. Rigetti, are the knees heavy? Are your palms sweaty? I hope not. I don't want to shake your hand if your palms are sweaty. My cousin always sweats from his hands, bro. And I tell him, wash your hands or dry your hands before shaking my dang hand. I'm sick of having your nasty sweat all over me every time I shake your hand. All right, so 14.10 right now. We're waiting on the next out there. We're long 64s on Rigetti. Good move up through 14. 14 has been a resistance level essentially all morning, Katina, man, since we dropped below that 1030. There it is, the 14.10, and bang! We'll take out that. Now we're going to wait at 15s, Joseph. Let's see if this one wants to take out that level. We're also involved in another winner right now. It goes by the ticker TCTM. A couple of outs on this bad boy, but it's having trouble with nines. But as the spiled one would say, this looks like it's rounded bottoming. How do I know that? Well, it flattened out at VWAP. It's putting incrementally higher lows and higher highs, but I do see a whole bunch of resistance from 1135 till 1155, right around that low 90s area. That poses a problem. I'm talking about this area over here. Let's see if we can squeeze. Here we go with 90s and change. I'm waiting at 91s, and then obviously we have 4 decimal places to take up on this bad boy. That's why a lot of algos don't trade these south of $1. So we'll see if this one wants to squeeze above that dollar, above 90 pennies. We're gonna have to get above 90 pennies before we can talk about that dollar, but we're hanging out at that 90 pennies with higher lows. So that means the buyers are picking this up at higher levels on every incremental move down. Let's see if that means anything. We're up 400%, 391%. So it should be on a lot of people's radars, right? You think if people were looking at their scanners, they're looking at these top winners. We'll see if we can get something to the high side over here. Back to Rigetti. We're still zigging and zagging at 14.10. I'm waiting at 15s. We got decent size up on this one. We're going to look to take some more profits above that level. So let's go and throw out some orders. 15s there. We're going to put it next at 20s. Increments of 5 pennies. Why not? We're dealing with a $14 name. I want to look back at Oklo. I think I'm cruising for a bruise in here, though, if I get back into this one. The only reason I'm even looking at Oklo at these levels is because it's at VWAP. It's up, I believe, only 3 1/3 right now on the day. OKLO trades on the NYSE. Here we go. So Oklo, a loser for me on the day, but it is coming into that 43 1/5. Between 43 to 43 1/5. But guess what? We still don't have a change in trend. So throwing out an order at VWAP at this level is not the right thing for me since I'm negative on it. I clearly have not had the right read on it today. You just got to admit that to yourself. So what I need here is proof that VWAP is actually going to act as a support level and not just another line on the chart that gets breached. So by definition, obviously, you're going to have to wait until it closes, defends that area before getting in. When you do that, you don't have the best price because you're foregoing getting in at the best price to wait for confirmation. So that's the trade-off there, okay? So I'm waiting right now to see what the situation is on OKLO. I could absolutely be persuaded to get back in here. It's a good technical level that sometimes we can bounce off, but I'm going to need proof. I need higher highs and higher lows. We haven't gotten that at all, at all. Since that 45.23 high of the day, it has been strictly lower lows and lower highs. I don't want that smoke. It's not for me. I'm going to need confirmation. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joseph. What do you got?
Hey, good look there. Guys, I just want to mention it's 12:43, and we only have 610 votes on the Playmaker. We should easily be closer to 1,000 now, guys. So do us a favor, get those votes in. Please and thank you on the Playmaker poll. Let's see what we got going on. It is most likely a landslide. But I mean, if those short votes start to come in, then who knows, we can tighten that race up here in the Playmaker poll. So guys, come on, please and thank you very much. Also like and subscribe to the channel, guys. But those Playmaker polls, let's get those votes in, man. Let's get the everybody involved here. And there, you can voice your opinion on certain things.
Okay.
But let's see what else we got going on, guys. Joe, are you adding to VIX before Monday's tariffs? No, we were just going over that. It has now been prolonged until March. So, and he's going to reassess the situation, it seems to be the case. So, I don't think any VIX plays are going to be the thing just yet. But let's take a look at the VIX here real quick.
What's the situation?
I'm assuming that we're trading higher today, Sharif. So the VIX is most likely going to be down here. And yeah, there we go. So 5-minute inverse correlation, doing essentially bupkis, as Sharif would like to say, on the day. So,
My man.
Yeah. Here we go. Selling off. So as the market appreciates, the VIX declines. Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective and see what we got going on. So we did have a little bit of that. We had a spike here. I forget what the news was here. Oh, I think this was the pause, maybe. Or no, that was a couple days ago. Actually, it was on Wednesday. Actually, so no, that's not the pause. It's something else where the VIX spiked. But again, selling off here, man. I've really got to start getting involved in buying some puts on this thing, especially in high spike, Sharif, because look what it does. It just reverts back to the mean here. So, yeah, we got to come up with something along those lines and see what we can get doing with the VIX, because I think it's a great tool to use, especially with that one statistic that I told you before, and it did play out in the overall market. So when the VIX spikes over 80% in a session, within the coming months, the market makes a new all-time highs, and that's what the SPY did. It made a new all-time high shortly after, even though we had some bad news in between. It rebounded extremely quick, so that's something I'm going to be looking into. No, dude, what? Dude, officially, dude, what? What's going on, brother? You tell me. What are you thinking? Because I know that sounds like a light bulb moment, the way you just mentioned something. So let me know what you are thinking there officially, and we'll talk about it, because I know it's definitely options related. So interesting I'll be looking forward to having that conversation with you, because it sounds like you have some good ideas. But here we are in some TSLL, actually no, TQQ, sorry guys, holding on to this one. Let's see if we can bounce a little bit more. If we come back to the break even, we're gonna get out of dodge, because we failed to break the high of day here. So forming a lower high, which isn't the best here, but that's okay. We'll hold on until otherwise, because I think this market may put in another leg, but it is also Friday too, Sharif.
It's Friday again.
It's Saturday, Sunday.
It's Friday again. Yeah, it is Friday. You up to anything this weekend?
No, just the in-laws coming over, yeah, and in the gym playing.
In-laws, like as in the girlfriend's parents?
Yeah,
okay,
cool. Not married.
I was like, what's going on over there?
Yeah, just call them that, I guess.
Yeah,
out of respect.
Fair.
So,
yeah, that's respectful.
yeah, so that, and then just hockey this evening over at the McCormick's Arena.
Hold on,
yeah.
You had hockey yesterday.
Yeah, we got smoked, man.
You got smoked?
Yeah, 4-1.
Eek.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah, that's all right.
Can't win them all, baby.
Dampers the mood, though.
Who's
you
the team?
Win. I don't even remember their name, to be honest with you. But that's a game that we shouldn't have lost. Our goalie just came back from vacation, so he wasn't fully dialed in either. So it is what it is. I didn't play the best either, which is totally fine. But yeah, there's always another.
You win some, you lose some, baby.
Exactly,
but
so.
You got in the sesh though. Obviously, you put in work.
Put in work, as
there
always.
You go.
So, but we got hockey tonight, and then we'll hit the gym.
You're doing 2 days in a row?
Yeah, man, we play, man.
Okay.
We're out here on the ice. They need your boy out there. Yeah,
I feel you.
They need me out there, man.
I like it, Joseph. All right, here's the deal, boys and girls, and ladies and gentlemen. We just took out some at 20s. Now we're waiting at 24s. I'm talking about Rigetti. My knees are not heavy anymore on this one, because we're well away from my entry. 1365. Now we're doing the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants at 1420. We're having trouble taking that level out. The level that I'm keeping my eye on, though, is that HOD 1446. I expect some trouble in and around that level, obviously, because that is a high of the day. So we're going to keep tabs on this bad boy right now. I'm talking about RGTI. I'm still cruising for a bruising, though, on OKLO. Let me tell you, it keeps calling my name, bouncing off VWAP, but not putting in higher highs and higher lows. So I don't want to get back in here and give back more money. I need to see a trend change. And again, waiting means I get a worse price. I get that. I get all that, but I'm negative on it, and I don't want to go more negative on it right now. So I tried to catch bottoms multiple times into the 10. Into the 20, exponential on the 5. Nothing worked. Even price action support didn't work. So I'm going to need something above 44. Otherwise, we don't get involved. That's the area crest that I see. If we make a high above that 44, In my humble estimation, that is a change in trend, and that will get me in on a closing basis. I don't want to see a wick above 44 and then have this one pull back. Let's see if it can close above that 44 print. We'll weasel back into OKLO. It's a good area at the volume weighted average price. So that's the situation. TCTM, we're also involved in that one. Over here. And it's now we've got a flat top breakout right now, possibly on 90 pennies. There is a seller of note that has been keeping this bad boy below generally 90 pennies. Now, it's not strictly 90 pennies because we're dealing with a sub $1 name. So we got those 4 decimal places. So we'll get into like that 91, that 92, but it keeps rejecting that general 90 penny area. The other side of that though is higher lows. So you feel we're accumulating for a flat top break. If that is the case, layer your orders because sometimes it spikes through that level and then comes all the way back down. You want to be on the receiving end of fill orders in that situation where it spikes. So throw out resting orders like I'm doing right now, and maybe we'll get a print when we get back from Adara at the big desk.
We have Apple here, AAPL, which is actually consolidating near day's lows right now. And we have a comment here from UBS, of course, an analyst here, saying that they actually don't think the new iPhone SE model is likely to boost the company's sales. They said that the muted demand for iPhones during Q4 2024 was not super surprising to them. But they said that was also interesting. There wasn't a lot of commentary around the iPhone as a whole during the call, which they found pretty interesting. And so they said that the outlook that Apple gave implies, quote, flattish growth in a quarter that should benefit from a new product launch. So not super bullish here on iPhone SE, just to kind of summarize that note, again, coming from UBS, guys.
So since we brought this whole thing, it's time to do the work. So I listened to the call, obviously, yesterday, and I have detailed notes on the call. So we're going to get into those now. Just allow me an opportunity to load up my email and load this bad boy up. There we go. So with respect to the iPhone, what was asked specifically was, does artificial intelligence or AI or Apple Intelligence move the needle? And in markets where Apple Intelligence is available, which is very few, they're only English-speaking markets where Apple Intelligence is available, iPhone sales went up. I'm talking about the 16 relative to what? Relative to the 15. In jurisdictions where English is not the first language, case in point, China, iPhone sales are doing badly. Now, is there a fix for that? Sure, in the intermediate term. What does that mean? April, we're going to get a mild Apple Intelligence release in China. However, the full Apple Intelligence release will not be released in China until they have a local Chinese partner. That is an insistence of the government there. Why? Obviously, we have security issues, cultural issues that China has waxed poetic about in the past. So we're going to have to wait to see, number one, who they choose, and number two, how that ends up panning out. Do we get the same type of application for artificial or Apple Intelligence in Mandarin as we do in English? I submit to you that's a harder feat than you may think. It's not just the same thing. Language is obviously very nuanced, and so the things that may activate and do well in English, maybe not necessarily in Mandarin. So very interesting with respect to that, but they had the data kind of to protect them there. Now let's look at some more stuff. You can come to my screen if you'd like. So Tim Cook highlighted record breaking, obviously revenue. We're talking about triple digits now in the billions as opposed to double digits. This is very Amazon-esque, $124 billion in Q1. We're also talking about record EPS. Apple Intelligence was emphasized as a transformative feature, now available across iPhone, iPad, obviously, and other on MacBooks as well. Cook, that is, announced upcoming expansions to more languages and regions starting in April 2025. China going to be one of those as well. We know that iPhone sales missed 69.1 billion versus the 71 that was expected, 71 and change. Mac revenue surged substantially, 16% year over year, up to 9 billion, driven obviously by that new M4 processor that everybody's very happy about. Services revenue, we're talking about $100 billion a year in revenue now from services with a gross margin of around 82%. You can do the math there. That grew 14% year over year, and they're looking for low double-digit growth when it comes to services in the next quarter. We're also talking about gross margins, record gross margins for Apple, 46.9% for a company that has physical products. Physical products equal lesser gross margins. You don't get the type of gross margins that you get in SaaS and software and stuff like that. Now the outlook. Apple rarely guides, and when they do, they're quite conservative in their guide. So they're guiding Q2 2025 total revenue grow to mid to low single digits, projecting about 2.5% headwind though from foreign exchange. So the strength of the US dollar going to be a bit of a headwind for them. We need to really account for that because that's going to be about a 2.5% hit to revenue. So that's a bit of a problem there. Services revenue, as I mentioned, expected to grow in the low double digits. Gross margins, something that I always keep my eye on for Q2 of 2025, expected to be between 46.5 to 47. Keep in mind, they just made a record with 46.9. So now they're guiding potentially at the high end, another record. Cook confirmed as well in April. Cook confirmed as well in April that, what's over here, where am I looking? In April rollout, okay, we already know about the Apple Intelligence. Let's go over here. Now, this was interesting. Now we got the questions from the analyst. And it's really interesting to see what the questions are from the analyst because you can kind of gauge analyst sentiment based upon the tone of the question. So Eric Woodring from Morgan Stanley asked about the influence of Apple Intelligence on iPhone demand. This is where Tim Cook responded and said that markets with Apple Intelligence showed stronger performance for the 16 models, especially features like writing tools and Genmoji. The guy from Melius questioned potential benefits from cost reductions due to DeepSeek developments. Cook emphasized that Apple's hybrid model for silicon would take advantage of less demanding language models like the one by DeepSeek. And then the Evercore analyst inquired about emerging markets. Cook highlighted double-digit growth in India, which we know is a monster market, but the caveat with India is you want to sell in India, you're going to have to build in India, which we already know Apple's doing. Likewise with Foxconn, their biggest supplier, opening up plants in India. The Bank of America analyst asked him about channel inventory levels in China, and Cook explained that the inventory reductions accounted for over half the revenue decline. And basically what happened here was they gauged China sentiment, China demand, I should say, for the iPhone too strongly, and they paid the price for that by overbuilding. And so that they're going to do, it looks like they're going to underproduce next time. So the sentiment analysis here was positive in tone with questions focused on the future demand for Apple Intelligence, as well as the revenue growth, and most notably, though, the emerging markets and the gross margins that come with those emerging markets. So that is kind of the look there. The risk and the concerns, of course, management did cite the foreign exchange headwinds, as we talked about. They're looking at about a 2.5% hit to revenue because of the strong US dollar. Analysts did question the sustainability of growth in China because of other cheaper handsets. And the Chinese consumer seems to be very interested all of a sudden in local brands. Well, how did they do that? Because they're able to make these 5G chips despite the fact that there are export embargoes for those 5G chips that have been in place since Donald Trump's first term. Obviously, there's been a lot of time since that time for them to be able to outmaneuver those headwinds, let's call them that. And then the staggered rollout of Apple Intelligence as well being cited here as a bit of a concern because you're not really getting the full adoption. The consumer is not able to see what kind of a full product they can possibly have with this staggered rollout. So a bit of a tougher look when it comes to that. So those are the risks and the concerns. Quarter over quarter comparison, not bad. Revenue grew from $94.9 billion in Q4 of 2024 to a $124.3 billion, but that's not a fair comp because we're talking about the Christmas season for that Q4. So obviously, usually a little bit higher sales in the Christmas season. Services revenue, that's what I really want to see. They're expecting that grew, 12 to 14% quarter over quarter, with gross margins, as we mentioned already, increasing from 46.2 to a record 46.9. So not all just bad, but stuff to be concerned about. You have to be concerned about the rollout of Apple Intelligence in foreign languages. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to have the same adoption. Joseph.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, man. Good look on that, Sharif. This guy always does. You do some intense due diligence.
Oh, yeah.
Usually in the morning and stuff. Well, I guess that it fascinates you, right? So you enjoy doing it. So I was listening to Kramer last night as well too. That's one thing I do when I eat my meals. I just throw on some Mad Money.
That's why I didn't want to get into it, because I had all that.
You had all this stuff. Yeah,
exactly.
it's way better than me being like, hey man, hey, iPhones are sales down whatever percent in China and whatever. That's more detailed and appreciated. So yeah, man, and that's one thing I like. This is how I think about it.
Yes, sir.
Word of mouth can spread like wildfire. And if this Apple intelligence was really like groundbreaking and you needed to get the iPhone 16, then you would know immediately. People would be like, oh, we need to get our hands on this thing. But again, the rollout has been slightly slower. But one thing that I found interesting was that they are spending significantly less amount of money compared to the other hyperscalers, as you like to refer them to.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I think that's interesting. I do think that it's better. People are already saying just wait for the super cycle to come for the 17, but I'm like, that's not till 26, I'm pretty sure. So I think that people are still going to get involved, especially if Apple, a little bit more of a slow grind, but if they get it right, then they're going to be at the top of the class again. So yeah, that's my opinion on Apple.
Yes, sir. We got to go to Adara though.
Okay, yeah, I didn't get that one there. We're going to send it off to Adara.
Yep.
Thank you so much there for that technical, or that, I guess, fundamental analysis of Apple there, Sharif. And I mean, we talked about this yesterday as well. I made this graphic for TTV Research with regards to Apple's pretty sharp drop in market share in China by Q4 2024 versus Q4 2023, especially when you see all of these other major brands, including Xiaomi that Michael mentioned earlier, significantly gaining market share during that period. But I know, Michael, you were inspired by that fundamental talk, and you had some technical stuff you wanted to mention on Apple.
Yeah, as always, right? That was a great breakdown. But when people are talking fundamental stuff, as a technician, I like to go look at the chart. So I've got a daily chart here on Apple, and this is kind of the obvious level that I think everyone, CMT or not, is going to look at, and that's 235 or so. Held his resistance back here, broke his support, came back down, holding again as support. But we take a look at the 15-minute chart, right? And inspired by Brian Shannon. I see you always keep his book up here, which is awesome. This is that big gap down and reversal day that we had. And this orange line is the anchored VWAP from that price. So the reason this would be important is if a large institution is trying to fill a buy order on Apple, they would anchor it to that price where we had that big volume spike. And I've highlighted with a couple boxes here, ever since that day, every time we come down to that price, we seem to hold his support, and we have these big rallies off it. And this is showing me, again, there is some sort of institution buy system that's taking place at Apple, or just taking shots at Apple every time we get down to that price. So we're looking kind of weak here. That's sitting around 235.87, so might be an area to watch for potential day trade bounce if we get there later in the day, or something that I'm a little bit more interested in, potentially taking a swing trade. Because look at what happened last time we got there after earnings. We had a massive push higher. So if we're going to get that grind back down to that price, that's something I'm going to keep an eye on.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that, Michael. And I think it's also really timely given the fact that we did have, of course, this breakdown in Apple. But with that in mind, now that we've talked about some of this longer term and technical analysis, we're going to go back there to the guys. Yeah, I think it breaks up.
It is now 1 o'clock.
What do you got?
You know what time that is. We're going to get involved in the Playmaker poll here, guys. I'm going to pull up SPY as well, too. SPY, and then we'll build off of those metrics there. Just some small size. Let's see what we got cooking up here. Okay, here we go. Now we're rolling. Let's see what we got. So we're in 609.02. We'll pull this up here, collect some more data, take a look at the equity curve, and see what we got going on. Still positive. This thing has been buzzing. So let's see if we can get the ball rolling again. It's not looking too good right now because we are kind of hovering just above the volume-weighted average price with the inability to construct a new high of day. So forming that lower high on the session. But I still have some confidence here, guys, with those indecision candles printed right at the volume-weighted average price. And now we know that Trump is prolonging his tariffs until March and maybe reassessing the situation. But here we go. Trade number 36. We are in at 609.02. 609.02. Now look how much data it is there. Now I'm gonna have to rearrange this because now I can't see everything. So 608.02 is going to be our stop. 608.02. And then our profit target is going to be 611.02. Bang. And there we go. Let's see how this one works out, guys. 100 shares. bang, and then we're going to monitor this and see how everything is going. So there's the equity curve on the playmaker. Everybody voted long today. Let's get those votes in still before we switch it up to the latter half of the afternoon rundown with Sharif. And once we submit those tickers, you can no longer vote on the playmakers. So get those votes in and yeah, participate, guys. That's what we need. Missing out Kyle today because we know what he would have voted today would have been short. So that's like one day we'll go short. There will be that day, but today is not that one. So Benson in the chat says, that being said, speaking to some quants, they're all very secretive for good reason. So I would understand if they didn't be cool. Yeah, so we're just talking about algos. He's doing some back testing on some things, on some options trades, Benson in the chat. So yeah, good luck there. Enjoy talking that. He said he was trading some VIX and him and his friend as well too. So yeah, interesting conversations. And that's what I like about the chat. There's just so many different perspectives and the way people trade, it varies from every specific individual. So yeah, very interesting. You learn a lot from these guys. So guys, keep being, just keep chiming in the chat. Display what you guys are trading. Talk about your styles of trading as well too, and what kind of entities you like to trade. What are your vehicles? What are your favorite stocks to trade or sectors in general, etc. Yeah, well, no, I shouldn't. Because it came back to my break even. I can take a pull up TSLL. Whoa, what's up with that? Yeah, why did that do that? Yeah, I know I should have, but here it is. Like, see, there's my break even, so I couldn't stay in it. Had to punch out break even, but it's now slowly grinding higher. It still didn't breach that high, this peak here, so no reason for me to be in this right now. It's really extended, but the market is trading higher. Well, not higher, but it is starting to slowly climb back towards those highs. If it breaks the highs, then maybe Tesla will join it too. But I mean, we put in somewhat of a hefty day already, over 5% on the session. So that's Tesla on that front. And then Forex AU, my guy. Haven't seen you in a minute, man. What have you been doing? Let me know in the chat. Good to see you back here, my friend.
All right, Joseph. Rigetti, did it take out the high of the day? Not quite, but I think it might. Oh, that right. 1448, this last candle right there, that's the high. The high of the day, oh, hold on. That is the high of the day. Excuse me, we just made the high of the day on Rigetti. Correction. So 1448 HOD, didn't take anything out there. We took it out at the third of a dollar. I only have one out left. So I'm just going to let this one cook. If it wants to break down, go back to 14, fine. But otherwise, I'm going to wait for that 14.5 break and take. So good moves right now on Rigetti. We took multiple prints as well on your boy Oklo. Negative still on this one. Looking to do a little bit better. Where are we long? We're long at 90s. Took out the print there at 20s. Now I'm waiting at 30s. It's putting in higher lows and higher highs. It was a nice VWAP bounce. Again, I know that I don't have the best price because I waited for confirmation. That is the affliction you are going to suffer when you do wait for price action confirmation and not to get it off the technical level as a dip. And I couldn't do that this time because I was negative on it and I didn't want to keep bleeding. So I had to wait for that confirmation. Again, by definition, you're not going to get a good of a price. But here we go. OKLO coming back into that 20 penny area. I'm waiting at 30. 22 is now showing up. 24 is now Katina, man. We're waiting at that 30 penny area on OKLO. It's changed its tune, baby. And by that, I mean, we're putting in higher lows and higher highs. That was certainly not the case when I kept punching into this forsaken stock on the way down. That was very frustrating to me, okay? Now, the only thing that I can say I did good there was I stuck to my stops, right? So that's the only thing I'll give myself a pat on the back for. Otherwise, everything was wrong. All right, so that's my look right now on OKLO. We're waiting for that 30 print come what may. Let's move back into the other trade that we've had on for a hot minute now that apparently was rounded bottoming, but no longer is. I'm talking about TCTM. What I do like about this trade is it's still well above the volume weighted average price. The other side of that, though, is now you're able to see the lower highs. Before, it was one peak and then a consolidation. Now I'm seeing that 90 penny area act as resistance. So guess what? The stop got moved up from 70 pennies and it's now at 75. So we're gonna not give nearly as much back. Now we've got some outs over here, still holding the majority of the position though, full disclosure, on TCTM. So that's the situation right now I find myself in. as OKLO comes back into 144s. But here we go with Rigetti, looking at taking out those highs, 43 again. I'm just going to wait at 55. So we're going to end this bad boy at that 55 penny area, and we'll see what the situation is. Also, Astis, ASTS, curling back above the volume weighted average price. By the way, what you're seeing right there, that's the IPO. So this is an IPO right now, MTSR, popped up all the way into 28.87, back down into 25.90 now. So the volume is really dropping off too. So not a lot of participation in this name. Let's go to Astis though and flip to the 5. This is what I'm seeing right now. So it looked like a head and shoulders pattern that broke down below VWAP. For whatever reason, found support at that 2050 area. Now we're knocking on the door of 21 and a quarter. Now that 21 and a quarter is important. And I'll tell you guys why. We used it as support and then as resistance. So we were using it as support over here, and then when we dropped, we started using it as resistance. This one could be an interesting long above that 21 and a quarter. I didn't respect VWAP, which is why I didn't want to get into this one, because there was no like level to say, you know, I'm clearly wrong at that level. So here's what I'm looking for on Astis. We're about to break that 21 and a quarter right now as we speak. So that level could be coming in momentarily. That level to me is the level that I like because we used it as resistance before. We will see with that one, though, Joseph, when we get back from Adara at the big desk.
I am really excited here to present our newest TTV research infographic. I had a lot of fun with this one. So I know yesterday we did a little bit here with Pat Gelsinger and his reign at Intel, tracking every earnings report during his short period as CEO. But then that kind of inspired me. How have a lot of these stocks been doing since the CEO switched up, especially because 2024 was a massive year, historically a massive year in terms of the number of CEOs from high-profile companies that got a little bit shaken up here. So I want to explain my method for this. So what I did was I tracked the opening price from the day that the CEO exiting was announced and then ended with the closing price from yesterday. That's how I got these numbers. And again, I also want to clarify, I tracked this from the date of the exit and not the date the new CEO was announced, because for a lot of these, there was a little bit of a break in between those announcements. So Boeing here down about 11% since they announced Dave Calhoun's exit, of course, replaced by Kelly Ortberg. Then Peloton, shockingly, actually up the most of all of these. Peloton up 125% since the announcement here of Barry McCarthy leaving as CEO. Peter Stern was recently announced as his replacement. Then Laxman leaving Starbucks was the second largest increase here. Of course, Brian Nickel, superstar CEO of CMG. This one's now up 21%. And then Estee Lauder, Nike, and Intel all to the downside here after those exits. With Intel, too, I want to note, they don't actually have a new CEO yet. It's just interim CEOs, Michelle Johnston Holthouse and David Zinsner. The other thing I want to note as well is, of course, we don't know exactly if the CEO is leaving or coming has anything to do with the stock price, with the exception of Starbucks. There was a noted increase. But I just wanted to contextualize it because I think it's interesting to think about, especially given how many CEO changes we had this year, because this isn't everything. Macy's got a new CEO. Koss had a new CEO, or Kohl's, sorry, had a new CEO as well. And then we also had some switch ups in Stellantis. So these are just a couple that I thought were of note. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Yeah, fantastic job as always on those, Adara. Yeah, that one was really interesting. I really like that one. I really like that one there, Adara. So good work as usual. So go and check out Trader TV Research on X, guys, and you can find a lot of these infographics Adara's been working on. So good job, fantastic, love those. And I guess for people who have different learning styles as well too, there you go. You can take a look at some of these pictures and graphs that she's created. So really good work there, Adara. Let's talk about Amazon. We know that we're at all-time highs on this one, breaking through this wedge here. Let's see if the volume stepped in. It really did step in here on that 5-minute time frame. Now slowly pulling back. If we test these levels and hold and bounce, then maybe we can continue to the top side. But as of right now, I think it's Apple that has been somewhat raining on the parade for today's session. Took over #1 spot once again for largest company on the planet by market cap. So yeah, there's Apple. Let's pull it up here and see if we are continuing to slowly bleed here in Apple. Yeah, and it seems to be the case. So nice consolidation phase. We didn't break higher. We didn't get that curl over. We had those key support levels being breached, and now heading to the downside is Apple, continuing the bleed from earlier this morning. If we want to take a look at the 5-minute opening drive here, we didn't look back. A test of VWAP and then just continued to the southeast here with that momentum to the downside. So that is AAPL giving back the majority of its gains yesterday. When it sold off on the report, I'm like, oh no, I was thinking about you, Sharif. I'm like, but then a couple minutes later it rebounded and I'm like, congratulations, my guy, on that one. But unfortunately giving back a lot of those gains. Here's the pre-market price action. I was looking for a continuation in the trade. It was my number one trade idea, but I took one stab. We didn't get that turnaround quick enough after that momentum and that weakness was displayed in the first 15 minutes. Usually after that, you're not going to get those hefty pushes through the volume weighted average price after that. So that's something that I keep in mind and collect data on as well too in my notes. So IBIT and Apple were my number one ideas as well. I had Tesla as a tertiary kind of idea, but I didn't really stick with it. Unfortunately, it was one of the stronger stocks earlier in the session, so that's okay. IBIT was strong not too long out of the gate as well too, so that worked out. Happy with that one. But as of right now, Palantir seems to be the belle of the ball, I guess, right now, because it's continuing to hold up these highs of days, trading at an all-time high as well too, Sharif, around 84.96. Yeah, so I know Katina Man's having a good time with this.
All right, so there it is. Neil put it in the chat, and he was absolutely right. There was a monster seller at 14.50 on Rigetti. There it is. We take out the top there on Rigetti. I'm still holding a piece. I lied. All right, so almost $1 in the money, real close here to Rigetti.
Hit the dollar.
Yeah, almost, Joseph. We don't want to curse it, man. All right, so Rigetti taking out 14.5. Now I'm going to wait to see exactly if we can get maybe into that $0.75 area. Rigetti, great bounce off the volume weighted average price, no doubt about it. We'll see if it can hold the $0.50. Had a lot of trouble. There was a lot of size on the $0.50 there. I think, I don't know what Neil saw. I saw several thousand lots. Neil says at a minimum. I'll be able to talk. a minimum 250,000 shares that were hanging out there at that $0.50. So yeah, you can do the math there. Up 18%. We'll see what this one wants to do. OKLO though, come on, man. We took out the majority of this position, but now it's dancing with 14. I've moved up my stop. There's no way I'm going to give this that much room, so we take it out there at 82s. So we'll lose 5 pennies on the last little amount there on OKLO. Not going to dance with this one as it comes right back down. Having trouble with 44s, excuse me. But here's the deal. I'm going to set up the same area on VWAP. It's shown you its propensity to get VWAP bounces. So right now, 43.25 is where I see VWAP on OKLO. It's bounced off VWAP before. Maybe we can get another anemic bounce off that level. So I'm going to set up a dip trade at the $0.33. So we'll go ahead and sit there at the $0.33 on OKLO. And we'll sit at 35s, actually. It's not quite at that $0.33. So we'll keep tabs on that. TCTM doing nothing. We're 1 penny out of the money on that one. It's not really moving with any vigor. It's putting in lower highs. I've moved up my stop to below 75 pennies on this one. So not really interested in adding at this level either, but the volume weighted average price on TCTM at around 72.5-ish pennies. So this one's losing the bid. And you can kind of see that the interest in this one's really drying up, despite the fact that it's up 350 some odd %. But the momentum is really, it's kind of lost at this point. Now, it does have a little bit of support here locally at 80 pennies, but you feel that might give way because we're putting in lower highs. So it feels like the sellers certainly are in control. That could all change. If we get above 90 pennies, you feel like the buyers definitely would look like they were in control because that's the level we've been talking about as a level of resistance on TCTM, that 90 penny area. But it's not forthcoming at the moment. In fact, we're a lot closer to that 80 penny area than we are 90. So that's a look. REBN, I see that being talked about in the chat. I'm interested in it, but it's at VWAP right now, and it's not really deciding what it wants to be when it grows up. So here is the look at REBN. We really do a Christmas tree retracement here, a triangle, an upside, basically a triangle retracement where we get up to 540, drop all the way down, hold $3. Now this is VWAP right here. We breach VWAP, and then quick as you like, we drop below VWAP. So I don't want to base my trades right now on REBN at VWAP because it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of respect for it. But there is this trend line where there was aggressive buying of higher lows. So maybe that is how to trade this right now, not really to look to the moving averages. I don't think we have any areas of technical resistance until at around $5. So a bit of a gap right now in terms of resistance on REBN between the current price action into that $5 area. I don't see too much in terms of selling at that level. So let's load up REBN, in fact, on the side chart here and have a look at how the level 2 is dancing there. Neil also pointed out to me that 420 is acting as a major level of resistance right now on Tesla. And he's absolutely accurate. We're going to get to REBN in a second. But we got to 420 initially at about 20 after 12. And then we got a lower high there at 419.80. Wow. And now we have another lower high. There it is. What? See that drop?
Yeah, in the markets there.
What happened in the market?
Yeah, look at the SPY and the Qs.
Okay, so we're definitely... Is Donald Trump talking again? No, not on the TV anyway. Tesla just dropped, Neil, man. I should have had that short. Tesla's dropping aggressively right now. Look at that drop, baby. Big moves right now on on Tesla. Adara's got something for us at the big desk.
So the White House is saying apparently that those reports that we heard from Reuters about a tariff starting on March 1st and slightly less extreme tariffs are false. So White House is saying those Reuters reports, guys, this is huge. White House saying Reuters reports are false. Now, why is that so significant? Because those reports from Reuters suggested, A, we would get tariffs a little bit later than expected, starting on March 1st, and B, they actually suggested there would be A, tariff exemption possibilities, and then also the idea that they'd be a little bit less stringent than we initially feared. So White House saying that these Reuters reports about later and less harsh tariffs are not, in fact, real. So White House calling fake news on Reuters, market dropping on that, guys. Back to you.
I knew this would happen, Joseph. We were talking, I think I was talking to Brendo. I was like, okay, so we had like a few years of subdued volatility for the exception of COVID, right? When Biden was in power. And now Donald Trump's in power and all hell is going to break loose. So it's really interesting to see the volatility we get from any time this guy tweets, goes on the mic. And he loves his prolonged press conferences. And that's the thing. The longer the press conference, the more you're spewing out, stuff.
Yeah,
so the more we can obviously get in terms of volatility. So right now, keep your eye out. The market taking a downturn, Katina, man, because the orange man is, coming out with new things over here. Volatility is good for these markets, so we're going to keep an eye out on this, guys, and we'll look to trade these bad boys. Got stopped out of OKLO at the volume-weighted average price. We're coming down aggressively. Here we go. So we got that high print at 14.55, but look at all the bleeding coming in on Rigetti right now. Lots of moves down here. I'm looking at possibly adding on Rigetti if it continues to move down like this at 14. 14 was such a good area of resistance. I'm wondering, does it act as support at these levels? Adara's at the big desk.
This is huge, guys. So we're hearing more here from the White House on tariffs. I suspect there will be a couple more interruptions as we continue to digest this news. But basically, the White House saying that, unlike what Reuters said, these tariffs are going to be taking place here on February 1st or on Saturday. They said there's no update with regards to any possible exemptions. They've announced 25% tariffs for Canada and Mexico and 10% tariffs for China. So keep an eye on China. These tariffs are actually smaller than those for Canada and Mexico, but apparently all three tariffs, so Canada, Mexico, China, set to start tomorrow, guys, February 1st. And with regards to countries being able to get exemptions, they have no update as to whether or not that will be the case. So this is really undoing a lot of what we heard from Reuters around 12 p.m., suggesting lighter tariffs that would happen a little bit later. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, we're scalping nicely right now on your boy Oklo, dipped back in, reclaim VWAP, so we're taking out the majority of the position already on the nice little scalp. It's going to have to hold this 10 penny area. Here we go. Now we're waiting at 50, showing me 44s, 45s now on the ask. It's going to have to continue. That was an aggressive move down on OKLO. Here it comes. Let's see if we can get some prints up at that level. Not forthcoming quite yet, so we're going to pack our patience on that one. Were we long there? Okay, so yeah, coming back down, though, into my area right now. We'll have to see if there's a continuity in this market. Otherwise, we're going to have to get out of Dodge. We got some room over here between our entry and the current price action. So OKLO taking a bit of a nosedive right now after the release of more information there about tariffs, holding at that volume-weighted average price for now. Underline that, for now. What else we got over here? I'm still holding Rigetti, but TCTM, I think I'm going to have to cut this one because, well, it's breaking down now. I've moved up my stop into 75 pennies. It doesn't look like it's going to really hold this level unless it bounces off VWAP at the moment. So TCTM in some trouble, coming to the downside right now, Joseph, on the news that we're getting more tariffs or the new tariff information. This is the trade that I really wish I took a bit more seriously. That 420 top that Neil called out, Tesla still bleeding to the downside right now, guys. Big move down for Tesla at these levels. It's not even letting me in the short, so we're going to continue to watch to see what the situation is with the Cybertruck, Joseph, but a lot of selling in this market.
Like this new cup I found here.
Oh, it's a nice one. Yeah, that's mine right there.
Washroom there.
Oh, yeah? Sure.
There we go. Yeah, guys, let's see what we got going on. A lot of volatility stepping into the market here as we continue to the south side. We'll talk about the market, but I know we have a couple super chats here that we haven't gone over. So Dre Day for the dollar, thank you, doesn't put anything behind it. Much appreciated. But then Dre Day here again with the $2 super chat. LMT, what you think? Appreciate you. Keep doing your thing. Okay, that was a slang there. Yeah, let's take a look at Lockheed here, LMT, and see what we got going on from an intraday perspective. Yeah, looking good. Not the most liquid thing that we got going on, but as of right now, that trend is intact. Let's zoom out here and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Oh, okay, wow. Off these highs, I mean, if you're going to grab something, then why not down here? Running into some key support levels is Lockheed Martin. And the bounce to the penny almost. So if you breach this gap into this 478 gap here, I think you're going to be sitting clean and maybe go and test some of these highs here. So I like Lockheed Martin all the way down 13. Here. I think it's going to be a good trade and continue to be a good trade because we know that all the political unrest that we have going around the world. But yeah, guys, let's see what we got going on with the overall market here in the Qs, selling off on that news. So the volatility really stepping in. Someone in the chat said, hey, Joe, the VIX is spiking. And sure enough, that's where you get that inverse correlation between the two. And yeah, it's nothing crazy, right? You're not going to get that insane spike. This isn't news that we essentially already don't know. So it is spiking, but nothing to get too giddy about, I guess, unless you are trading it from an intraday perspective. But the market is absolutely tanking, heading to the south side, bringing a lot of these tech names with it, especially Tesla, now trading at 415, had a high of day of around 420. Now going to go and possibly test the volume-weighted average price is Tesla. But unfortunately, it is also dragging Bitcoin down with it, down to 104,000 and change on Bitcoin, Sharif.
All right, we're short Tesla right now at 74s. I took almost $1 there at 16s. Let's see if it wants to continue bleeding here. TSLA giving you a nice little move down. Let me tell you though, anything against me here, I'm going to flatten out. It's going to have to continue moving down. Here comes the whole dollar again. I'm sitting on the south side of the whole dollar. I'm sitting at 45.80s, but it's coming up against me again. So I think I'm going to flatten out anything above 417. Obviously, it's a very volatile name, but it did pop up against me. I was about almost like 40 pennies out of the money, and then it dropped aggressively to the downside, and then I got multiple prints. So let's see if we can take out some up in this area over here. There we go. Nice move back down with TSLA. Let's take out some down here as well. There's a lot of zigzag right now on Tesla, so we're going to keep tabs on that, Joseph. All right, let's see what else we're doing over here on OKLO. Bouncing right back up. So I got stopped out of that one, but bouncing right back up on the volume weighted average price. 2 hammer candles at this level. I like it. Let's take out some at the 40 penny level, but good move here for OKLO. And what I like it for is the 2 hammer candles that it's put in. So nice move right there on OKLO. I took out TCTM because it's no longer valid at this level. So if it wants to hold VWAP and then break that 90 penny level, then maybe we'll get involved. But I'm definitely not going to keep dealing with this one as it's a bit of a bamboozler. TCTM, yeah, I mean, it's up nicely on the day, but yeah, hi. So we'll keep tabs on that. Joseph, I don't have much else. What do you got?
Yeah, I don't got too much going on either right now, my friend. We're flat right now. See if we get that bounce. I mean, that volume really stepped in. So we're going to wait for any form of indecision candle at some of these lows, or that we're just going to continue to sell here on this Friday. Looking for those bounces, may be a little bit more tough and somewhat scarce So yeah, we just got to monitor, be patient. Sometimes no position is the best position. So as of right now, that's going to be the case for me. VIX spiking. SoFi, I know Patrick in the chat said he's been printing up an absolute storm on those. So congratulations to you. I'm glad you made some money. You're talking about those 16 puts that you bought, and now you're trading below that. So congratulations with the expiration cycle of being today. So good luck there, Patrick. Congratulations on that big win. It is a solid Friday for you. It seems to be the case. So once again, good trading, my friend. Yeah, I mean, PLTR is still holding pretty tough here, guys. Let's pull it up and see what we got going on. Yeah, I mean, still, it hasn't sold off like the rest of the market. It's still up about 4.25% or 4% here. Holding VWAP. If we break through these key support levels and that momentum steps in, then maybe we'll look to participate because the overall market is selling. So maybe it's just a little bit laggard here on that case. So waiting for these support levels to be broken and that volume to be stepping in, Sharif. Other than that, just sitting on my hands.
Yes, sir. Yes, we're still holding Rigetti, by the way. I want to see if the Rigetti wants to hold at this level. It's been holding the 10 exponential at around $14, but I'm not really sure about this one. So I don't really want to add. Now, it dropped into 14.02, then bounced out quite aggressively. But yeah, I don't know if this is the time to be adding at these levels. That's the question I'm trying to ask myself over here. So trying to think about this one. I'm also in Oklo at VWAP, but it's not holding VWAP. Small shares here. It's going to have to hold the 42.90 level. We've got layered orders here, so if we can get a pop back up on Oklo, OKLO is what I'm talking about, into the third of a dollar. That would be interesting there. Here we go, popping up. All right, so we're taking some shares there on OKLO. Not bad, not bad. Let's see if it wants to pop up some more. Still at VWAP, though. It's not really clearing VWAP by any distance. So OKLO, we're long 17s now with the prints at the third of a dollar. Here we go, back into that third. Can we see some 40s show up? I'm waiting at 40s and 50s over here. Here we go, showing me 40s now on the ask. We're holding size right now, guys, so we'll have to take out some up here. Let's layer the orders, though, so that we can catch the move up if there is a prolonged move up. So I'm layering my orders to the high side up in on OKLO. We're taking out some shares. Good move right now, coming into that $0.50 again. Now we got 15 cost basis showing me 44s. OKLO looking for this one to squeeze to the high side as it made a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. And there we go. We're getting a squeeze into the $0.50. Good look right now on OKLO at that $0.50, but we're going to have to clear it to keep going here to fill these prints into the 60s. So we'll see what this one wants to do, but up into that mid 40s. So zoom in a little bit on this one. Yeah, so good move so far on this one. 13s now, the cost basis. That $0.50, though, is acting really stubborn as a level of resistance. So let's see if we can clear it. Can we get it? We're seeing the $0.50 again show up on the ask. There we go. We get a partial print somehow. There we go. Nice. Now we get the full print. Still having trouble breaking through and holding above the $0.50 on OKLO. What else we got? We still have TCTM, though, but that still hasn't breached the volume weighted average price. So took out some shares there. It probably behooves me to take out more here because I still have a lot. There we go. We de-risk a little bit there. Sorry, guys. I can't really look at the chat today. I'm in way too many trades and with larger shares, so I'm not going to be able to communicate as much in the chat. I do apologize, but there is Monday, obviously. Adair's at the big desk.
We have Ford and GM here. I'm just trying to assess some of these tickers that are moving here, F and GM, with regards to the tariffs. Again, just to clarify, GM especially got a nice little push up with volume after Reuters reported that these tariffs that we were expecting on Canada and Mexico would not take place until March 1st, and they would be possible exemptions. But then the White House came out and said that Reuters report is false. They will be taking place tomorrow, February 1st, and no exemptions as of right now, though they're still evaluating that. The other thing I want to mention, too, is I'm seeing some stuff here with regards to Nvidia. The White House, I guess, was asked about this during a briefing, and they said they have no details on the Nvidia meeting, which is set to take place at 2:30 p.m. So we'll be watching Nvidia at 2:30 p.m., which is when apparently we have Nvidia's CEO, Jensen said to have a meetup there. So I'm going to be watching that stock, of course, as we head into that time. Yeah, so again, just to clarify, Trump and Nvidia CEO Jensen set to meet at 2:30 p.m., but they have zero other details as of right now, guys.
For that, Adara.
As always, yeah, so we're in, me and Oscarito just talking in the chat here. Sorry, guys, I gotta stop sitting so close and slouching at the screen. But yeah, he said don't short it. It's so strong, and I'm like, well, the momentum in the market is to the downside, and we've been hovering at these highs for quite some time. So that consolidation phase, it's either we break to the top side, or the momentum's gonna go one way. So I'm like, with the overall market selling, I decided to follow it. So it's working out right now. Let's see how deep this can go. But as of right now, well, not really, Oscarito. Like at the same time, you still have risk measures in place, right? So it's whatever you're risking on the trade, it is what it is. So again, just not trying to complicate things and just following the direction of these markets. And that seems to be to the downside as of right now. But we're going to start to hop into some cover mode on this because you are not wrong on the fact that it's strong. So I don't know how deep this move to the downside is not going to be. So let me get some out here, guys, and we'll take the majority of it. Well, not the majority, 10%. We'll still hold some here. See what we got cooking up. It's really working well for us. So we want to milk this as long as we possibly can, especially with the market just tanking. Even though it is still slightly green on the session, we can pull up. We can pull up the Qs. Still positive about 0.6% here. So, I mean, nothing crazy, nothing to get too worked up about. But again, we know what Donald Trump is up to. Now the volatility stepping in. Day Trader Cut made a valid point. He's like, man, this guy's back in office. Best believe that volatility is going to step in, and you need to put in those stops, especially when you're not paying attention, because you don't know what this guy's going to say on any given day.
All right, short Tesla, just took a quick dollar there on TSLA, but it's bouncing back up. Here's VWAP, guys, so be careful. We can get a VWAP bounce here on TSLA. The future also finding support at 750, 21,750. Be careful. So to watch out for this one. Now, I'm seeing here 416, a lot of chop and churn at 416 on Tesla. So this could be an interesting area to get back in for a dead cat bounce. The future getting a bit of a bounce right now off 21,750 on the NQ December or March contract, 21.8 in focus. So if we move up into 21.8, that could be an interesting area to short again. Here's the dead cat bounce. Okay, so we did move up to 41.60 on Tesla. Now we're back down into 414. Yeah, sorry, 41.30. I'm losing it. 414 right now. So we'll keep an eye on this one. The low there, right around 413.5. So there is good movement to the downside here. Now, if we give up the level in the future, which is at that 21,750 area, this could be another short on Tesla. So I don't mind getting back into this, depending on what we do on the futures here. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Adair at the big desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it is everything. Infinite data, instant trading. Lightning fast market insights. Game-changing charts. Predict with back testing. Reliable, real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform, so don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Back to you.
We just took another dollar, let's bro. Go. Whoa, hit it.
All right, man. All right, guys, we shorted again on TSLA. Dead cat bounce 414.15. Took it out at 412.75. Here, Tesla still bleeding, guys. There's more money here on the table. Tesla is leaving more money on the table right now. So far, we got low wick at 412s. We are now below VWAP, though, guys. So this could get really ugly. We're also below 21,750. So that move up into 800 didn't really happen. And it popped up, I think, into above 75s, maybe into that low 80s, and then right back down we went again. My trades on Tesla are quite short-lived because it's very volatile. It's going dollars at a time right now. Thank you, Adair. Get it. So we'll see exactly what. Here we go with the low again, bro. Here we go with the low again, Joseph. We just broke the low. Oh my goodness! Here comes 412 on TSLA. No bid right now on Tesla, guys. It's the worst looking one in terms. Well, Apple's obviously very ugly as well. But in terms of really not seeing a bid, like you're getting a green candle on Meta, you're getting a green candle on Amazon. Likewise with Google. Likewise with Nvidia. Not so on TSLA. We're dropping. This one could be into 410. What's the opening print? There's no way we go back to 400. That's a low on the day, 401.34. LOD on TSLA. I don't think we make it down there. That's kind of crazy over here on TSLA to think we're going to give back $20. But I know anybody can do it. It's probably Tesla. JP says in the chat, Tesla to 400. We may see that. I don't know. I don't think we get that aggressively low on TSLA. But we're going to keep an eye out on this one, though. Bounce right now into about 413.5. Careful with this one, as it could mean revert back above VWAP. VWAP, as I mentioned earlier, a little bit below that 415 area. Right now, I'm seeing it as 414.33 on Tesla. So we're right at VWAP right now. Rejecting. No, so we're $1 below VWAP right now on TSLA. It just kind of looks like we're at it because, well, the price action is so compressed. So let's see what this one wants to do. If it wants to continue to give us a downside move, I'll take that. Otherwise, I don't want to give back too much here on Tesla, as I'm seeing green candles on all the other names. Amazon, Meta. Amazon's above VWAP again. So let's bring in the side charts over here and have a look at which one is the weakest of the bunch. Sorry, one sec. Yeah, so you're seeing green candles on Meta, green candles on Amazon, likewise with Nvidia. Yeah, Uber and Netflix obviously aren't Mag 7 names, but Tesla seems to be the weak one right now. Google getting a second 5-minute candle to make a new high off VWAP, so Google is continuing to show its strength. Microsoft has a green candle, none for Tesla at the moment, despite the fact that it's up 3 1/4 on the day. Still a higher low off that 412, essentially bounce. We're still trading at 413.33 right now. So have to see how this one wants to end up resolving. Are we going to continue to bleed to the downside? Probably has a lot more to lose from tariffs. I'm talking about Tesla than some of the other names like Amazon and Google, which are more, well, Amazon obviously sells products, but they're very services based. So we'll see exactly how low Tesla wants to go here. The future is making its way back, though, as I mentioned, back up to 21.8. Watch out for 21,800. We're like 2 points or 3 points away from it right now. That could help move the market back up. Meta looks like it wants to move back into VWAP, as I mentioned earlier. So yeah, good move right now on Tesla to the high side. Not really going to take this as a long. I don't feel that that's the best trade for me, but though Adara is at the big desk.
Just be aware here, JBLU, JetBlue, United Airlines here saying that they're actually not in any negotiations or discussions with any airlines regarding a merger or acquisition. So this is notable because a couple days ago, we had some reports rumbling around here that JetBlue and UAL were going to be in a merger. Then UAL says it's not the case with any airline, and JetBlue drops there. So beware, JetBlue, UAL merger reportedly not happening according to the company itself. But then we also have here some European plays on watch here. Got a little bit of a bounce just now on some of these European tickers like ASML, STLA a little bit as well. Basically, there were some updates here on tariff talks from the White House saying that Donald Trump has apparently not made up his mind on a tariff timeline for the EU. So giving some of these EU names a quick bout of relief. But I mean, ASML still right now falling back to lows, guys. Back to you.
Someone in the chat had a good question. I don't know if it's about the sales of Tesla in Mexico and Canada, but I know that about 20 to 25% of the parts come from Mexico that Tesla uses. So maybe that has some influence on it, because I don't know if they're going to be tariffed or not. But that's just what I've been reading up on. Officially bought it was 10. Sorry, what's that?
Good point.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of the parts come from Mexico. Officially said bought it was at 107. Nice. Officially bought some puts there on the VIX on that spike. Good look there, because now we are starting to pull back to the top side, so you'll get that inverse correlation. Those put values heading to the top side as we start to recover here. So nice look. Let me know how that works out for you officially. We're not in anything right now. We got out of the PLTR trade. Guys on that short, so got the bottom, came back to the break even. So let's see if we decide to curl back over and the downside momentum continues. But as of right now, gonna keep it cool. I do like the way that Tesla's setting up, so maybe we'll take a stab on this long here, just because of that indecision candle. there right below VWAP. Are you talking about the Tesla?
Yeah.
Line there?
I was thinking about switching long, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking about that. I'm like,
If it breaks the low of it, then thesis invalid. But as of right now, I think that's a good balance play there, Sharif.
Yeah. REBN, we're taking a bounce trade off the 50 exponential. For whatever reason, it keeps bouncing off this level. So if it wants to do that, then we'll take it. It did that initially at 12 o'clock. It's doing that again with a doji candle to boot. So here we go. I'm waiting, where now? 46 is here. We should be getting the print awfully soon because we're 46 on the ask. It's a bit of a spready name for a $3 stock, obviously, because the spread right now is about 3 pennies. I've seen it wider at times. We'll take a little bit more out there. Looking for that 3.5 break, looking essentially for a VWAP retracement. VWAP's around 383. If we can get that, that would be good. That will give me a nice scalp play on this, but we're long at 34, so basically anything below 30, I'm just going to get out on this one. So it's going to have to hold the 50 exponential moving average on the 5. Maybe we'll get some more prints when we get back from the big desk with Adair.
It's been a super exciting session here with the market in terms of small caps and large caps, and of course, all this tariff news. But Michael, you were noticing a move in a sector we haven't talked about much with regards to tariffs. We're looking at Bitcoin.
Yeah, so I think this just kind of proves that crypto is going to be correlated to the market because, of course, there's not going to be any detriment to Bitcoin's price if there's tariffs or if there's not tariffs. So I think this is kind of a sympathy move to the market. So this is where I'm going to watch, especially now that we're going into the weekend and we need to see how all this digests over the weekend. It's a great weekend barometer for the market. So Bitcoin continuing to struggle at this 108 area that it's been just hitting over and over and over again. So I think, again, it's a pretty simple move. We can get above that and hold that. That's going to be strong for Bitcoin. But if not, we're just back into this range. Kind of funny, but something I've talked to you guys a lot about and something that they teach us in the CMT and I trade off of often is the magazine cover indicator. And the idea is that these magazines are often wrong. So funny enough, if Bitcoin's going to reverse here, this is a very interesting chart where, this first one is the Luna founder, and Forbes was hyping him up right before that collapse. And then we all know Sam Bankman-Fried at the top of the market before. They were hyping him up, and now they have one on Michael Saylor, who's big into the Bitcoin space as we could potentially reversing here. So these lows that were sitting around $90,000 or so, that we need to watch that. Last but not least, when I came in, I remember I saw Neil, and he was talking about how it's Ethereum's turn, and he was kind of liking the look of Ethereum. This chart is just that. It's Ethereum over Bitcoin. So if the line's going down, Bitcoin's doing better. If the line's going up, Ethereum's doing better. And you're seeing it's about 30-minute line chart. We're getting that move out. So I don't know if it's going to be the magazine cover indicator is going to get us to maybe sell some Bitcoin and maybe buy some Ethereum, but again, a very strong move and very interesting to see it correlated with the market, even though it's not going to have anything to do with tariffs at all. And
I think what's really interesting, too, there is I remember also CZ apparently was on the cover of Ford of Binance, and then that dropped as well. Thank you very much for giving us that update on the covers and how that might impact or has been a little bit of an indicator in the past. Back to the guys.
Thank you.
The Dara and Uncle Nos had, what's his name? Sam Bankman-Fried on there. Yeah. That had me thinking. You know what headline I saw today?
What's that?
SBF's parents are trying to lobby Donald Trump for
the pardon.
For a pardon, Joseph.
That should be illegal.
What is happening?
Yeah, he should be locked up for the rest of his life. I mean, what happened to Bernie Madoff, right? Like he rotted in jail. He died in jail, I'm pretty sure. So I don't think Sam Bankman-Fried should be able to see the light of day again, especially what he had done with the FTX scam, opening up in the Bahamas. Well, what do you think offshore brokers are doing there? And that's why we tell you guys be aware of the offshore brokers, because they don't follow the same regulatory factors that you do in the States. So that's why you're operating somewhere that doesn't have the same rules and laws. So in my opinion, I don't think SBF should be allowed out of jail.
I'm trying to find the article. I don't know why it's not found. But yeah, SBF, apparently his parents are trying to lobby Donald Trump for a pardon. I can't really understand for the life of me, what could be the grounds for the pardon? What mistake did the justice system make here that should alleviate him of responsibility? The dude was charged out on drugs, taking money that's supposed to be in customer accounts and funneling it over from FTX, which is a brokerage, into his hedge fund. What mistake, what miscarriage of law could possibly have happened there? The dude needs to pay. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about how you guys feel about it in the chat. Dinkelberg, SPF has a free Diddy party every day. He doesn't want to leave. He should never see the light of day, says Don Cherry. Miami Dragon. How many millions will it cost? I hope that that's not the case, but your point well taken. What else we got over here? Let's go crypto, says D. Kennedy. Wow, trying to lump SBF with Sailor like comparing apples and pretzels, says Adrian. I don't think that's what he was doing, my man, but the point was to just, to make his point there. But what we're talking about right now is SBF and the fact that he should not be getting out of jail. And this is the...
and his sentence was light, in my opinion, 25
Here it
years.
is. Here it is, Joseph. Let's bring in the news article there. Sam Bankman's this is being reported by Bloomberg, apparently. Sam Bankman-Fried's, okay, all right, you're going to make me go through a paywall? All right, well, I'm going to get around it, baby. Here we go. Can't show it on screen, Joseph. We need to, do everything kosher. Here we go. Let's bring it in. Sam Bankman-Fried, the parents of FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried are exploring ways to secure a pardon for the one-time crypto billionaire from President Donald Trump. Stanford law professors Joseph Bankman and Barbara Fried had meetings in recent weeks with lawyers and other figures considered to be in Trump's orbit about clemency for their 32-year-old son, who was sentenced to a quarter century in prison for fraud. It's unclear if the outreach has been made to the White House. Bankman-Fried declined to comment. A lawyer for Bankman-Fried, who's also filed a legal appeal for the 2023 conviction, didn't immediately respond to requests for comment. The White House declined to comment. The President Swift, okay, they're trying to basically say that he used it for the Silk Road runner, that Ross. I can't say his last name. Do you know how to say this guy's last name? Yeah, I don't even know how to say it. I know he was a Silk Road guy. I watched a documentary about this guy.
Ross Ulbricht.
Yeah. Ulbricht? Okay, yeah. Yeah, or seeking Trump's mercy, Bankman-Fried, who went from industry darling to villain overnight, would be appealing to a man who went from crypto skeptic to booster. The crypto industry and the libertarian movement strongly advocated for a pardon for that Silk Road guy who was serving a life sentence. Yeah, I get it. I mean, they're trying to draw comparisons between the two, but I don't really see... one guy was creating an exchange for people to sell stuff on, and then it was misused, obviously,
the Silk Road.
For Silk Road. Yeah. Misused to obviously sell some stuff, but the other guy just was knowingly
funneling everything into
Alameda. I don't know if they're the same.
Alameda research, I think it was. So yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel. And it's not a good feeling, to be honest with you. I don't like Sam Bankman-Fried at all. At all. Yeah, exactly.
He showed no remorse, bro.
He's like narking on everybody. It was all them. It was all them. Like, come on, bro.
Man, if that Caroline Ellison got away, she ended up getting jail, but apparently she was possibly gonna skip a jail sentence because she ratted on him. She gave
everything,
the goods there. I mean, so good thing she got some too. Showtime. 1, Trump pardons SBF. I'm moving to Canada. We'll have you anyway, brother. No worries. Let's see what else people are talking about. Miami Dragon. Silk Road guy tried to kill people and he got a pardon. I didn't actually know he tried to kill people. Thank you for letting me know. What else we got over here? Ulbricht, says Dakota Campo. Thank you. Yoko's liar. He's not going to pardon him. I really hope not. Pardon Huck to us, says Mike Davis. We're hitting the bay. She hasn't even been charged with a criminal offense yet. She's still, I don't know if she's in hiding or what. They should be seeking the mercy of everyone he defrauded. Very good point, my man. But my understanding is, not like I'm trying to make excuses for SPF, that's not what I'm doing at all. But my understanding was a lot of people got money back because crypto ended up moving up. So it's like they held, fact check us on this chat, but apparently most people who lost money at least got most of their money back. I think it was 90-something%
of that,
give or take.
We can ask, Kevin O'Leary if he got his money back.
Yeah, that's a good point. He was talking about, where's the money?
Yeah,
where's the money, Sam?
Where did it go? Yeah, where did it go, Sam? Where is the money? Well, I can tell you where it went. not that difficult.
Once SPF is pardoned, Joseph, according to Ricardo, then Trump will pardon Elizabeth Holmes. I don't want to see that either. Kyle Burdett, tap, tap, tap. This thing on, Neil said no free-for-all Friday. I don't know. Hey, man, when Donald Trump is on the mic, anything is possible. Look, again, we talked about this. I had trade during the first administration of Donald Trump, but from the OGs here on the floor, you talk to them and they basically tell you expect the unexpected. Anything can happen any day. But at least we get volatility, Joseph, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, and if you're in a position and he says something goes against you, you're not very happy. But as a day trader, we're looking for volatility most of the time.
Of
right?
course, but I don't understand what this, like, Trump's tariffs. I don't know what that has to do with Bitcoin. It just needed anything to just sell the price off,
Don't worry about that, bro.
I'm not
It's going one way.
Oh, I'm worried, my guy.
I know you're holding shares. I know you're holding shares, but I'm telling you, have faith, baby. Josh J. Why is the market press crypto falling? Just joined back. Yeah, Donald Trump making tariff announcements. We know how the volatility is with Donald Trump and tariffs in general because they can affect balance sheets markedly. You can affect, obviously, profits and losses, as well as relationship between countries, which could have farther reaching implications. So that's the situation there. Let's see what else people are talking about there in the chat. Let's see, Tesla rejecting VWAP, says Thomas Johnson. Let's bring in the trusty side charts and have a look at what Tesla is up to. Yes, sir. Tesla did work into the volume weighted average price and then rejected quite handily. Tesla on the way down, breaking the area where I got out. Is there any support here for Tesla? I mean, there's this high from yesterday around 410. We'll have to see if that ends up being an area of support. But yeah, Tesla, to build on your point, absolutely on the way down. Tom Brady asked him, says Joe Logan. Yeah, I know you're joking there, obviously, because Tom Brady obviously had some money given to him by SPF. SPF took your money, tried to trade it, and blew it, says M. Stone. That's a great summary, and I think that's absolutely
exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did.
His nerdy girlfriend spent it all. Come on, Oscar. You don't have to call her nerdy. I get what you're saying. But yeah, we're talking about, what's her name? What's that? Yeah, he was. Not something that we brag about, Ram, but yeah, he was.
You had him on here?
Brendo had him.
No way.
Well, before anybody knew he was a thief, right? Crazy to think an hour ago I had the best green January I've had in years, and 1 hour I've erased all those gains. I'm sorry, Derek. That's kind of how trading is, brother. And
I told a story about that earlier today, so.
Yeah,
well,
it's kind of
the discipline.
Yeah, that's the deal with Tesla. No such thing as a long-term hold when Trump is around, says Stevie B. Good point, my man. Apple on the sell program, says M. Stone. Don't I know it, baby. I'm done, Rigetti, dude. I traded it to the high side today, so shout out to Rohit. I'm going to be chilling for the next 4 minutes. We're going to be looking at what some people are saying in the chat. Oscarito made me read that one out loud. What did you do to this time, Donald, says Tan Telmo BA. I don't know, man. It's all tariffs. We know how it is. White House meeting at 2:30 p.m. Nvidia, says Ralph Pyle. Adara already reported about that. We already knew about that this morning. Jensen Huang, who was not, Joseph, at the inauguration ceremony, will be in the White House today, which is interesting because, he was visibly absent at that time. So that's a look there. Guys, Google is holding on the best of the names right now. Let's show the chart there on Google. What a fantastic hold. Google doesn't even know there's anything to do with tariffs. It is the best looking chart in Mag 7 world. With respect to where we all are relative to VWAP, all the Mag 7 below the volume weighted average price except for Google. Google on the way up. Is this a new all-time high? That
on Google, yes, it is. All-time high on Google's and Amazon. All-time
highs, as you heard it. Google and Amazon. Google a lot closer to the highs right now. 205.48. That's a high. That's an all-time high. We're printing 205.17s, but Google looking real good right now. Meta, though, trying to work its way back into the volume-weighted average price into that 699 area. Here's a look at Meta. A nice retracement there, but VWAP An elusive target. I tried to take a long off VWAP today on Meta, had a couple of outs, then got stopped out for the rest. Probably the wrong idea to take it on the third time. It did give you VWAP bounces the first couple of times, though. So that's a look right now on the market. Lots of volatility today. Big Spile's pumped. He sees the market coming down. He's pleased as punch, as Adair likes to say. So we'll keep tabs on that. Unview, if you have a big boss, how do you approach the big loss? I mean, how do you approach the next trading day? Have a short-term memory when it comes to the emotions of the loss, but try to learn from the technical failures. So if you're going to have that emotional reaction, and that's kind of like, visceral to you, you got to get over that super quick. Get your mind off it into something that, makes you feel a little bit better, but don't forget the lessons of the loss. That's what I would say to you about that. John Del Segno, LOL, Hims could give him a flying fun. I like that, John. About any down move at all. Let's have a look at HIMS. It looks like it's doing well. It's like maybe a Google trade right now because Google is well above the volume weighted average price while everything else not doing. Your point well taken. I did not have an eye on Hims at all. But that is a good look, my man. Coming into that $38 area, that's essentially the high of the day. It's kind of bull flagging. It's had two bull flags, two continuous bull flags. That initial one right off the jump there at 9:30, you've got a bit of a consolidation. It held the 20, didn't even move back into VWAP. So strong was HIMS, and then you got the second bull flag. Though I don't know if today's the day for that third bull flag. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. I would submit to you probably more often than not, you don't get that third bull flag. Maybe you get a consolidation and then maybe an upward channel of higher highs and higher lows. But it's a good look right now on HIMS. This is the 5-minute chart on it, by the way, Joseph. Good look. I didn't have eyes on that. I would have been interested in this one if I did know about that one. Service Titan as well. TTAN also couldn't care about. Let's have a look at TTAN before we send it to the big kahunas. Yeah, this is a good one as well. You can tell it's a lot more lightly traded than Hims. This is only done about 108,000 shares on the day, to be honest. And I could tell you, it looks that way, just given the late chart there, Joseph. What do you got, brother?
Yeah, no, nothing really flat right now, guys. Tried that Tesla long, didn't work out. Broke the low, so we got out of Dodge. PLTR short worked out a little bit for us. Let's see what we got going on. Apple's still bleeding here, guys. So a tough wound, hidden artery on the session, it seems to be the case. Heading to the downside, 235 and change is Apple. But, I mean, it is what it is, guys. Expect this. I think a lot of people are saying this. Expect this for the next 4 years, especially when Donald Trump decides to come on the mic and start talking. He's going to add volatility to the market. So, again, don't let it ruin your Friday. Enjoy the weekend. Monday's a new day. And, yeah, just forget about the markets, take a little break, and enjoy yourself.
Here you go. All right, guys, it is time to send you to the big kahunas to our right, Neil and Sean. Joseph and I will be back on Monday, same bat time, same bat channel, guys. Take it easy. I hope everybody has a great weekend.
Hey, thank you very much. Who is that guy?
And have a good week.
Who is that idiot who said it's not going to be a free fall Friday? Fire him immediately.
Yeah, I said there's no free fall Friday. I said
it too.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Oh, I know. I was being self-deprecating.
Okay.
Well, you know what?
I was like, there's never. But is it a free fall?
Well, it's okay. First of all, you can't know what's going to get said, and obviously
right now.
The tariff news back and forth is going to be able to move the markets. And let's be real, we were absolutely cruising until then. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The Nasdaq's still up, but we were absolutely cruising in this market. You were looking fantastic unless you're Apple, and then all of a sudden the tariffs are back on, and you saw what happened to GM, and you saw what happened to now everything, almost, because we're right back to where we started. So there's Nvidia. Nvidia is right back to where it dipped at the open. The Nasdaq itself is right back to where it was at the open and trying to revert. It's just one of those types of days. Now, I know some people might say it's frustrating. Yeah, you have to keep your ear to the ground, but the truth is, this is going to be increased volatility, and ultimately that's going to create some opportunities here for everybody. So whether you're trading big cap tech or, like maybe you're trading a General Motors, you couldn't do this earlier. Like imagine he says it earlier. No, maybe you're trading a General Motors. Sometimes it's like,
look at that.
the opportunity out here, and I'm not saying I actually wasn't sitting down here when this happened, but like imagine there's some like quick little break trades you can probably grab if you're looking at that stock, kind of like listening to the news. The second it drops, that's a pretty solid secondary candle that you're able to then fade off of VWAP for another push down of like $1 on GM. This is a 3-minute chart. Like that's 3 minutes, try to retrace, fail VWAP. That's opportunity if you're sitting down at your desk and you get that headline, right? So that's why we're going to have people on the desk always for you to get that news live. And let's see how we recover. It's obviously not good for Canadian dollar, which has happened. Ooh, there it is. Let me clear my throat.
Yeah, fine. All right, thank you, Ramin, for muting us. Okay, we are fine. Welcome, everybody. So we were long, and then we were short, and now I'm looking to go short again right now. Market's trying to come back in. What's up to Sharif and Joe? Have a good weekend to those two fine gentlemen. Thanks for another banger show there on the midday. 85.20 right there. 50-period moving average. Look, if we start to retrace back up, I don't know if I'm going to love that short right there. The market's still up. This is not really. If it's a free fall Friday, it may still happen. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but we did fall from grace today at almost 22,000 again on the NASDAQ. That was very, very close to that all-time high. So obviously, every time we get up there, we are going to fall back just a little bit. I'm trying to buy all of them dips, man. I mean, as they come through, we want to get at possibly as many of those as possible. Here's the NASDAQ 30. I'm already in a lot of NASDAQ names, but I'm going to try to buy dips on SPY or Diamonds, which is the Dow Jones 30. I like that. But there's the all-time high right there. So we were within a whisper of that trade today. So we kind of wicked to the high side, and then since then we've fallen back in. So still really nice. You know, for me, if we break, this is what I'm kind of looking for, breaking that day's low, then I do think, there's that gap fill at least. That's 21,750, so, where we are sort of now, into 21,690, 680, 50-period moving average is 660. So, yeah, for me on the TQQs, I'm looking to go short if we do break this level right here. And I just want to talk about it before we go back over to Sharif, because I could get into this very soon, and then everyone will be like, hey, why aren't we all short there? There's the breaking spot right there that I'm trying to play off of. We come right into this, barcode, whap. So that's what I'm looking for right now. That's right, Neil. Whap to the downside. And we got to give this $1. Wow. That would be whapped. Yeah, it's kind of like whap. It's just a bang. But there it is, man. We'll see if we can get to the downside right there. And we'll play it. We'll try it just in case there is that pullback into Friday. Because as I just heard Sharif say, and or maybe it was you as well, Apple, and I tweeted it out, man. Like, we tweet out our good trades, we tweet out our bad trades. And I was like, look, ever since we lost 240, we got out of there. And it's good that it's not great to be so stubborn. We did make a significant piece back, but then, of course, this happened and it wound up falling through. But there it goes right back in, and then whoosh. Wow. This is like that. Yeah, this is like that snowboarding hill there that my son's trying. He's been snowboarding now for 3 or 4 weeks.
Where you guys going?
He's like an expert. No, he just goes up to Mount St. Louis. So he wants to go to Blue Mountain, which is apparently better. So he'll be going to that soon. But anyways, yeah, like a ski hill.
We're breaking. We just broke
85
down.
85 is Palantir? No. Is it?
Could be the last day of the month. Help falling. Sorry, Fabio in the chat. Could it be in the last day of the month? Help the falling market. Momentum could be a little bit more distinct.
Right,
I think that's definitely a possibility.
We're into that short, by the way.
Wow, yeah, the market just took another fresh low in here. The stock I won is AMD at 117, and maybe we'll get a chance to get that one. The timing of I got stopped out away from the desk right before it happened, it being Trump.
Here we go.
But yeah, we'll get back to the upside. I want to short this one on any kind of a pop. When we get to our good friend Sharif in just a quick second, I have a funny feeling we'll be talking about some chips.
So here we go. The TQQs does make that fall down. We get some out right here at 84.05 for about 14 to 15 handles. And here we go back in again. We just took it. We got another piece right there. We didn't get the full fill. But here it comes, guys. It is time to celebrate good times here at Trader TV Live. Look, how long did that take me? 3 minutes to get right back into things right now. It's a nice move downside for this. There go the futures, man. Hey, look, we just put the position on. We come in and go, you look a little bit, oh yeah, that was a nice little trade there. So we'll see what happens to the downside. And there goes the TQs. Oh baby, this could be that move into the close. Right now for the NASDAQ, we are short, and there she goes. It's now 25 handles, 30 handles now in the money on a trade where we're still in the same minute right now. So there it goes. Oh boy, Neil, oh boy. This rate, if I flatten this rate now, it's P&L 2 for me. So I don't know what to do, but we will just hold it and see if that wounds up working. So, all right, I'm out of about 15%.
Let's get it started. Market towards the downside. Okay, we are ready. Let's go to Sharif. I think we're going to want to talk about some chips anyways.
Yeah, dip. Chips a dip.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. You saw that graphic, it was a lot of red, and that's what we're seeing on the market right now. Oh baby, this is the triple Qs. We're really heading aggressively to the downside. I was gonna tell you guys we were down 0.75% on the Dow, 0.5% on the ES, and 1% on the Russell, with the NQ still green, but I think I might have to relook at those numbers because I think the NQ is about to go red from what it looks like right there. So the triple Qs are really selling off aggressively right now. So keep your eye on the positions with the boys. Here's the first ticker though, as decided by you guys. Tesla going to reduce about 10% of their employees following the the layoffs they had already, I should say, in April, guys. This one bleeding right now, 410. Can we see 400 on Tesla today?
Friday. It's a Friday, so obviously a lot of times you have gravity pull towards the bigger optionable levels. So I'd say it's a distinct possibility. Everything changed whatever time it was when Trump mentioned the tariffs. So Tesla, the one thing I would look for is we bounced and held the 50 on the daily every single day this week. That's at 397. So that's about the only place that I would think you could have a little bit of a bounce. But look at this. It's all red. Everything distinctly changed. Got to be looking for short entries. I think as long as we're underneath $413, that was the line that I wanted to hold. I said when I left this morning, I said we'll look for dip buys at 413. Well, it's a different market. I think you got to look for the shorts if you get any kind of a pop, and then just take it out at VWAP. WAP. Sorry. WAP. It rhymed. It rhymed to say WAP, but VWAP is the correct terminology there.
Yeah, so I want to just say right now, we just did get that rejection of that move down. My best out is 83 there on the futures. There's that wick. Guys, we called this play and it happened. You're now bouncing off the 200 period. There's that wick little bottom there. So we did make that move. It went right to where we said, man, 21,670. That was the low. That's where we took some more. That's where we took it out. So we're still in it, but it's starting to go back upside. Rejection there for that move down. You know, if it kept going, this could have been an absolute monster of a trade. We're still going to wait to see what winds up happening with it now. We're out of half, so it could even be a loser if this doesn't get to the downside there as well. But that's why I want to say thank you so much to my guy Mela, or I don't know, Mela here. How do we get these calls right so often? I mean, it's been good. We've been reading the board pretty well lately. So I just want to thank you for that support. And DJ Marshall, what's up, my guy? Right there, we'll hit that. Have to show Neil and Sean love for the afternoon. Thank you so much. Had his first red day. Oh, well, you had your first red day of the month so far, thanks to Trump. Yeah, well, your bias was long on the SPY, taking a flip short time, trying a $100 loss, 2,500. Perfect, man. I mean, you flipped it around. That's the thing. Don't give up. I mean, I don't want you guys to ever hold on to all of your trades forever until they eventually turn around for you. Just make sure you do have that discipline to get out when you sort of smell something up with that. So great trade. Thank you so much, DJ Marshall. And it's great to see. We remember you from a long time ago.
Yeah, so, absolutely.
Shout out to all the OGs. And I know that's one of Sharif's things too. So again, another one right there for DJ Marshall and company. But yeah, okay. So the market's trying to bounce back up. I'm not really doing anything until we get to 85. I still think the short is there, but I don't want to average in at this time. So I'm averaging in the TQs probably 84.70-ish, but I don't have an order out. So let me get to Tesla real quick. That's the thing, man. I'm trading. I'm trying to do this, and then we got to do all this for you. And this is what we love to do this. So keep bringing the questions. That's why we have this segment, to be honest with you. Sharif and Joe talk these all afternoon and then come over and see what our opinion is, and then we'll take it from there. But 409, yeah, I mean, I agree with Neil. This looks like it's you know, that's almost that same break as the futures. Like, we almost could have looked at Tesla. It would have been better, right? That 411.50, that thing drops $2 right there. So that was a good drop-off zone right there for Tesla. I would say that, you know, there's room to go all the way to the bottom again. If this market fails, if we have to test it one more time to the downside, if it fails, then yeah, I think you're going to get a shot at $4 today for Tesla, maybe 401, 402. So I would try to look in and around there. What's yesterday's? Yeah, so that fall yesterday started right around 407, falls into $4 right at the close. So yeah, I mean, does history repeat itself? We'll see. I like Tesla long term, but you got to look at it more as an AI company than a car company. Sharif, especially with those tariffs, right? I mean, right now we're going to see how that affects some of those cars coming up. From hee-ho. Okay, let's go back over and we're going to talk about this futures trade and, of course, SMCI.
It had a good day today, Sean. It was up near highs. I think it was up 4 or 5%. That is, of course, until we got the Donald Trump dump. Now down about 1 2/3. It was moving up on this headline here on the back of the announcement with SMCI, that is, with their partnership with XAI, guys. Coming into a key area of technical support, though, could we find a bit of a bounce? There was a pre-market high. Kind of looks like we're holding above it right now. I wouldn't put too much stock into that one. How do you see this one, boys?
Sure. Just two things here. One, I said we got to listen to the news. I got to restart my news service to make sure that I'm actually listening to said news. That's a great idea, because I'm not saying that Trump is going to say something else or we're going to get more headlines, but it's distinctly possible. So two things. I put in the chat about ARM's strength. I like ARM. But I did take the shot breaking the low on AMD, which is the short that I liked. So it does not hold the bottom. I'm out of that. I'm into ARM. And why do I like ARM long? Well, I don't know, because it's not down. Right. It's up 5.5. It is what it, like, how many stocks are actually above VWAP, breaking trend to the downside and close to the highs and up 5%? ARM and Rigetti's up 13% and just held VWAP as well. So just jumped into that one. As far as SMCI goes, it's up a point. And if we had just bounced off of like 29.5 in here, I'd probably be thinking about a reversion long in SMCI as well. But I can't say that. Like, in this little bounce off the lows, SMCI is not doing anything. It's essentially just chilling in here and not giving you much of a bounce. It's reverted the move until it can get back above like 29.25 or something. I think you just gotta, like, if I was short this, I'd be holding, because it's a mean revert that has given you no signs that it wants to bounce yet on SMCI. And the longer term look here, obviously since our doldrums, you've also just recently lost a big support level at $30. You need to reclaim that one. Otherwise, your penalty box here for SMCI. Every report is going to be big for them this year for SMCI. So you're kind of like hanging on by a thread that the next one is either going to moonshot it and then get a big rebound. And they come next week on Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday, reporting SMCI, I believe. So I wouldn't be doing anything swing basis until then. I think your risk is gigantic. But yeah, it needs to be above 30, needs to be above VWAP. If I was shorted today, I'd be holding that. It still looks good.
I heard Adair deny that. It's right here. It's unconfirmed for next Tuesday, the 11th. So 2 Tuesdays.
Okay,
so you're right about the day. But that's what I was going to say, man. There's, even though this feels like it's a... Yeah. This is unconfirmed, so... You know, maybe.
That's why we get it right.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. So we'll double check multiple sources. Thing is, Adara also, if you follow at Trader TV Research, that handle, of course, is also tweeting out earning calendars and whatnot. So go follow that. Or follow all of us, but that's one of the newer ones there that Adara has been working on. Thanks, Adara, for that. Okay, so... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how, I mean, SMCI, it's interesting that it's on here, only moving that 1.3%. I think the same thing there, breaking. I'm going to call it up on an e-signal chart just so I could properly, without the splits having to get in the way. I mean, you're right into that area again that, if we break, I could zoom in, but right here, it's 28.50. Like, that's a level that we've been bouncing off the last couple of days. So I think if this loses $28, then it's a problem. You still got $1 to go before then. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with SMCI. But I mean, if you want to play this trend to the downside, even though it's up 1.2%, you're still underneath VWAP, underneath the 200, and it's a sloping down 50. So like, that to me is something there. So I would still play this. I'd play this to the short side. And what you want to do is when you're short right now, it's like what I'm doing with the futures. And it's too bad. We just missed 85. Look at this on the TQs. Oh my God. I have to adjust. Because it's the TQQs, this line is moving. It's just getting a little more aggressive again, I guess, because that had that move. You know where I'm sitting? I'm sitting for basically like half this position to get it back in. 84.85. It went to 84.79. Mistakes all abound. And this is what I'm saying about, and look, it's not an excuse because we're doing the show. It's just if you're going to watch something, sometimes you have to adjust your stops on both sides of it, right? Like for winners and for losers. Like your take profits now, if you weren't down here before, maybe you should be now because we've seen the bounce. So it's just like, see how aggressive this is coming down now? Now the 50-period moving average is at 70. So like 2 minutes ago, we were at 85, and then I left it alone and it came back in. Now, I'm not one of those guys that's like, we need to hit the moving averages right on. I don't believe in like that hocus pocus stuff. But at the end of the day, you know, that was pretty close, and we were pretty close to having another one. But here it comes right back in. There we go. From out of the money a little bit to right back in. We did take a piece out because that was sort of that first little shelf area, but we're still into pretty much all of it. That was our 5%. I'm trying to do 5% each time. We're sitting here in the teens now. We'll see if we can get out. The future just gave us a little bit of a runway there. But okay, let's go back over to Sharif.
All right, guys, here is the look at Apple continuing to bleed to the downside. Now negative on the day, down almost 1%, 0.9, reported yesterday after the bell. Mixed results there with iPhone sales decidedly down in China as Apple falls to third now in terms of handsets sold in China. They also had, with respect to not done so well, their wearables like the AirPods as well as the Apple Watch not doing as well, guys. Analyst concerns, somewhat muted. We give back the entire move, though, that we made in the aftermarket yesterday.
So quickly, I just tried to reverse an arm. So we trended in, it double tapped, so I had 161.5. It double tapped 162, was able to get some out there. It broke underneath the trend line. I covered and went to reverse short, which candidly here at Real Trading, actually it's two separate orders, right? So one to get out, one to go short. There are some ways around that, but I tried, did miss the trade. There was a question about a halter and random oddities. I'll get to that in a second. NCUV. If it's halted for 1.5 hours, there's a decent chance it was probably just news-based, but I'd have to check the halt page to be able to do that. And we'll get to Apple and then maybe talk about that. Apple was an abject disaster today in more ways than one. Like Apple, they gapped up. It looked like it was a good reaction to the report, declining sales in China. Some would say, in a lot of ways, it wasn't the greatest report in the world, but it did not hold on initially off the pre-market lows, caught a couple of good mean reversions and didn't leave it at that. Like this one was good, that one was good, and then it made the fresh low, didn't need to take the last couple. I think sometimes it's like, yeah, just leave it at those two. We're able to catch it when it did a revert early in the day, but then after 10 o'clock, you know, like that's when usually it's like, yeah, it's just trending down now, give it up, right? But I tried it 2 more times. So those are the bigger mistakes there, I think. Like once it's in the first half an hour, if it sets up a reversion trade, fine, because we've been seeing the market do this all the time. When it's a little bit later on in the day and it's still trending down like that, sometimes you got to be able to get away from it. In the long term, you still have the 50 period down here. Had I not already been a buyer at it, I probably would nibble at some at 220 if we get down there on Apple. But you know, it's still got a ways before it gets back to that 220 where it's been really good support. Like we were just there last week at this price. Insane.
Okay.
What's this stock?
Knees weak, palms are sweaty. Look at this. All right, here we go. Hey, maybe if we do this, it'll get going just a little bit more. All right, 40 handle winner again. I mean, you guys, we're trying to show our stripes. All right, so we talked about this. I actually tweeted this out on Apple. I'll just go right over to Twitter because why the heck not right now? Oh, we also tweeted this out. We just did this. I was like, let's go, man. 15 minutes until we're live. Let's put this out. All right. So, oops, there it is right here. We always tweet our winners, right? So, I mean, I got to talk about when we actually put out this kind of a trade there this morning. So, so far, so good. Oh, yeah, those futures want to dance a little bit more. Yeah, can't always post our winners and not post the L's. Here's Apple. You know, we fought it all morning. We talked about that. You guys were live with me. If not, go rewind and you'll see everything about it. We did put on a bigger trade down there at 240. We talked about that 240 break. Once that broke, though, we were gonzo on that. So that was the trade there for Apple for me today. It was on the sticky. It was on the sticky note, and you know, I like that trade. We could have got away from it, and that's the other thing that I have to do. I have to go and maybe actually do some studying here this weekend. Probably not, but Apple here, 243 to 24 here. Let me call up Apple. I'm watching the cues here because I'm hoping this can be a really big one here in the afternoon, guys. But right there, I wrote down 243 to 244 on Apple. And it's like, we could have just like took the L right there once it broke. And that was it, right? But the problem is, again, because it's coming into 240, and I'm like, 240 is a pretty good level. Let's try it. So it's like we could have stopped the pain in and around this area. Just as Neil said, we had caught some reversions back up. But then it just was like cascade and fell all the way down to the bottom. And before we broke 240. So yeah, a little bit of a tricky trade there for me on Apple. Definitely my worst attempt on the week. But again, we get out of it, and you can see my mood is completely fine as we stay alive. And it's kind of like that DJ. Did you talk about all those super chats, by the way? I don't, because
there was another one we did.
Okay, hold on. Let me just get them quickly.
Zabo.
Yeah, only because I remember DJ Marshall there talking about battling back, and I think that that's really important. Did we get this? Nimrod took the dogs for a walk, returned. Everything is down. Oops. Everything is down. Nvidia, Bitcoin. Did anything happen in the past couple of hours? Were we waiting on something? Yes, we did have obviously more tariff news, and that's it. So, all right, Nimrod, we'll go over many, many different names as we go. We'll talk about BTC as well. I promise you that. Your group is great. God bless. Thank you so much for that one. Alum in Sing Music. So thank you. Alum, it's Sing Music. Yeah, that makes sense. And then did you get the Zabo one there? Love your content, guys. Thank you so much again for the £5 Your openness about the realities of trading. Perfect. I mean, that's what we're here to do, man. I really appreciate that because I know I've been on that a little bit lately as well. So, all right, thank you to everybody there. We'll go back to the live chat and then go back to the board with Sharif and talk about a quantum name.
Rigetti, good day today, Sean, for Rigetti, up 12 3/4 off the highs. Had a lot of trouble with that $14 area initially, and then it broke that below it right now. This is the headline. This is a really interesting headline here. BlackRock boosted their exposure to Rigetti stock right before its jaw-dropping 1,400% surge in quantum computing hype. I'm not talking about Rigetti specifically, just as a group. Guys, 11 and change trillion under management for BlackRock.
Oh yeah, they're big boys.
Wow.
No questions asked about it. So it's weird because it's up 13%, but I had one long in Rigetti, and I was just trying the break of the high here, but it was just like 2 reversion trades on Rigetti. It's obviously a rocket ship, no questions asked, but like here's the top on the daily. It's about, let's see it better on the 15-minute chart there. You can see it a little bit better. Like each time it's gotten to like 14.5, you had a big breakout, you've had some resistance down there. So when it got to this price, first time it was just a clean reversion trade. The second time you were double top, I went for the break, it broke the trend, and each time it's bounced off VWAP, which it's doing, you guessed it, again.
Now.
So 14.5 before, bless you, before, sorry, Sharif just sneezed there.
Yep.
Before VWAP was down here at 13.5. Now because it's strong, it's at like 13.7, but there's the trend down. I did not go long each of the 3 times it bounced off VWAP before. I'm going to take it now. Look, it just happened. Like this is the trend. You can't even make this stuff up. Like 3 minutes ago, I would have said, hey, if it breaks the trend line, I go long. But you just saw it break the trend. If we break under this 1370, we can jump out of it. So it's the second time I'm long Rigetti, though it's gone better for me being short the stock. This one I would, hey, we lose VWAP, fine, but if we lose 13.5, this is a short for me. I just don't, I don't want to reverse at 1370 when it's got a double bottom here at 1350. So I'd get out of the long under VWAP, but I don't think I'd want to take the breakdown till it broke 1350. And of course, I paid for locates here on Rigetti. They were dirt cheap.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. You got to make sure that you do look into that. And if you're looking to trade something, make sure you can. People always ask, like, why TQQs versus SQQs? So that would be a reason. We don't have to pay any borrowing costs on this particular name. So there are a lot of traders that can't trade TQs, or they don't, maybe their account's not funded for futures or whatever you're trading, or SPY might be too much. There are other avenues to trade. So the TQQ, I trade it because I like the volatility in it. It's triple levered to the NASDAQ. So that doesn't, okay. Wow, this is turning out to be something here again. Like, we just reloaded it right there, and then whap. That's the new thing here. All right, wow, all right. So there it goes to the downside. But what I was getting at here quickly was, all right, flush. Did you just try to flush there a little bit? I'm in the 80s. I'm hoping for a nice downside move here. There's the SQQ. So this is the other way around at only $30. So this name, if you're trading it, obviously the moves won't be like, to the penny of the other one because it's triple the price. But as you're going to look, it should still move the same, just in the opposite direction. So if you're going to see me long or short right now, TQQ, you would go long SQQ, right? So, all right, that was that. Let's go back over, because we're getting a little long in the tooth here, and discuss some ARM.
Still up 5%, Sean, despite that aggressive selling off in the market and trying to hold that $160 area. There's really no news on this one. I mean, I looked, and there was only unusual options activity with a decided tilt in the bullish sentiment, guys, as opposed to bearish, off the highs, but holding that $160 level.
Yeah, I also tried to figure out tactically or specifically news-wise, why is ARM up when the market is doing what it's doing, and couldn't really come up with an answer. I'm happy with it because own it in the long term, but it just, sometimes the price is what it is. And right now it's above VWAP and looking pretty good. I have left in this trend line and did try to reverse it here. Didn't get the fill, so broke trend up, got some to 122, went for the reverse at 61. Obviously it pulled down $1, but if it holds the prior trend line, well, then I want to be able to short this as well on ARM. I have to double check to see when they report. Let me just, I'll just do that right now. ARM, yeah, they're next week, middle of the week. So middle of the week next week. Wow, next week is going to be big.
Yeah, man, there's so many names. The next 2-3 weeks is huge.
It's going to be massive. So yeah, they report next week. They are a little bit pricey. Look, their PE has never made a ton of sense. So they are at a big time risk of a rather large move down if they were to have some bad numbers. But for today, it's holding strength. If you can close above the trend line, I probably abort the idea of even thinking about the short in the stock. But I love it when you have a distinct trend, it fails a break, which it did, and then holds the trend back down. Because it's almost like it trapped people long. Anyone that's still in it, maybe they added it VWAP, and then you can still hold underneath the 161 at least for now. But it still has to show me this close holding the line there on ARM. Love it. It's got a lot of strength going with it. They're not the only name that's up. Actually, there you go. Bearded Warrior Trades just pointed out a couple of other names that are looking pretty decent too, like Palantir and Alphabet. So this isn't limited to ARM being the only stock that is holding up very well today. Although I'd posit that Palantir's under VWAP, where ARM is at least trying to break back out above. So give it its due. I can't figure out why specifically, but it is what it is. I'm very, very happy with it in the long term. But if I was nervous in front of earnings, like if it wasn't a long-term play, I'd probably be trimming some.
Apple is scrapping work on reality glasses.
Did you hear that?
Hold on that. Yeah, I just heard that. So we'll wait. Adara is not at the desk yet, but she'll get over there. Possible news on Apple with reality glasses. So scrapping them is what I just heard in my ear. So it didn't say Vision Pro. That's why it said reality glasses. So we'll find out about that. It doesn't seem to be affecting too much movement there. I mean, as far as how much money even they've sank into Vision Pro, obviously I didn't hear those words, but I don't think it's a lot. It's not a needle mover, I wouldn't think. I mean, they got rid of that car idea and sort of shifted over. I mean, honestly, I think if Apple ever starts to move money around, I think it's probably all going to shift over to AI, and I think a lot of people would like to see that anyways. So we'll wait to see if there is any news there on Apple. I saw Amy, got it. I saw Amy in the chat, just real quick. You asked about this SMR trade. It's right at VWAP, but it is from the morning. So someone, I think it was Damien or something, had mentioned, we really like this 24 to 24.50. We did get stopped out the first time we had it, but then when it broke back up, we took it in. Oh boy, we got some out here, 26.50, 26.70, there again at the 50 period, then again at the 200 period, and now again at VWAP, so it is about to lose it. I may decide to get the rest out here. We only have less than 5% left. All right, Adara, what's up?
Actually, have Apple here. Here's the story. So apparently Bloomberg is reporting that they've canceled a project to build advanced augmented reality glasses that would pair with his devices. So this seems like a different project than Vision Pro or any other glasses related Apple projects we've heard about in the past, guys. Back to you.
Not just traders, like breaking news over here. You know what I mean? Like this is the thing. Like you're not going to get this. Like we're breaking this news. Meanwhile, I'm holding this position in the futures. We were just talking about SMR. We just did a rundown from everybody. We're looking at the chat as we go. I mean, this is the environment that we've built. I mean, this is why we're proud of it, right? I mean, and if you like it, like the stream, hit the like, hit the subscribe, keep coming back. Like I really feel the next. Just like the last couple months, the next couple months, and dare I say years, are going to be filled with random things happening.
This is not going to stop.
Like I never even heard Biden really speak about tariffs or about anything. Honestly, like this is not going to be completely true, but definitely not the way this is happening. And whenever, other past presidents, and Donald Trump was just the second last president anyways, like there's often not that kind of flip-flop like we even saw today where tariffs are starting March 1st, then they're Feb 1st, then they're March 1st, then it's oil, then it's not oil. And the thing is this is not a comment about the politics of it, it's the comment for the stock market.
It's the reality of the volatility.
Yeah, it's like imagine Apple coming out and saying, we sold more iPhones than we told you. Nope, no, we didn't. No, we didn't. Yes, we did. And like back and forth. So it's kind of like there's a little bit of that happening. I feel like there's a lot of reporting, just like that Reuters story.
First of all,
the White House.
Yeah, like I mean, the Reuters and
like people.
I guess the last few times have been Bloomberg, not Reuters, but today was Reuters. Sometimes they're going to report stuff that they think is correct, and they're just dead wrong, and it gets corrected. But that's even better too. Like it's just it gives you trading opportunities. Anyone that was looking at GM or whatever it might have been, it could have been the overall market. You had time to literally digest that news and get in on the second push, which is when you get big events like that in the middle of the day. We're just not used to that. Presidents and I cannot remember the last time. I remember there was once in like 2017 or something, or no, it was before that. It was like 14 or 15. And it was like a VP said something at like 350 and it moved the market. But most of the time you don't get anything like that. So it's always good to have volatility. That's what you live for. But at the end of the day, it does mean you need to be tuned in. It's great. You guys have us here for you. But I just made sure, because when you said that Apple thing, I'm like, I still didn't hear it. I restarted it again, and now I am getting the news. Because I don't want to be...
There's been news since, but I'll tell you next time I hear something, hopefully you...
Well, it's now twice that I didn't hear it in my ears.
So Derek wrote this, and I'm going to try to cover this word up. I mean, you didn't pronounce it exactly, but... no, it says, with Trump in office, you need to tighten your stops or get on any given tweet or pop-up press conference. So I just wanted to say, thank you for everybody in the chat, and I think that's completely right, is get your stops. And I just, let me talk about this before I forget, because I did this and I forgot to talk about it. So here's the TQs trade. The 50-period moving average is coming down. We nailed it. Everything's fine. We reloaded it there. We got to come to the chart just for a quick second. But my stop is right here now. I was going to stop out before up here, but not after that wick, touching the 50, then falling back down. No. So like I keep missing all of these fills by like pennies. Like this is 20, 25 handles. Like these make a difference and I keep missing them. So I took one early and scalped it out, hoping that we'd get another opportunity, and we did. But where's that fail stamp? Like I'm super happy we're in the money. It's a good trade here. It's 15 handles in the money.
Tesla.
But yeah, Tesla's breaking lower. Okay, I just want to say to everybody before we go about stocks, is this trade right there, I like it. There it is, bang. Yes, sir. I don't know if we're going to get that free fall right now, but that's another trade right there on the futures going lower right now. We'll take another piece out there. I don't want to scalp all of this out. We still have half of this. Well, We have less than half of, I'm about to point to on my screen, less than half of this, but half of like all of the reloads. So we'll wait to see if we go to the downside right here. Here we go. This is a nice play, guys. Really nice play here on the futures. Now 40 handles in the money. Glad we talked about it. Let's get to the downside. We're still bidding 87s like we had mentioned before. So hands off. Hopefully we'll come back in. See, this is where I get nervous because I see it bouncing now. And I'm like, oh, 87. I'd hate to miss it. Then I put like a 92 or 93. Then it whoops down there. And I'm like, there. Bang! All right, Neil. Wow. Okay, here we go. We're almost at the highest spot I've been at all day, P&L wise, is basically right now. So let's see if this can continue, man. We called this play. Let's see if we can be rewarded right now. Neil, I know you talked about Tesla. Let's go.
I didn't want to interrupt, but
no, go. Yeah,
Tesla just, it did this. See the topping tail candle, rejection at exactly 410, and then did a prior bar break. So there it is, topping tail candle, prior bar close, and break of the low. So we're short that setup into 407. Where can you get to? Oh, you can get to anywhere on Tesla, but we broke out from this morning at 402. So as long as it holds this trend on a 15-minute, every candle is red since the Reuters thing. Every candle.
Boy.
So I think with Tesla, you want to stay short at least until 405. And every time it does a topping tail like this, I think you get an entry point here for Tesla. So let's see what happens. It does mean Rigetti probably, I tried to tag 14, it just went to the bottom of the trend line. Well, this could break the trend line here for sure, underneath 1370. If it does that, got to follow the rule, got to be able to jump out of the trade. So Tesla's the only new thing. And there was one more that I wanted to get to because I saw in the chat and I called it up maybe when it was brought up, Oklo, whatever it is. This is another one, hugging VWAP, trending down. I want to focus on Tesla. I want to give ARM a chance as well. But yeah, this also looks like it could really give up the ghost. Still up on the day, but underneath VWAP and kind of just breaking support. This could get a little bit nasty. Rigetti was just holding fine at VWAP. It just lost VWAP. I think it's just going to be the shorts here. If I wasn't going to be on Tesla, I think I'd be considering at least Oklo into VWAP here. So a lot of the earlier runners that were super strong, you can throw Google into this, although Google's still above VWAP. They're all starting to give it up a little bit here. But I like the weaker names. Tesla is a little bit weaker at this point. So let's see how far this one can get down. And every time it does this kind of a candle or stair step, want to try to get a re-entry. It's now done it twice since 413. Might not get the 413 that I wanted, so just got to take whatever setup the market gives me, which happens to be $4 lower. It is what it is. I'm going to say that a few times because it's now in my head to say it. So
Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't have said anything to you about it because I know that would happen to me too.
It's in my head now.
Let it. Well, I mean, I think you said it. I know. I'll tell you if you're saying it less or more. Okay, Ramin says you're saying it the same amount of time, so it's all good. Okay, so here we go, man. I mean, look, we started the show. We started the show at 2 p.m. We didn't even do the rundown, and I went and said, whoops, we wanted this short. It broke right there. You know what time this was? 2:05 was this first fill. So now 35 minutes later, we're at the bottom with more reloads. What's up, Brendo? There it goes. Nice downside move there. The market's coming in. This is almost 1+% on this name alone. We just took another piece out right there at 50s. Those are my best fills. We are now 70 handles, 75 handles, 85 handles in the money and just took another fill. And it's not like these aren't trades. I mean, Neil just put that on ARM and on Tesla. We're doing it right in front of you one more time here today. We said that I like the short. I mean, there's the short. On that note, SMR, again, less than 5%. We were 5% there. We got a piece out. We talked about that at VWAP. There's the loss on VWAP, and now I give this to $25. It'll still be that dollar winner, but we already took out some up here, basically similar amounts as we go. So it's all good. If this breaks lower, it breaks lower. That's why you have to take this. We don't have any L's. We took an L the first time, then boom to the upside. Everything's been printing here on SMR. It's a big stock for me today. And we'll just hold that last 2.5% and see if it holds $25. If it does, it does. This is how I trade. Scalp City. Welcome to the jungle. I'm going to take another piece out right here at 67 and boom, there it goes. All of these fills that I take, I basically get paid for adding liquidity. On that note, you can join Real Trading Campus Edition. Close enough. Right now, visit realtrading.campus, and we'll do that. We'll do that a little bit later. But there it goes, man. We are now, unfortunately, guys, we only have about 20% left of this futures trade right now, and I'm gonna just hold on tight. So I don't have any. Literally, have no more bids. We put some bids in the 40s. My best fill there, and then we'll throw it back over to Neil to see what's going on. My best fill was 53s. So 83.53 was my best fill for 85 handles, and we'll see if this can extend. Look, I was pulling the chart down to see if it can extend. See if this can extend into where we were yesterday in the aftermarket, right? Like 83 and a quarter, 83, 82 and change. Let's see how far and how low we can go now for the NASDAQ. So no more bids, and I'm going to put one now, Neil, just as you did, man. Like, you don't know. Tesla could go that $4, $5, $6. If it does, you want to put your order there in case, like, there just could be like a whoosh news, right? We talked about that. Thanks for the super chat on that one. 83.20. I'm just going to put a bid for, let's call it half of what we have left. All right, so we have about 20 to 25% left, so we'll put it out for 10% of our total position. So if you're still in 10 contracts, this will be a 1 contract out for me down there. But again, if you're in 10 contracts still, that means you would have had 50 because I only have 20% left of this trade. So, all right, 83.20s, as I just said, I'm going there right now.
Yeah, there you go. You got to put the bids out. The market is about to go red. I saw in the chat, why is the market down or why is anything down? Again, if you're just tuning in right now, we have had nothing but red candles since that tariffs are back on, and they're back on. Well, you know what? Forget it's not back on. There was a report that they were going to be delayed a month, and then that was corrected by Trump, and it's been all red ever since. So it just it's dragging everything down. If you're like, why is someone just said SoFi is weak? Yes. SoFi is weak because everything is weak. This is the moment it happened. SoFi, like everything else, has been trending to the downside ever since. And look, I was long arm a second ago. Long arm. Yeah, long arm. The greatest character on the show, Cops. I was long when this broke trend to the upside, but it then held trend to the downside, so we jumped into the short in front of 61. It just tagged 60. Going to get some out at 59.5, see where we can go. It's still a relatively strong stock, but nothing is strong right now. I'm looking at Google and asking myself, why wouldn't Alphabet even lose trend here too? Like, if it's just like a play catch-up game, I haven't traded to the short side at any point today on Google. I've only been looking long off of VWAP, but the way this market's going, if this loses VWAP, why isn't this a short too? And maybe that applies to Palantir as well, though I think Palantir is probably beneath VWAP already. But everything is starting to bleed. So I got one more. I got another bid on ARM.
Oh my, Neil, we just got to 20s.
Wow, we just got to, okay, I might have a bid on Tesla as well. But shoot, Google, I was about to punch short on Google and I think I just missed it. Yeah, I got that. Wow. I got a little distracted, but
there was the
we just broke trend on Alphabet.
Good trade.
We closed underneath. No, I didn't get into Alphabet. We're into only ARM.
Yeah, but you have the
Tesla.
other short. Yeah.
But if we hold underneath VWAP, then I should be shorting this and giving it back to 204.60, which is the prior bar. So I'm going to get my stop order in. We just closed underneath VWAP, so we're going to take the short there. That's the prior bar. Technically, it's 50, but I don't like a 50 stop, so the stop goes in at 60. So the market is absolutely flushing.
Oh my
It is
gosh.
one of
I have to stop.
these.
I have to stop getting out. Oh my. You know, what's that? You got clickety-clack, clickety-clack. You got that hot hand in a dice game right now. We talked about it. There was that term that Adair coined, the Seanfidence. The thing is like, you don't even sometimes think that like these trades are possible sometimes. Like when I was just talking, I'm bidding 83.04 right now, by the way, for another piece. Like, I gotta hold on for a little bit longer. Maybe someone can help me with that. If any of you guys have any programs I could sign up for, all right, trading mentors, anybody like that? All right, like there it goes. We're now 150 handles in the money, Neil, on this short that we called for you guys 40 minutes ago. Like, I mean, this is absolutely free 99 right now. This is absolutely a blast to be here with everybody and to be able to do this. I know this is a completely broken record, but like this is 160 handles now. Neil's got these shorts. All like, look what we're doing.
This is a bloodbath.
Look at this. It's not like we didn't call this. Like, I don't. You know, I mean, we might just have to open up our own like little private trading room, you know, and just start to charge thousands and thousands a month. Like this is, no, we're not doing that. Look, this is an absolute
free.
That's why, like, we keep saying that.
Free 99.
And we've got content. We've got content going up on YouTube. Like and subscribe.
We got the Nos boss in the house. We got Options Joe.
I feel sorry that he's here because maybe if he was trading, he'd be short. You know,
he's got red on.
He is. Bang.
He is short. Of course he's short.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, here
the markets.
Yeah. Here we go. No. You know. All right, there it goes, man. I mean, we're able to get that. Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to do any promo you need, baby. This is what we're doing. Day Trader Cut. Thank you so much. This has just been, again, thank you to everybody for supporting the show and everything that we continue to do here. It's been one. So let's go over to Neil because let's just look at Tesla. Like we're staring at these futures.
We're about to get to that the spot, which was down at 402. So at this point, it's got to be a trend reversal, or we're just going to get 402. The other name that we're into, we took ARM. When it broke through, well, it didn't really break through. It held the trend line, now breaking. Got 160, it just tagged 159. We're going to continue to go lower. Alphabet was a newer one. We took it, you saw me kind of miss the punch there, but yeah, you saw me miss the punch underneath VWAP, but we got some here at 204 quarters. It just up down through to 204. This is a little bit stronger, so I feel like it should have a little bit of a tighter stop for sure. But hey, at the end of the day, like the market's coming down. That doesn't even get to Apple here, which is now down 1.5%. Apple was up 4%? 4%. I think it was 4%. And now you are down one. It was 4%. Now you're down 1.5%. There's like 5 green candles on a 15-minute chart of Apple today. The day after they were gapping up on earnings. If you're into that sort of thing, and I'm done with trying to pick bottoms on Apple, but for anyone that's into it, it is that support from Wednesday if you're into it. But I am absolutely not. I don't think there's anything I'm in love with to the long side, but I do have a trail on in Tesla back through 5s at this point. Just like 5.25, I believe I have it at. So there it is. It just came to the 405. I said when it failed 410, I either wanted to get to 402 or 405. It's a Friday. Every $5 on a Friday in Tesla means something to me.
Huge.
Because, well, it's an options thing. And I kind of read into that as well. Like you tend to have gravity towards the bigger options strike prices. That's the word I'm looking for. Let's go take care of some business because, hey, if you're interested in trading on P Pro 8, there's a way to do that.
I was going to say, this is not even really business. This is just, what we want to try to get you guys into our platform as well. Right now we have Campus, so Real Trading Campus. Your real future awaits with Real Trading. Make sure that you do join us. This is open to, unfortunately, right now, Canadian residents only. But that's fortunate if you're in Canada, so we do this. Of course, this program is designed to teach participants how to become real traders and enjoy prop trading environment and give you the options to trade. This time around, U.S. equities. So we're really proud to do that. You get to explore all the different order types that we have right here on our platform, including basket orders, stop orders, market on close orders. We talk about, there he is, it's Mr. David Blacklock is back in the building. We'll talk about that in just a couple of seconds. What's up, David? Professional execution versus amateur. Be able to trade. I don't know if you're able to trade the futures or not, but eventually on the P Pro 8 platform with Real Trading, you will have access to over 50 plus markets. It's a great spot to sit with right now and enjoy the campus program open to Canadian residents. If you don't scan it and apply right now, then I don't even really want to we'll still be friends. I mean, but it's an opportunity you should not pass up if you are indeed interested to that. Thank you, Ramin, for rolling it. All right, it's Mr. Blacklock. He is back in the building. This dude has been crushing it so far this month. Many super chats. We want to thank you so much. I have not read the note. Let's read it together. I challenged myself to make I'm not even reading it. Just going to play this for a second.
Just show it. Oh, you have it up.
Wait, show it. I don't have that much in my pocket right now.
No. I mean on the screen.
Oh, on the screen. Yeah, I got it. Realized $100,000 gain. I mean, I only have half of that on me, in January. That is like, honestly, amazing. Like that's like hair tingling money right there, honestly. Adding to today's $8,100, mostly on Neil, hit something. I'll do it. You do it. Rigetti. There it is. Okay. I owe you guys big time. And thank you so much. He follows our directions.
Did you see that word?
Assiduously? Thank you for calling me out for missing that, and I'm glad that I potentially pronounced that correctly.
You pronounced it perfectly. I'm going to assume because it's a school word that I'm sure Darren knows better than me.
I mean, look, we will take that. David will take that $100, and maybe we'll do something special. David, why don't you message us? What is your favorite lunchtime food? And we'll do something on air next week for Sharif and Joe and if you say brisket, you say brisket. And then we'll
say brisket.
Yeah, we'll get
whatever you do.
Yeah, we'll get food for Ramin, everybody, Fabian in the black, because honestly, man, they're the one putting this show on, and we couldn't do anything without you guys. Really all right, Adair's been chomping at the bit there, so I apologize.
Really good brisket place.
Neil, we got to throw it over, man. I know I'm down with brisket.
Okay, I know.
See, now what you've done, I was ready to throw it over.
I'm just saying.
All right,
there's a really good brisket place. Really
just throw it to her.
I just wanted to let you guys know there's a little bit more talk here on tariffs. CNN reporting that senior Canadian officials are going to meet with U.S. officials. Apparently here the borders are Tom Homan today in hopes of staving off these tariffs. So keep an eye on names like GM or Ford, which really do have a little bit of move here when we have these tariff announcements. Guys, again, potential here of Canadian officials trying to talk to U.S.'s borders are. Back to you.
It's Magna.
Well, I bought some Magna at some point. That's going to be a tariff.
Oh, my wife still owns Magna. That's going to be bad. This is a bad chart. Yeah, this is a bad.
My wife doesn't own any stocks.
Oh, well.
I wish she did, though.
No, I'm like 99 point. What I don't know. She wouldn't get mad if I said this, but Magna's on some bad levels. Yeah, so that's a Canadian auto parts maker. Well, obviously, where do you think the tariff's going to go? So that's a stock. And if you're in the Toronto market, then obviously that's one you might be aware of. So the market's still going down. And shout out to David. Brisket is fantastic.
Is that what he said? I didn't see. I'm waiting for him. Did he say?
No, I'm putting words in his mouth. Because I just, I like brisket. We've done hot wings challenges before. I think I'd just like to just have some good
not
food.
Wings. We're not going to do wings.
Yeah, we've done wings before.
Last week, so
we'll have some fun, and maybe we'll crack one in your honor. I think that's awesome. And I think the best part about it is you were trading Rigetti.
Oh, shoot, we should get some beer right now.
Rigetti was a monster.
Somebody send us something.
No, Rigetti was perfect. Look at the stock today. That's a day trader's dream stock. Rigetti, clean breakout, trended for an hour, trended back down to VWAP, trended back up to the top, trended back down. Obviously, should have had 4 shorts, not 3 just now, because look at that break of the trend line. This is exactly what ARM just did. Why am I not short? It's precisely the same move. Holding trend, break trend long, fail trend, hold trend under, go short. ARM is basically the same trade. Break trend, reverse it, hold trend under, go short, which I should probably reload underneath VWAP here. If it holds 160.5, which is where I'm going to move my trail to from 161, then I should reload this stock. Another one here, Ike, release. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for being the
more out.
GD best. I know what you meant there, but I know what you meant. I learned so much from you and had an amazing day going long and short today. That's the thing. We said no free fall Friday today, and that's what it was until the news hit. But then you had to be able to reverse. So get it, Trader TV fan. Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Get it. Get it.
Ike.
Yeah, so, quick update. So I canceled my stop because I want to talk about where we should maybe put it right now for the TQQs. Remember, so we only had 25%, and then we got that 20 fill, which was for about half of that. So that left me with about 15%. Then we just started taking out 2% every time. So right now, we only have left like 7-8% left as it came back into 83. There's another piece, there's another piece. So I want to look at this 50-period moving average because it's coming up right now. And if it breaks that, we had not broken the 50-period moving average since about $3 ago here at 1 p.m. So that's the 50-period moving average on the 1-minute chart. We often get questions about what are we looking at? You know, what are these levels? What are the marks on our screen? If you ever see purple ticks, I know it might be hard to see, but the purple is the best that we thought we could come up with. Those are short sells. Greens will always be bids or buys, either covering a short, which this is, or buying into a long. And then, what did I go long today? I went long Apple. So here, that was disastrous. But right there, wow. Like, part of being disciplined is this.
Have a stop.
Like David Blacklock, everybody in the chat, like you don't make $100,000 by being wrong and holding something like this, you know, because there goes your $100,000 in one trade. Like, because you have to put on shares to make money. So I assume if you're doing $5,000 a day, which is fantastic, you're putting on some kind of risk. So I guess you wouldn't lose 100 in one trade. But at the end of the day, you got it. So I'm really, even though we lost on Apple, I'm actually pretty excited that I had the discipline to get out and stay away. Honestly, I just upset that we didn't go short. So anyways, reds would be covering of long positions. So those are sells, and the TQs, the purples are short sells. All right, so there's, again, instead of me yabby all the time, which what else is new? You know, we could have reloaded right there, you know, but we didn't. So what I wanted to say here was if we break, that would be 84. I'm just gonna up a little bit and think about getting out maybe 84, some of these cover spots, 84.05, 84.10. So that's where I'm gonna put the stops. It would still only be a 30 handle winner, but we've covered enough down here now that I'm fine with letting this go back up to the upside. If you haven't covered anything, this could be a good spot because I just feel that there could be a lot of like-minded traders that may also look to cover on that 50-period break. We are getting record viewers now. And I mean, I've spoken to many expert traders that have said that, hey, these lines that we have up on here, these are the money. So if they break, they break. You got to be careful with it. Here goes the TQQs right now. Just be really careful with your positions as we go. What's up, Andre?
Only because a couple of people have said it on the chat. That More Trader TV dashboard does have incorrect positions. Yeah, it was working. It was working at one point today.
Really?
No, it was. But like Sean's not long Nvidia. You can see here he's short. It says he's long Nvidia, and it's.
Oh no, that position board is wrong.
Huh?
I'm not in Nvidia, actually.
Huh? You're not? Oh.
Wait a second. What's Nvidia at? Yes, I am. I am short that price right now on Nvidia. No, I'm not.
Dude, I actually. Okay.
I mean, if I was, you guys.
I thought you were too. Like it's.
Get some help.
Okay. I'm only in the queues. I mean, I wish I was.
It's right for me. That's right. I'm short ARM at 160.66. So I guess we'll have to restart that. Thank you for
pointing. I was getting all this credit.
No, thank you guys for pointing it out. Oh, I actually didn't even realize it was wrong. To be honest with you. Because if you look at but look at the chart of Nvidia. No, seriously, what?
No, I know. I'm not in it. I was just looking at it. That's where I got.
No, but look at the line. Look at 124, and this is why I was like, it's probably right because I was long into 124, and it seemed like if you were going to reverse it, like where else would you have reversed it? Look, breaks down, holds, resistance. I'm like, that makes sense. Like right before we came on, 123.98, but apparently that's incorrect. Wow, Nvidia, 2% to the downside. This is. It's getting hairy. But that said, Nvidia, there's an hour left. This morning, I was like, if Nvidia gets down to 117, 118, that's where I want to look for the dip. All of a sudden, that's a heck of a lot more realistic than it was when we sat down. Well, at any point today, at the end of the day. But it's not impossible. I think it would take a lot to get down there. But when we were chilling out at 122, I was like, if we have a breakdown, I want to go for a long off 17, 18s on Nvidia. I think we might actually have a chance at a bounce zone there. So ARM's the only thing I have left. So we're out of Tesla. Might look for some kind of a reentry. ARM is holding on to this trend line. I didn't really get the reloaded VWAP there. Might have to try to get 160s. There. So thank you, Ramin. Ramin has corrected it on both channels. I'm going to try and reload on trend in ARM and see where I can find a reentry on Tesla, which that was a pretty good bounce. It didn't give as obvious an entry this time. Like last time, it was an obvious topping tail candle through 409. So just short back underneath 409. This time, it just kind of rolls over like a. I don't know. I can't think of something.
The futures are tanking right now. So we actually have been. That was great for us there on the futures. I'm going to call that up in just a second. Yeah, so NVIDIA is my P&L number one, even after this futures play. While We're still in it, but it'll be close. Anyways, this is my number one trade today. We had it early. We had it at 8:30. There's the long. It was absolutely huge there on news. Come on, futures. This is starting to become something right now. So we'll let this nasty animation go by. Get off the screen.
That one's terrible. It's the other one.
I know, I like the other one. But anyways, here we go. So there it was off VWAP and the 200 period moving average. There's the 120. This is really the one that sent it to the moon because we were willing to play that top break. So despite us averaging in, like we just bought 123.50 and then about 10 minutes later after that, we bought 125s. Like that was how confident. And then there's the blast up into 127.50. So like Nvidia gets going, man. And then there's the reload and we go, oh boy, we sat back down. This was live with Sharif and Joe. We came right back from the gym and then we just were like, you know what? It's at this 124 level. We'll take it against 124. Boom goes the dynamite. And then there's that piece where we got out. So that's where it was showing me short. But that was an out. And then as I said, I wish we were short. All right. It's happening again. The hold is happening right now. We'll go props up to anybody that stayed in this trade. We had just talked about where you could possibly reload it. We didn't do it. Let it drip back down in now. 10% left. I know. Oh, I really hope you guys are short, like net short right now on everything. This is coming in. Let's look at something else though really quickly. What other names you guys want? Like if I keep looking at this trade, like I should maybe just block out the P&L. What's up, Neil? Block out the P&L because like every time I look down, I'm like bid, cover, but like just stay. I'm gonna talk to Michael Noss about like trying to figure out like why I'm doing this every time. Okay, but again, don't change your style, right? Like that's the important thing. I can't come on here and say we've had a big week and then be like, I need to change. So we'll just continue to watch out to see what winds up happening. Let's just zoom out and see where there's a level for the futures. Like we talked about how low we could go here on that. You know what? Let's use the NASDAQ. But for the TQs, I'm just going to look at simple support and resistance. Yesterday in the after hours or just right before earnings, right there at 1540. Like I don't know what happened yesterday at 3:30. Oh yeah. My bad, actually. It was the tariff. So there was that announcement that brought us all the way back down. Well, guess what? That announcement is still happening. So we get Apple earnings that bumped us up here today. But guess what? Now Apple turns red, I think, or close enough to it. So then why not re-look at what this tariff bottom was? So that would be 82.25s or so, which is about $1 more from here. So that's another 100 handles. We're in from the top right now, about $1.50 or so. So that's that 150 handle mark. But if you look at the NASDAQ, let's just find where the NASDAQ low was on that tariff move. So you're going to come right into here. So 21,450. So that's about another 100 handles down right now. And again, we talked about it when it was up here. I was like, there ain't no free fall Friday. But I said, but what happens when this loses? And that's where the short started. So the fun is just beginning right now. And honestly, we're going to hold this into the close. It's only 304. Neil, this market, like we are now 200 handles in the money on this. So here we go, man. It is now coming in. I'm going to try to pick up some of this in the long-term account if we get a little more nasty. I
want to buy something.
But right now we are dripping down in, and we'll take another out right there on the TQs, man. So, let's continue to look to add some more to this play. I like this play a lot.
You just reminded me I may want to buy something as well. When market moves like this, I usually try to pick something up. But, hey, everybody, are you a skilled trader lacking capital? Well, prop firms offer you the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5 to 500,000, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Get that money out. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. I also like that color scheme. It's a nice color scheme. It's got the purple going on there. It's not really purple, but whatever. My wife tells me that I'm colorblind, so it's close enough. And when the market is short around here, that means purple, not red. So hold on to your shorts, hold on to your butts. I did obviously just miss the reload on ARM here at the 160 level, but it's still dropping. Kind of bidding the 158. I feel like we should let it fly. Here's a 15-minute chart. I'm asking myself, why am I bidding it? There's a big gap fill, and I want to be able to add to this if the market's only down 0.19% at this moment. So I think there's an opportunity maybe to add to that position if I can. By the way, that Rigetti, my goodness, Rigetti's now down at $13. I understand not everybody. I was mad at myself for not reversing this trade here, and it was pointed out not everybody can short Rigetti with your broker. I'm here to tell you that one of the advantages here at Real Trading is locates on Rigetti were, I want to say, like 1/10 of 1 cent or something like that per share. Very, very cheap locates, which is a big advantage trading on a prop firm, especially one like here at Real Trading. I can't speak for anybody else, like what it might be at your broker. Probably not easy to borrow, but that's the advantage, because when something like this happens, you can try to. I guarantee you this: anybody can short. Like Tesla is always going to have locates, and Apple's going to have locates. But stock like Rigetti, not everybody can go short that, and oftentimes you can get like the crazier moves. You saw it on the way up. You're now seeing it on the way down as well. So good look over there for anyone that did get that reversal. The SPY, same thing as the Qs, man. I mean, what's the difference? They both have one. I know I just saw someone in the chat say SPY question mark. SPY has one. The difference is one candle green in both of them since we had the news on a 15-minute. You are into the lows. As I said with Apple, if you're into that sort of thing, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole for the reversion play. But 60, on the futures anyway, 65.7 looks like it's the local bottom here from yesterday. So that would be a spot if you're looking for reversion, I suppose. Not that I think that is the jam today. On the SPY, that would be obviously a different price. But yeah, it's exactly the same thing. The NASDAQ SPY, it doesn't make a difference. Pretty much everything gave up the ghost that I'm looking at. Even the strong stocks, or like stocks that are up, stocks that are looking strong are all giving it up today. Like maybe we get a late day runner in like, I don't know, the GameStop or some kind of squeeze name. Like if you see a squeeze name going, or a like low float name or a short float name that's running higher, I just, like on my trade rate thing, I've got SPY and like seriously, like I know it's crazy. My trade rate is SPY, Nvidia, Palantir, Rigetti, Qubits, D-Wave, Broadcom, TQQ, Tesla. Like there's no small caps in here. Like sometimes there'll be something in there that's a runner, but it is all the trade rate is all the big stuff. Like the market going. So it's if there's something we're missing, you guys let us know. We don't mind talking about the small cap names as well. There's just nothing popping off that I see. I'm going to be mad at myself over. We were able to get 3 good shorts, but the first one that we had is going to suck. This one, I got stopped out. I got up, set a stop order, and then right after that, the news hit. But the second one is the problem sometimes with taking the low of the day. Sometimes you want it to run the low of the day and then get it the second time through, which would have been just as good. That said, I think Tesla was better than AMD. AMD down 2.5%. I can only imagine how bad it is for Intel today. Intel's probably isn't it?
I thought you were going to look it up because I was like interested. I was waiting for you to do it.
That's my bad.
1950. Yeah, it's down 3%. So this was, I tried the long earlier.
I tried VWAP long on Intel today. Another look at this one. It's the same thing. Can you come to my chart for a second? Yeah. I was long VWAP once, twice, 3 times. I think the best move was like 8 cents, 9 cents, or something like that. It breaks. Look at the reversal. Now, can you know that the news was going to happen? But look at that reversal. Like it's holding underneath VWAP after holding above, flat bottom break, 10 cents worth of risk, and now it's at 19.5. The stock wants 18 and it wants it bad. $18.50, 52-week low on Intel. Unless they announce a CEO in the next couple of days, maybe you see it.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're all hoping for. I mean, Intel didn't really say anything to garner much attention there on the earnings report there. Oh, did we get this one? Okay, what's up to live? Live for powder. Okay, hopefully you mean baking powder. Thanks, Sean, for showing the way on the TQQs. Sat down 30 minutes ago after going to the gym, now up $3,000. We prop up for that. You are welcome, Live for Powder. Okay, why am I out of the Nvidia short? I was never in the Nvidia short. That was the thing about it. So, well, Nvidia is going to be. So, by the way, we just took out another piece right there on the TQQs. We have a light piece left. We've talked about that now. We're just getting out of percentage points here on the way downside. So Nvidia is going to be my P&L number one. So that this trade and the futures trade are going to be both right up there. But yeah, so I just went long Nvidia. We long. It was fantastic. I mean, that's $3 there. Then we retraced it back for about $1 up to the 200 period. Then it was like, whoops. And again, each one of these is about 10%. So again, pretty profitable trade. But there was the break. And the thing is, our trade monitor there, because they're all hooked up together to our trading software. So sometimes there'll be a hiccup or they'll have to restart it. And it just thought that I was going short there. So I like Neil had mentioned, it was great level, like breaking through 124. I was really proud of getting out there. And it reminds me.
I had exactly the same.
Yeah, and it reminds me of Apple. Because this is that Apple trade right here where I kind of wish I was short right here. And we were long into Apple. This is my worst stock of the day. Basically the only red stock. We were in and out of Roblox. I'll show you that too. That's actually a red name. Up on TQs, up on SMR, up on Nvidia. Oh, down on Intel, my bad. Up on BABA, down on Apple. So it's kind of flat on the names today, but there it goes to the downside. And that was that 240 break. So feeling pretty good that we stayed away, but look at this 50 period. It tested it. Well, I shouldn't have whistled. I know that sounds bad to you guys. Right there, 236 was a good reload spot right there. Just as it was for these exact futures. I mean, all of this 50 period has been great. We should have a mark there.
Even Palantir.
I should have a mark. Even if it's for 10%, should have one. That's that's no good there. But yeah, anyways, thanks for the super chat. You're welcome for those trades. I hope a lot of you got those. Follow me and you don't have to follow the trades. Follow us all on X and on Instagram as well. So. Yeah, if there's any names, Roblox apparently right now is moving. It's hitting some of the scanners. Yeah, so there it is. So this is, again, here's the VWAP scanner by eSignal. Neil just showed you the trade rate. You can scan that QR code right now, and I can't believe that we're able to pull this off, but it's a month free. So if you scan that eSignal code, even if you have a charting software, just do it, get the eSignal platform. Anyways, there's Roblox right now. The time, you don't have to have the date or anything on there. It's kind of the default. You can have anything you want in there as a description, but Roblox hitting VWAP is what it's trying to tell me right now. And there's the breakdown on Roblox. This was the trade that we had earlier. We talked about it. It was good. The long was good, but not before this happened. And that goes to that whole point of we got someone, I highlighted it before, and it was you got to have stops even if they're going to look like this, where you get in, you take the profit, then you reload part of it, and then it falls out on you. Those trades are going to happen because just like if let's just say you play short and you don't stop out, then you have to have this happen to you. So right now, now we're starting to break down. So there we go. See that VWAP scanner again. Like that was at 71.14. We just touched down to 70.80 there. So a nice little take on Roblox as that continues to go down. And the futures, again, like testing days low here, down. What is the SPY down? Is it just NASDAQ? No. So ES is actually down more now than the NASDAQ. So that's, to me, it's a little interesting. I don't know.
Okay, well, Apple's weighting in the S&P is bigger than the NASDAQ,
what
right?
Are the financials down today?
I was going to,
No, Apple should be higher weighted in the NASDAQ.
Is it more in the NASDAQ? Maybe it is the financials. That would make it would make sense if the financials were having a bad. I'm just checking my quote board right now. This is just for myself.
JP Morgan's only down 0.2.
Okay, it's not all that bad.
Yeah,
What's green on my quote board? These are just stocks that are on my quote board. Broadcom's
There we go.
The problem is so many. Everything is down from this morning, but so many things are still up from last night, which is hilarious. So it's kind of deceiving when you look at it.
Yeah, let's do this.
It's got to be something. It's got to be.
All right, so right here. So it's energy. Oh, yeah, obviously.
Oh, of course it's
What the?
McFly. Hello.
Someone just. That's it, Fabian.
Stop it. Get some help.
No, that was pretty bad. No, obviously energy. Obviously.
We were talking about, we had Raheem on earlier. We were talking about energy. We were showing you USO. We were talking about the tariffs and all that. But okay, so in a second, Michael, wait one second, Ramin here for a second. I just started a segment myself. Hold on.
Should have got that.
Okay, my bad. All right, so there it is right there. Energy, then the materials sector, and then information technology as we start to go to the downside there. Comm services still up. Maybe that's a meta situation. And then, again, you can break this down by clicking on it and then getting into the components, which are right here. We have lots of other software that can do this as well. But there's Exxon, one of the top takes there. Exxon down. Look at your Chevron, not your Chevron. I think a lot of us own Chevron.
I have it at 140, 142.
Yeah, exactly. Down. Oh, great price. What 140? What
140,
Chevron?
142. Yeah.
Oh, this says 149. Might be.
No, that's what I have.
That's you have that.
That's my
yeah.
recent
Yeah,
one.
okay, yeah. Anyway, down 4.5% right there for Chevron today. EOG Resources down 3 and a bit. Fang Diamondback Energy down 3.5, and the big dog. I guess these are both pretty big, but ExxonMobil as well down almost 3%. I will do much better by checking out this sector board more often. But right now it's a 200 handle winner on the NASDAQ. And without any further ado, as we break lows, let's go find out what's going on with our friend Michael and Adara.
We just here with Michael Noss, of course, and you said you were looking a little bit at the sector board right now as well. Really great transition there, actually.
Yeah, and I think it's absolutely the right thing to do, especially in this kind of market. I always get questions about, okay, as a swing trader, market's tanking, what do you do? And yeah, I bring up my sector board here. This is just mostly red because, of course, that's what's going on. I think I jinxed us with this shirt, but it is what it is. But you can take a look at what's up, right? Natural gas, that's one that's very interesting, and consumers, because the idea here is we're always looking for relative strength and relative weakness. When the institutions are selling off the market, what are they not selling? So we can start to look at names like natural gas actually putting in a pretty big bottoming tail. If we're looking to buy pullbacks into the late day, this is something that's interesting to me. And then I also just have the same kind of list, just looking at the entire S&P 500. We can go through these top names and just notice what is holding on when it comes to what's going on. So one thing that focused there me is Ben. So Franklin Templeton or Franklin Resource, what a candle here in comparison to what's happening. So a really good exercise with not much time left in the day on a really red day, as opposed to spending your time being very sad about what's going on, is take your time and see what are they not selling off, because I think that's going to be a good place to go to.
That was a really great way of looking at it there. Thank you very much, Michael Noss. We're going to go back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Michael. What's crazy about that is I know Michael was probably resisting the temptation to point out that natural gas was still doing okay. I know he's long nat gas.
Oh, Sharif?
What?
Sharif, right? Is that what you meant?
No, Michael's long nat gas. They're both long natural gas. The Widowmaker itself, for sure.
UNG was up today, isn't it?
Oh, who says, oh, come on now. ZST Inc. Who cares about Canada tariffs? I don't like maple syrup anyways.
I mean,
maple syrup, and
look, said that in the chat?
You've never had real maple syrup, so here's this. ZST Inc., if you are ever in Canada, my in-laws have their own, they make their own maple syrup. They do it every single year. I go up and help them in the spring, and it's
you are an amazing son-in-law.
You gotta have the real. Well, I get.
You better get boatloads of them. You also gave them the grandkid, man. I mean, what you better be getting a lot more than
it's a lot of
syrup, my guy.
It's a lot of work if you don't have the. There's like an automated setup you can do where you string the thing.
I love maple syrup.
It's none of that, man. I'm hauling buckets when I go up there and do it.
Yeah, you are.
Obviously,
yeah, Neil. Yeah, what? You know what, Neil? Actually, very good point by Ramin. Next time you're up there should be how many people working here? You know, I mean, you bring a couple of those bottles through.
So last year was a really bad year, and they got like a third of what we usually get. So we actually didn't even have our unlimited supply last year. Hopefully this year, weird. Hopefully this spring's going to be better for it, and then I'll definitely, of course, I would share.
Do you know how many trees they tap? Like, do you know the number?
Oh goodness,
it's crazy.
It's at least a few dozen.
Yeah,
maybe
a few dozen. Oh, it's.
Yeah,
way north of that. In the hundreds, I would say, if you ask.
It's a lot.
Yeah. Isn't it a maple syrup farm, or they just do it?
No, they just have it on their property. They don't sell it.
Maybe
they don't sell it.
Okay.
But they get a lot.
I thought they had sort of a farm there.
Kind of could, but I don't think they want to. No, seriously, maple syrup is amazing. You should try it. It's great for sweetening things. I don't know why I don't know why I'm selling it.
Natural sugars.
It's just a
natural because sugar. You took offense to the guy saying that.
No, I just thought it was fun. Maple syrup is really good.
Obviously,
it's really good.
We're not taking.
So the market's still falling. Nothing. Rigetti's bouncing. Okay, there's something. This is the first. Every stock I'm looking at is holding trend down, except for Rigetti. Rigetti just broke up here in a decent way. Oh yeah, right through 13. So there is the distinct trend. You guys can obviously see it. Maybe if Rigetti can hold this 13 here, that would be a nice little spot. Oh, you need to have that punch. 13 even. See, you talk about maple syrup. Maple syrup goes against.
Man, that Rigetti looks like a sticky situation. You know?
I'm going to take a little bit and just give it to the underneath 13. It's about 1-to-1 till the prior trend line, so kind of taking that bar, but you really want to have it down there. So just get in for less. Rigetti is up 7% today, and I would say in terms of strong stocks, the other thing you got going for it on Rigetti is look at the nice little support level that it's bouncing from here. So that 12 level, where it's going, like it makes sense for Rigetti to have some continuation because it held major. Look at this support on Rigetti. So I want to look for longs. Ideally, it would be at 12, but the mean revert happened here at 13, so I'll take a shot. The short obviously was the way to go. Clearly, when I got out of that, you got to get out. Okay. But I should have reversed the short, and I paid for locates and didn't take it. Going to take some out in front of 13.30 because that's the prior trend line, and see if we can't get to VWAP on Rigetti. It's already 320, so we're going to have early looks on imbalances pretty soon. But I wanted to find something that was giving you any kind of a real mean reversion. That's the first one.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, like, someone there was talking about, is there any extra sugars added to maple syrup? Absolutely not.
No.
It's actually almost too sugary. Like, it's a sweet sugar. Like, it's an all natural. Like,
it
tastes way different. If you've never had it, I was going to say this is a wicked thing to do.
Yes.
You just got to trust the environment because it's snow, you know, so if you want to eat the snow. But you pour basically maple syrup hot on, I don't even think it really has to be that hot, onto this snow, and then you can wrap it up. You get like a little, either, this is a popsicle stick, but anything really, and you could just wrap it up, and then it's just like, oh my. Like that is the delicacy right there. Anybody, I mean, people, again, there's way colder places and way more snowier environments in the United States than there is right here in Toronto, Ontario, and even north of here. Like check out Minnesota, Green Bay, Wisconsin, Chicago. I'm just thinking about the NFC North, but many other places get crazy weather. Philadelphia, let's go to the NFC East. New York.
The lake effect in Buffalo.
Buffalo, and NFC East, New England. I mean, all of these places, if you look it up, the percentages of snow in however they measure it, their metric, I don't know.
Do they measure it?
I have no idea, but I guarantee you that Toronto and even like an hour north, there's a lot more snow.
Oh, for sure.
An hour or two north of even of where we are right now. So
like we barely.
I've shoveled the driveway once this year, maybe twice. I think we did it like last weekend.
That's two more times than me.
Exactly. So there you go. Well, yeah, that's because you don't have the guy shoveling it. But I
actually might be able to now.
By the way, the queues are
shout out to you, Calve. I'll keep shouting you out. No, I was literally doing.
By the way, when your physio guy is talking about like crypto and quantum and everything like that, that makes me nervous. I just gotta be honest with you.
No, he's not like a fly by the night. Like
he's actually
like he reads up. Like because
it wasn't your barber.
He's more well versed on crypto than by a long shot than I am, and he's been playing and investing in crypto for years. My barber. Shout out to I love you, Keith. He's a great dude, but he's more.
You can say I love you even louder than that if you want. I mean,
no, I love it. Keith's a great dude, man. Like I've been going to the same barber forever, but no, like he was more. I was trying to getting him into like Qs and Tesla, get some stable stuff in there because he was taking some shots in crypto, but no, Calve knows his stuff.
Render coin.
Shout out to him.
Isn't it so funny that it's like you're talking about that, and I was thinking last night, so I went to the dentist. And he knows because we're literally right beside, so he actually knows about the show. And he was asking me about all these different coins. It was the same thing. I'm like, dude, like you're a dentist, man.
Sometimes
like, don't worry about coins. Like you probably already made it. But he was talking about a project called Render, so maybe I'll have to look that up.
That I don't.
If anybody in there wants to know. And then he said that he had the opportunity to grab it. He was looking at Trump coin. And did not play it, and obviously regrets it. And that's the thing, right? It's like it's that FOMO. And if you know what you're doing, like it sounds like your physio guy does,
yeah, he has a good.
Then I mean that's the edge that you all want. You want that edge in everything, whether or not it's whatever it is, whatever you're doing, Chef Joe or a mechanic or a lawyer, anything. You want to have something that you can specialize in, and
especially even like trade what you know. Like that's I had a buddy, and this is the best example of this. I had a friend, like friend from like when I was a childhood friend is the word I'm looking for. Who essentially he went in the sciences, and I'm talking like real chemistry, working in labs, that kind of thing. I know where you're going. And then he ended up not really loving it and got into finance. Well, what do you think that gave him a gigantic edge on? being like analyst for pharmaceuticals. Like that is, I can't tell you how many times I'm reading one of those reports in the morning or Tish is talking about this thing. It's like, look at the news on this stock. I'm like, yeah, and it's all gobbledygook to me. And let's read the chart here because I don't know if that's a breakthrough or not. And I remember sitting down with him and like gave him a random report from a stock that morning when we had lunch. He's like, oh, that's trash. It's actually not even that good news. He's explaining why. None of it made sense to me. And you looked at it, and then the day after it spiked after the news, it was like down 10 days in a row.
Right.
Because he was trading what he knew. So whatever you have knowledge of, it could be a certain sector or business, apply that to your swing or investing to the best of your ability because it can be absolutely invaluable.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I mean, this is what we're trying to. What? So people are actually in this render coin? Okay, now you got me interested right here.
I don't know.
No, it's an AI token because I was talking to him all about AI, right? And he was saying that he was in a project. So I'm going to look this up right here on CoinGecko. RNDR. Is that what it is? I got to look at it against. Where do I look at it against? Oh, I guess just my wrapped ETH. Okay, it's gonna take a moment. We'll do this when it loads. I'll get back to this. It's taking a second to load that up. So we'll look at RenderCoin in a couple seconds, I guess. All right. Right now the TQs are going. I mean, I'm not gonna look at it as anything other than just interest. But there it goes. We don't have on our platform right now. We only have a few coins, and they're all the main ones. So that's why Neil and I will just trade mainly iBid. You have to sort of set up your keys, and it's in infancy right now. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Okay, so 82.30, 82.40 right now. We took out some more right now. We have about 5% left. I'm just going to get it all out, I think, if we take this 50 period. So that would be right there, 83.20. I'm going to get out. But like 83.20 is like 80 handles higher than where we are right now. This is just a huge trade, and it's really sort of capping off what's been a great week and hopefully into a great weekend. I want to thank everybody for being here. There's only a half hour away. Michael will be joining Neil, I hope, on the market recap show. So that should be an absolute banger. So get ready for that one coming up after hours. Q&A probably, review of the weekly earnings.
Oh, 100%. Ask us anything. Get your questions ready.
Yep.
We're blessed to have Michael in studio, so I'm willing to. We can talk anything you guys want to talk. It's a Friday. It's going to be fun. I did want to answer you got a question a couple times from Z here.
Oh, okay.
And notice how I said Z, not Z, because I still think that's the right way to say it. Can you take a look at news for Coin? I'm up huge on your short today. Congratulations. Think they acquired a blockchain company that was pretty expensive. So I went to look for it. I didn't see that news for today. Like I pulled it up. Maybe Adara had something, but when I looked at Coinbase, I didn't find the news. What I can tell you is when you have an event, like whatever Coin was doing changed right when we had that tariff headline, right? So everything changed at this point. And it's now got a very distinct trend that if you happen to be short and it starts working, well, right now, that trend breaks at 290, so like, hold on. That's
Nvidia.
That's what I'm looking at for, like even ARM here. Like I slapped another trend line from VWAP actually. So I slapped this trend line on from VWAP, and I'm just gonna trend out of this because there's your turn. It tried to hold the long, it then turned into the short, and if it breaks above the trend line, I'm just gonna get out. And then I tried one before we go to Adara. When this trend here on Rigetti ended up breaking, kind of jumped into the long here, and if it breaks this prior bar underneath, which is like 12.95, I think, I'm jumping out of the trade. But yeah, I like the trends at this point. When you trend this much, one direction or the other, I think like, trend in, trend out. Like I'll get in on a trend break, but I'll also get out on a trend break. Let's go to Adara.
Broke around 11:30 a.m. during the midday show. I did do a throw about it, and the stock didn't really react that much. Coin basically this morning around 11:30 announces that they have acquired Spindle. It's not blockchain, it's actually on-chain related. So apparently this is a company that allows for on-chain ads. And so apparently that acquisition will help them accelerate the future of their on-chain ads. The release was not super clear, a lot of jargon here, but regardless, COIN acquiring Spindle. Again, not blockchain, on-chain. Back to you.
I knew what that meant. Yeah, that'd be great. But so there you go. Thank you, Adara. And that's why you want to ask the questions. Keep putting them in there. We apologize if we do miss it, and thank Neil for grabbing that. No, that's what I wanted to do before we went over there. So I'm getting more out of the cues, but look what's happening to Nvidia. Like, it's down to 120 again. This was just one. Remember, it was like, oh yeah, we're going to go short, but we weren't. There it is. Like Nvidia right now, basically no love at all as it just follows this 50 period and the rest of them apparently to the downside here. So Nvidia not enjoying what has been the closing marks here into a Friday, into the end of the week. So yeah, not great here. Nvidia losing steam, looking to break that 120 mark. And look, man, if it does, it's not great. Like, we've talked about that already. This has been a level to look out for here at 120. We hit the short the other day right off the open, bang with that 120. I guess it was 10 o'clock, but we hit that, or was it in here? I don't know what. No, it must have had to have been here. So there it was. It did go down. It was a nice trade into 118. So that could be bought up. Like, this is, again, I think it's just a sell-off on the week, that we didn't have a good Microsoft report. Microsoft was down 6% yesterday and tried to battle back today and was up a couple points. Now it's getting back to flat. Apple really held the torch all day for the short side. It started off really great in the AM and then just absolutely fell. There was... Like, what I mean by started off for the day is exactly what I mean. Like, look, like this name right at the open just said, all right, we're tapping out, and didn't even it was just like, that's it. We'll see you guys on Monday, basically. Like, this was just, see ya. Like, there was only, I'm actually, now that I look at this, I actually think I did a decent job here getting out and actually finding some kind of winners in this. But at the end of it, nothing to brag about here as Apple, not being short this name is actually not great. But we bow wrapped, we put a bow on this day with this short. So although we could be mad at ourselves for not being short Apple or the Qs higher up here, we didn't get the short opinion until basically when we came right back live at 2 p.m. Like, this is when we took this trade, is when we broke that low. We talked about it. It was great. Not only did we have it early, but we also had the reload. So that's how confident we wanted to give this move in there right now, and it's made a big difference. So there it goes to the downside. It's the NASDAQ. I'm not going to take that Nvidia short, but I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that right now. So if I don't think there's anything wrong, then maybe I should just do it. Oh, man, where's the 50 period? 121. Do you guys want to... What is the NASDAQ down? All right. So where are we in this? I'm just going to zoom this out, and then we'll go over to Neil in a second. So let's just see if Nvidia breaks, it will bring the NASDAQ down with it, I'd assume. And yeah, it's not like the market could bounce at 21.5. We actually already talked about that level. So, all right, you know what? I'm going to try this short on this name on Nvidia, and for maybe like a quarter position.
You seen where Deckers is?
Deckers? Yeah, well, Deckers that's hookah brand, and there's a couple different things
Uggs.
there. Uggs brand is another one there. So yeah, I did see that actually. Deckers. Go to Neil. He has
Deckers was. You said Apple was the short today. I could at least there was reasons to be trying long an Apple because it started out strong. Deckers was down like double digits on earnings and reverting a. Here we go. There's a. Look at what this was reverting the move. A slight move to the upside, big rejection candle through the 200 period moving average, through $200, underneath prior support, like basically like the litany of things it did. Then it tried to break out at the open, reversed it, and every single small pop was just dumped. It's down 20%. This could get interesting on Monday. Because I think when you see something like this I keep zooming it out, but it's not adjusted. When you come back in on Monday, there's like major areas at 170, which is now only $9 away. And then you got like 160 in here. So there's some spots that this thing could bounce for sure here on Deckers. Yeah, Uggs and hookah, you said?
Yep.
Hookah. I'm not that familiar with it. So here's the problem with Rigetti. 1, chase the entry. 2, the prior trend line, which I like to leave in there, trend down, turns into an inflection point. Like this is to me like a failed breakout of the trend line. So the old trend line, just leave it in and see what happens. And then I got in on this one.
Here we go.
But that just held. That 130.20. If this one holds, then I should be only long at 13 with like a tight stop and not the bad price that we had on the original entry. And if we break the 13.20, then you've got some more juice to the upside for sure. And I just trailed out of ARM.
Say something.
So ARM, Yeah, ARM just trailed out for me at 158.50, so we got it at 160.5, but it just trailed out. So that's like the first time it's put in like 4 candles in a row on the 3 minute to the green side. And I just heard something about our RJ.
Yeah, I heard what it was.
So something about Rivian here, only up like 10 cents.
Nah, it was whatever it is, the R2 or whatever is on track. Whatever the model, the R1, R2T, whatever it was, the news is that the production is on track.
Okay.
So that's, again,
Still losing money.
we'll get it. I'll get you the exact model. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was not. I went right over to it. I was like, you might have heard me. I said, say something, RJ, but you didn't say anything. Okay. So the TQ. So just a little bit of a proxy. I got out right here, another piece, because Nvidia is close to breaking. So I thought Nvidia might break 120 and I'd get put into that short, but it didn't break 120. So I'm not into that short. So I was like, you know what? Just in case it nails 120 and then bounces back up, I could have a double whammy because I would lose on the short of Nvidia and then I would lose on the futures back up. So, okay, so now we're into Nvidia. We're short 119.99. Like I said, it's not a huge position. We're into Nvidia right now and we're going to use the 50-period moving average, whatever it may be. I will average back up into this trade, into that wick, which is 120.60. So if we come back up to 120.50, I'm going to get a little bit more and just use the 50-period moving average. Now remember, we're already 180 handles short into this market right now. But this is a much lighter position, so we'll put on a small one here on Nvidia to enjoy what I think is going to be a little bit of a ride down right now to the downside. There it is, man, 20 cents. We'll take a piece out. We'll wait in the 60s now for a downside push there in Nvidia. And oh my, did we do it again? I don't know, but it is a wicked chick. No, it's a chicken dinner winner right now to the downside as we start to go 119.74, 119.70. Neil, oops, Brittany. Looks like we did it again right there on a nice little downside push there for Nvidia. Look, there it is. We just got some out at 65. All right, relax. I want to make sure everyone scans that QR code below there because, we already brought down some of the charting and we showed you how reliable e-signal has been. And I mean, just using some of these levels and whatnot, you have to trust your data. You have to have back testing capabilities. This thing has absolutely everything. Connect to 50 plus brokers and, enjoy e-signal. Make sure you do scan that QR code below. Trade smarter, not harder. This is your chance for that 1 free month there on e-signal. So I think once you go over there, you won't come back. I mean, we got all of these notes today. Not all of them, but many notes today off of e-signal alerts. Neil and I have been showing you the hot list, the trade list indicator there. We have also, obviously, our own curated stock lists that we've made, which gives us these alerts. So, I mean, e-signal, I've been using it for 23 years, and it's been a game changer. My best outs for Nvidia, though, and we're going to go to it, Darren, in 1 second, were 60. Wow, we got some fills at 67 and 69 there. So I pushed bid enter and wiped out a couple levels there on that move. So, man, we're doing it again right there. We're adding to our number one P&L of the day with Nvidia. Neil's long. We've got the double barrel shorts. We're all over this, and we got Adara at the desk.
And take a look here at RIVN. There isn't any news on this. What happened was about 3 minutes ago, RJ Scaringe, founder and CEO of Rivian, did post on X, R2 expansion moving quickly, ! So the market moving up on this. There was someone on X who said this thing will be on the road. If it's on track and on the road, it'll be a game changer. But that is just a random X user. There's no actual news supporting this. And here's the photo that RJ tweeted alongside his tweet. It's just a photo of their facility. So this is just RJ basically hyping up the R2 on Twitter. That seems to be what caused the move in Rivian. And it did get a little bit of social media attention on X as well, which you can see sometimes when a stock makes a move to the upside or downside, guys. Back to you.
So there was news. On,
The Rivian is R2 expansion moving quickly.
But it's not that big of a deal. It's not a mover, and it's not anything that's going to get it out of the doldrums on a day like today. Like you need some real juice to get a spike in the market to the upside. But remember what I said about a Rigetti in the old trend line? It just very barely tried to hold, and then look at it. Like the second you held above trend, you wicked that trend line. So that's about as weak of a hold as you can imagine. So I've tightened up to stop. I think you don't give the longs all that much room. So try the reversion. I don't necessarily love it at this point. I was going to add. I'm not going to. Going to tighten it up. As a matter of fact, I look back over I trailed out of ARM, and then the first thing ARM did is go right into the prior low and prior resistance and turn around. Like right away, just turn around. So it's still on this trend line. I'm going to give it to this local high here. It's underneath 159. That's like 158.80, something along those lines, like 30 pennies or so. We'll give it to that. And then look at Tesla. Tesla might actually break, was that 402? Tesla 402. I think it's 402 when I just looked up. Yeah, 402, double bottom here on Tesla. This is not looking very healthy either. So the continuation happens on Tesla. Oh, could we come all this way not to test 400? That's the question I'm asking myself. And I think the answer is we've got 8 minutes until the imbalances. So there's just one last shot to be able to get this 400 level here in Tesla. But I'm reloading Apple, basically exact Apple ARM where we got out. We got out at 158.5. I'm getting back in at 158.5. Tesla, if I can get 405, I might take one last shot before the imbalances hit. But I'm not doing it after.
Yeah, don't forget about the imbalance.
Not after.
They're going to be coming. No, I mean, especially into a Friday here, last Friday of the month, last day of the month.
Oh, shoot.
I mean, a lot of the options expirations have already happened the third Friday, but it doesn't matter. This is still going to be something right there. So we're out of half of Nvidia. Like, we've already sort of talked about that trade, so it's coming back in. We're now using the 50 period here. That's 120.70s. So I don't think we're really going to worry too much about getting many more shares or anything into this, because now, as Neil had mentioned, and if you guys are looking, someone said in the chat, you must be new here, so that would be great. Like, thank you for coming. We trade actual equity. So these are the shares. They're not CDRs or not CDRs, ADRs, or what do they call them?
No, you're
CDRs are Canadian depositories.
No, you're thinking of
CFDs. Oh, man, is it Friday yet?
It's
honestly?
Friday, man.
Yeah, so these are, I've actually never traded CFDs or anything. So here at Real Trading, this is like a live, if you come over here, this is a live level 2 screen of real, like this is what Nvidia is trading at. We have live direct connections down to the NASDAQ and to over 30 gateways across the whole world. We can execute in over 30 different gateways on the NASDAQ alone, let alone the 50 plus markets that we have worldwide. So we are just shorting. Every time you see a purple tick there, we have borrows already at the company that are associated into our fees already. So every time we go short, it's like, I don't even want, it's like maybe a cent or something that we have to pay. It's just a clearing fee that already goes in. So that's already been. And then anything that's on a hard to borrow list, possibly like a Rigetti or anything like that, we'd have to pay an extra fee to do that, and we have to go locate those. So we have a platform to do that, like many of you do. We've seen Sharif do it on IBKR, and it spits back a price, and the same thing happens to us and probably to you guys as well. But wow, Nvidia right now, remember where our stops were and everything like that? It is now 70 cents in the money. This is over 200 handles now as the futures go. And why I'm showing this is people are like, what's going on here? These are the imbalance locators. So coming at the end of the day, we got a big Verizon buy. That's not DocuSign. That's a sell. Ford is a little bit of a sell. I don't know many of these names on here. They're just changing as we speak. But Energy Transfer, I guess. Nothing else on there of any significance. The NASDAQ is what we wait for, and they all go live and get populated at 350. So in 5 minutes right now. So we'll wait for that to happen, and hopefully it does, and hopefully it's a sell. Because right now, Nvidia is almost that dollar in the money. Remember I said, like, I'm not sure if it's a good idea to take it, but I don't really see the reason why not to take it. So we are glad that we did take that. We're glad we were able to talk that through with everybody here live. And I mean, this is just going to put the weekend on a whole nother level. And I don't want to be like, I don't get, my weekend doesn't change based on if I've had a great week or a bad week. That is for sure. But it's always better to have a better week. So we will be really happy, and you're not going to wipe the smile off my face for a very, very long time. So again, thank you for joining. And I just heard from Brendan that like our numbers are above average again. So thank you so much to everybody. You've now found the best trading show, period. And the thing about it is, Neil and I are so dedicated to this that it's like they have to force us to take the holidays. That's why in late December, it's like Brendan, same as Brendan.
Oh, I actually did better this year.
Yeah.
That's because I took days off for my injury.
Oh, right. Yeah. That was, So, okay. So you didn't actually do better, but.
Technically I did.
Yeah, no. And then plus you're going to spring training again, right? So
Yes.
we're starting to take some days off and we booked a lot.
My daughter has a karate.
Yes, see, it's all about the kids.
Oh, no, it's the Nvidia
All
day.
about the kids.
It's Nvidia earnings, but I have to because it's karate, and my wife is out of town, so
I mean, we're at the age
parents
now.
got to show up for those things.
Yeah, we're at the age now where it's like, what are you doing this weekend? And I just think about what my kids are doing.
It can't be a bad weekend this weekend. Why?
Why?
Because
There's no Super Bowl.
the Bills can't disappoint me.
They can't lose.
So therefore, it's great. I'm seeing the Globetrotters tomorrow.
Oh, they can disappoint you.
And,
You are? Where?
Yeah,
where
they're
are
at
they?
what's the Mississauga
Yeah, I
one?
thought so. Yeah. Not
Yeah.
Iceland's the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, the other one. I don't know
where the
name of it.
Raptors 905 play.
Yeah.
It used to be Hershey Center.
If you don't know who the Globetrotters are, think of like the Savannah Bananas of basketball, and they're the originals.
No, I think it would be the other way around.
Well, some people
You might not know who Savannah Bananas are.
True. Well, Savannah Bananas are bigger now on social
I can't even
media.
get tickets to that. Anybody has Savannah Banana tickets?
It's impossible. It's like a lottery system. This is why we're doing the
Can't get-
Globetrotters, because she wanted us to go
Right.
see Savannah Bananas, and we couldn't get tickets. So I'm like, okay, well, I saw the Globetrotters when I was a kid, and she's into basketball. My daughter's into basketball now. She just started 2 weeks ago. I'm like, you're gonna enjoy this. These guys.
Too bad about those Washington
And they have
Generals.
They have.
Always lose.
They've got 5 or 6 women on the team now.
Oh, good. Nice.
So it should be fantastic. And we got some weird pass thing. My neighbor was going with us and his daughter.
You
And we
always
got
get
some
them from
pass where you
school,
go
right?
early, and then we get like to hang out with the players. But I don't know any of the players on the
They're probably hanging out in section 112 where the players dwell, so you can just go there
We
and
won't
have a
be.
quick little
All right,
check.
so just one
Well, not
thing
you,
here.
that's where the players are.
I just covered at resistance on Rigetti. It did make the move into 13.4, so a bit of a bounce here on Rigetti. Obviously, it's not that big of a move compared. Like this was $14.50 at 1 o'clock. So it dropped 10%. I know it's up 8%, but it dropped 10%
Covering Nvidia.
down. So I just got out. I think we had a bad entry price. I'll acknowledge that. So I trimmed it at flat. And we should have been long here off the 13 level, but I took this 13, like 12 break. And then we reloaded ARM. We'll give it a chance, but it's trying to break the 159. And there's only 2 minutes to go. This is binary. If we break 159 before or after the rebalance, or not rebalances, the imbalances hit it in 2 minutes. It's simple.
Boom.
The stop is in regardless, but I do have a bid in front of 158. So 2 minutes to go. There are no massive index actions. I just looked it up because I forgot it was the end of the month. That said, end of the month, you could just see random things show up. Like Nvidia could be a little bigger than normal, or Apple could be bigger than normal. But yeah, we reloaded ARM. We're risking about 50 cents on this one. Might not be able to get the same type of move, especially given profit taking today, or at least this afternoon, would mean getting some bids. That was still 90 seconds to go.
I just, still a couple seconds to go. I just want to talk about some of my positions right there. So right now we have a little bit, we have like 12% or so left of Nvidia. Like we just started emptying it out. We actually identified, this is all in the last 2 minutes, right? So there's a 119.70. As it gets closer and closer to those imbalances, as Neil mentioned, like we don't know which way they're going to go. So we're pretty much out of that Nvidia. Obviously, it didn't make as much as we had hoped, but these fills right down there are 20s. Like that's at 39, that's at 25. So, you know, the fact that we get out there for flat and then now we hold that, like I said, trying to think about how many shares, because it's hard because I have so many shares traded today on Nvidia. But at the end of the day, it's going to be less than 10% that we have left on that position. So there was Nvidia earlier on, was just many, many trades as we go there for NVDA today. All right, so that was good. All right, and then, on the TQs as well, more covers. We break the 50-period moving average. We get out at 82.85, holding one last piece here for the dream. And, we don't know where it's going to go. We're going to update this in just now 30 seconds. These imbalances will pop out. Let me see what Apple's doing. There could be a big Apple imbalance here today. 234. So if you see, it's a nice move up there. I don't know if there's an early leak on any of these imbalances, so it's hard for me to say like if this is leading up to a sell or buy imbalance. But if it's a sell imbalance, this thing's going to hit hard because it just rallied up about $1. So we'll watch out to see what happens with Apple now. If it comes a big sell, we'll be on it right now with only 4 seconds. 2 and 1 now. Oh, there is Apple. It is a bid. So, oops.
They gotta be buys.
There goes Apple. Nice little move there up to the upside. Look at that. Can you take a look at that? Nice move. Almost 80 cents straight upside. And we just got triggered out of the Qs, obviously signaled by Apple. Nice little buy side on Intel, but doesn't do much over there. VTRS, I don't know why I went to that. AVGO, another name. Another name that people might be looking at, nice little gap up into 221 there for Broadcom on a buy. BMY's a buy. Bristol Myers has been trading pretty good lately. That's up quite a bit, actually. I forget, is it Alzheimer's or something for Bristol Myers? But it's great. They got approval, and it's been absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to throw it back over to Neil. I just lost the size on that. There it is. So not much else other than Apple. Guys, this is probably going to flip, because this is not that huge, considering it's done over 70 million shares. I think this could flip to the sell side. Look at that move. This is why you get out, man. We talked about the saving grace on everything, like out. So you're not part of this. That's the TQQ trade. Again, we're out of it. That was a monster one. Thank you for following on Twitter. But Apple's right there. This could be a great short, right into the 200 period moving average. Maybe we'll take this. It's still a little early. The actual pairing event doesn't happen until 3:55. But as these are live quotes, so this will pair off. You know, like I don't know how often it updates. I should probably find this out. If it's every 30 seconds or so, you'll get an update on that number. So just watch out. Be careful with Apple. I'm so glad that I flipped over to Apple at like 3:49 and talked about this, because this is a risk that all of us trade here in the last 10 minutes. So just be aware. And now you are.
It's like every 10 seconds.
Yeah, every 10 seconds. Okay. What's up, Adara?
Be aware here. We have Donald Trump saying there's nothing that China, Canada, or Mexico can do to stop the tariffs, and just actually said that currently they actually might increase tariffs at some point. So apparently, yeah, the tariff will continue, and it could actually even get worse here, and there's nothing that the countries can do to stop them. Back to you.
It's a weird negotiation tactic. Let's see how it works out. No, there is one other imbalance that's of significance. Broadcom is a 2.4 million to the buy side. So much like Apple, well, there goes. Apple must have flipped. Where did Apple go? No, I don't see.
Oh, I don't know where it is either.
See,
but
so Broadcom's still there for 2.5. But yeah, Broadcom would be one to watch. Oh, it's already pulling back. See, that's the tricky thing. Like, you want to short it into VWAP on the flip, but before it even pairs off, it's already heading to the downside there on Broadcom. So that is what it is at this point. Just said it one more time. In ARM, we had to stop at the 159. The second the imbalance is hit, there might have been a small buy imbalance. I didn't see it, but that's enough for me. We'll jump away from it. ARM's still up 4% today, so I love the fact that it's at least holding decently today, but nothing was immune to what we saw here today. It doesn't matter how strong you were this morning. I know we said there's not going to be a free fall Friday, but a lot can change when news hits. You know, everything was like I was. Before this hit, I had a stop order breaking long 420 on Tesla for a while. Like, I was ready for it, locked and loaded to go. It just didn't break. I get up,
Apple's
cancel the
already
order,
tanking.
and all of a sudden it's gone. That's the thing. Broadcom's already tanking before it even flipped. So that reversion trade at 355, like, you basically had to take it at 351.
Yeah.
Ultimately, like, I wouldn't do it. Like, Broadcom's still 3.5 million to the buy side. It's actually grown larger, and they're selling it off.
Nvidia's coming back.
Which doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's what's happening.
Yeah, Nvidia's coming back. We missed that Apple trade, but at least we talked about it right there. He's putting tariffs on oil and gas by February 18th, I just heard from Trump.
Well, that is not a happy Valentine's Day gift at all.
Yeah, 18th. Oh,
well,
yeah.
Because it's on a Friday, so that would be the Tuesday or something.
Oh.
The Monday, Tuesday.
Oh my God, he's talking now about steel, aluminum, copper. He's talking all kinds of stuff right now. Adara is going to be...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, all right. There's lots happening. All right, so I was going to reverse this trade on Apple, like try to get a short, so I think we'll do that. I feel like Apple's already kind of pairing off. It's already 1.4 million. I think it's going to go the other way. What's up, A?
So Donald Trump is just announcing things that he will at one point put tariffs on. I put up ASML here because we got a little bit of a volume drop. As you can see here, they said eventually we will put tariffs on chips. He also said they will put tariffs on oil and gas, and then also steel, aluminum, and copper. So just to recap, things that Donald Trump and the U.S. will eventually put tariffs on include steel, aluminum, copper, oil, gas, chips. So things to keep an eye on there, because it seems like tariffs will be increasing at some undetermined point. Guys, back to you.
I just feel bad for Americans now, because if you're going to put tariffs on chips, then how are you guys ever going to have those ketchup chips? Like, they don't have ketchup chips in the United States.
Best chip out there.
Now you're going to...
Get some help.
You know, now they're going to put tariffs on them, making it even more unlikely that, you know, Frito-Lay or whatever will ship those southbound.
And if you've never had ketchup chips,
and
everyone out there,
Donald better rethink this.
so good.
All right, I'll be back Monday, guys. I mean, you know.
I double checked some of the steel names. Nucor, I just went right over to see if Nucor was moving, and it's not. So nothing really happened. Maybe I should have checked. There was a volume spike on U.S. Steel, but it's already coming back in. So yeah, not a lot happening on those names. I would have taken the shot. It's down 356, so obviously the flip has already happened. Broadcom did flip, but it already made the move before the imbalance paired off.
Apple
So there
did not
was
flip.
there was no trade. You had to take it at 351 instead of 354. Let's go back to Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye here on these medical and pharmaceutical names. This is mRNA. This is Eli Lilly. They're all kind of doing the same thing, putting this pretty sharp drop with a bit of a volume increase. Trump just said, and I quote, "I want to bring pharmaceuticals back to America with tariffs." It's a little bit unclear as to what this refers to, but all of these pharmacy names are actually dropping on this. So again, more tariffs apparently related to bringing pharmaceuticals back to the U.S., guys. Back to you.
I
will have to
know
plead-
what that means.
No, I got to plead a lot of ignorance in terms of where some of those drugs get actually made.
Europe, huge in
But
Germany.
percentage-wise, like I don't know what the
Yeah, it's
percentage
big.
is. It's got to be big.
Yeah,
It must be bigger than I realized.
Yeah, because I remember during vaccine times there, they were having some hiccups there, but getting them across.
Well, there was some talk of.
But anyways.
Because wasn't the talk that you were going to have a lot of the old like film companies or anybody that was in the chemical business was going to be able to make easy transitions to making some drugs, and you didn't really get a lot of that follow through.
We got to clean up all the fentanyl crossing our borders into the United States. Like what? I haven't even heard. Like I watch the news quite regularly. I don't even remember the last time I heard of even a fentanyl story.
I have not heard a single.
Like we live in Toronto, which is the 5th most populated city in North America, and I mean, I don't.
You're preaching to the choir.
I don't see zombies or anybody walking around here, but again, we'll clean that up for you, Donald, and get this all figured out.
Well,
of course,
I've seen some zombies on the subway.
Yes,
because
Well, Sharif almost got murdered.
Subway's dangerous. You might get
and all of that. So, anyways, we'll
358.
just wait. It's 3:58.
All right, I'm gonna
get over there. All right, great day trading. Yeah, we had
later.
some bangers there in the afternoon. I mean, the Tesla short arm, everything. Trying to get some mom spaghetti in there. All right, let's just keep on going. Let's do something. Do you have the roll call thing? We could do a roll call right now. I'll just do it live, anyways. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. All right, so who is still here, man? I mean, we love that everybody's here. First of all. Right now, let me see how many people are watching. I don't know how many likes. Over 6,100 of you guys watching right now. So I want to say a big shout out to everybody. I mean, before we become the 51st state, I want to give a big shout out to Darwin, who's here again today. Darwin every day, man. Robbie is here. Robbie V is here. Start putting stuff in the chat, and I'll say hi. Hey, wave to you guys as well. What's up, Stock Up? Here, you know what? Let's do some little waving. I think I got it. Whoa, what's up, Neil? I got to search for wave here. Here, let's do this. Hey, what's up, everybody? Well, that didn't work. There, wave. Okay, it's not working. All right, say hi to everybody. Waving. Hey, there they are. What's up? T-Money is here. John Manzoni is here. Callio's here. Tamley. Apparently, crude oil. Let's have a quick look at that. Whoa, nice little pop-up there for USO into the close. Your boy's still short Nvidia. You're going to have to punch me out, back office. We're holding this thing. What's up to everybody there? What's up to subscriber? What's up to Cesar? What's up to Marcelo? This is crazy. What a great idea. What's up to Ian Rispetto? Raheel is here as well. We have less than 50 seconds left in the market. Jason's in the building now. USO up on the day, not bad. Let's find out where Apple is at the end of the day. I kind of don't want to get sidetracked there. 236. Where does Nvidia wind up on the day? As everybody wants to know that. Shout out to Elon, Sebastian. I just saw. We like you, Sebastian's here all the time. Meta's here as well. And you know what? I'll wrap up roll call and save it for the boys. Thank you so much for all of everything. Yep. When everything, I got to hit the countdown at some point here. Thank you so much to everybody. There's Nvidia right now, holding fort at that 120 level. It's a countdown. Thanks to Dara for all the work today. Good interview there on crypto, and she's been putting up with Michael Noss all day. So with only 4, 3, 2, 1. There she goes, and that wraps up again. We hear Dewey. That wraps up what was a extremely exciting week. I thought that ketchup chip comment was kind of funny there about the tariff. So thank you to everybody for watching. What a fantastic run we've had. And I already said this, no matter if you made money or lost money all week or today or at any point, this is what's to come. The market is going to be volatile for a very, very long while. Not only do we have that, we are getting into what is an insane earnings season. I cannot wait for Palantir next week. We've got so many names to cover. Google's next week as well. We've got Amazon on board. And then so many of the other ones, DocuSign, and just it goes on and on and on. Roblox. We're going to be here for it, covering it for you every single day. Shout out Joe over here, Options Joe. Sharif, no problem. Sharif is here. Ramin is there. Fabian, thank you so much. Adara, we already said what's up to her. Brendan, for everything that he's been doing. Thank you to Rahim Alani for a special guest appearance there. Glad to see he wasn't in the pool. You know, today he was right here live and everything was okay with that guy. Thank you to Michael Noss for making the trip after coming, I think, from New York, right? Straight there into today. So thank you to Michael for that. And for everybody that joined us this week, you know, join us on Monday. And I promise you, if you thought today's show was good, wait till you see what we have planned for you on Monday. And on that note, we'll chat then.
Yes, we will. I'm joined today, a special version of the Market Recap Show. Well, it's not that we haven't had you on before,
Absolutely,
Michael.
yeah.
But this is, well, for myself, it's the first time I get to sit at the desk with our good friend, the NOS boss himself. So I've moseyed on into the chat. I didn't even realize we got the red-blue thing going on here.
There you go.
But the red won out today. No question about it.
Absolutely, and pretty much, right, I've got my board up here. Yeah, pretty much across the board, there was very few places to hide. A little bit of UNG, right? The rest of these are defensive, like gold and XTL and USO. So some of these names doing well on the tariffs off. But yeah, most things down heavily. And just overall, the main thing I was looking at, we tried to take another knock. That's the third knock at these all-time highs, and we've rejected from it. So that's kind of worrisome.
Yeah, look, I see exactly what you're saying. And looking at that SPY right now, and I'm kind of tracking the same thing. It's also, the candle looks bad.
Yeah.
That's the first part about it. Like, it's not just that you're at, like, you call a double or a triple top.
Yep.
Locally, it's a double top. But it's sort of the rejection of the high break. And then the other thing that's scary about it is how many stocks did the same thing today. Like, you had Alphabet break an all-time high today and revert the move.
Yep.
You know, you had Apple up on earnings, gap up, revert the move.
Yep.
I mean, Nvidia wasn't at the highs, but obviously Nvidia, when it loses the bid, it gets relatively nasty. So you had a lot of individual names that did a little bit of a reversal on us and can put you into like a temporary bearish market. Now there was a question in the chat I didn't get a chance to answer, and someone asked, do you think that this sell-off would continue into Monday?
Yeah.
My general first thought is when we have a day like this on actual news, everything follows through. My default setting is Monday would have to change my mind when I sit down.
Yeah.
And it's not, I don't know, but you have to change my mind over the weekend. You have to change my mind going into Monday that I should be buying at these levels. Maybe wait for a little bit more of a dip or a better support level, or maybe some more news to come out.
And absolutely, I couldn't agree more. So I look at the RSP, which I talk about all the time. It's the equal weighted, and it gives you a better idea of what the every stock is doing. So you're not getting pulled down by the leaders or brought up by the leaders. And the RSP, if you just focus on today's candle, almost a bearish engulfing, which just means try to rally into the high and just tank. So it means the average large cap stock got really, really hit. And like you mentioned, on news, it wasn't just, floated down and had a bad day. This is a pretty nasty candle. So I'm in that same kind of mode. I need to see either a massive gap on Monday because some good news happened, or really, really dig in throughout the day. I'm not saying, top of the market or anything like that. Feels like this is going to be a bit of a multi-day sell-off.
Yeah, and the other thing about it, as you said, it matters that it wasn't just the tech that came down.
Yeah.
Like now all of a sudden we're worried about energy pulling back, right? Like XLE under 88, breaking local support. you go down the line, and when you find a lack of strength in multiple places, this is what can happen. And we even saw it with the strong nuclear names. Like you had the low float runners that were trying to go that all reverted. I mean, look how strong. Here's the first example. I'll just use it because OKLO was one. This looks really okay. The chart's actually, this chart's pretty gorgeous.
Yeah.
But even the strongest and probably the most bullish name that was a flyer since we had that DeepSeek, to me, was Oklo, because it basically pulled back into a prior high when everyone panicked and then was right at that high. Well, guess what it did? It just rejected that high.
Yeah.
And the last time it rejected this level, it didn't pull back 10%, it pulled back 30%. And you start to think about, if people have that mentality coming into Monday, if you bought on the DeepSeek for this name, you bought it at $31, $32. You just got, in a couple of days, 20 to 25%. Who wouldn't be thinking about locking in that profit?
As someone who bought NNE on that very day, that's what I did today. I locked in some profits. But I have up here TLT, and this is, again, just a bond ETF. And you would expect in a turbulent market during the day, this to at least catch some sort of a bid, but it just couldn't today. So even we have bonds down, we have gold pretty much flat, almost reversed on the day as well. So even a lot of these safe haven assets got hit. So that's something that I think we really have to go through, and that's what I'll be doing a lot this weekend when I'm running all the stats that I do, and trying to find any flight to safety, any kind of strength out there. When I ran that little heat map that I did on the S&P 500 before, most of the names that were up were names that had just some sort of news that they gapped up, but then still gave back throughout the day. So I'm excited to try to find some relative strength out there, but I don't think it will be an easy task by any means.
Well, you got a couple of days to do it over the weekend, Michael. Yeah. I'll tell you, from like a first glimpse of just the things that I was watching today, I was struggling to come up with anything that looked fantastic. And it all depends on your timeline. Like, you know, if you're looking at let's say a daily chart, like just as I saw in the chat there, someone said OKLO doesn't look like a gorgeous chart. Well, it looks a lot different if you look at it in a daily chart, a 15-minute chart, a 3-minute chart, if you're looking at it intraday.
Yeah.
Nothing today on a 3 or a 5 or a 15 would look that good after this afternoon. And some daily charts, maybe weeklies, would look a little bit better, and you have to make that distinction. So, of course, I was talking about it on that daily until we had that top wick. But even now, like Bitcoin, I know you said looking for flights to safety here.
Yeah.
You know, Bitcoin has been doing something a little distinctly different, at least recently. Instead of losing 100K, losing 100K and holding 90, we've been holding 100 now. And at least for now, it looks like we're still doing that. It's one of the things that maybe it could withstand this. I love the higher lows that you're seeing in Bitcoin, but it also failed to break the top.
Yeah, and I have the chart up here just to demonstrate what you're talking about. But you're right. Instead of doing this large up and down action, we've actually been consolidating really tightly at the highs. But what worries me is that, again, just like everything else, it sold off with the market. And there's an old trading saying that, you know, during market crashes, all the correlations go to 1, which just means that everything moves with it. And again, you would expect to see more pockets. And if this Bitcoin held, that would be interesting going into the weekend, but it just couldn't. So this let go along with a lot of other names out there. So I think over the weekend, for you junkies, are going to be watching charts all weekend. It's like 98.5 on Bitcoin. If we can hold that, we can move. And to go to the question of the person who was talking about, is there follow through on Monday? I think the easiest way to judge sentiment as it goes through the weekend is just check on a Bitcoin chart every now and then. Yeah. If this holds or breaks out, then I think we could have a good day on Monday. But the way it's looking, if this breaks that 98.5 or so, which would just be this line right here, then yeah, I think things could get pretty ugly.
That's actually one of the unsung benefits of Bitcoin getting a little bit more popular. Is it used to be, like, as traders, well, how are we going to get our Q? Like, you'd wait for the futures to open up on Sunday night. You'd maybe take a look at the Asian markets and how they opened up. Now, all of a sudden, I'm not going to lie. The first thing, like Sunday night and early in the morning, I am actually opening up to see what Bitcoin has done.
Yep.
I actually don't check to see what the Japanese market has done I go to crypto these days. It's actually not something I've even said before, but that's a very important thing to do. I think it can give you a lead, especially for you traders that are in there in the pre-market, which I know there are, trying to get a jump in there very, very early on Monday morning. If you're seeing higher lows on Bitcoin on Monday or even Sunday night, that could give you a little bit of a jaunt. Yeah. You said, and I love the saying, and I agree with you, that correlations all go to 1 when you have a real market dump.
Yep.
How would that reflect in the crypto space? Because the way I would see it, if we lose the bid here, I think there's some meme coins that are going to go down more than 1 to 1.
Oh, yes.
And I think the same thing, that's what people are thinking about with some of the, like why you take profits on an NNE, why you would take profits on an OCLO, because I think when you're in that segment of the market, it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, and a lot of these meme coins are just a high beta Bitcoin. Like if you look at the Bitcoin Ethereum correlation, so here's Ethereum kind of doing the exact same thing that Bitcoin did, selling off when that news came out. They're just high beta, which just means they move more than Bitcoin. There's nothing more high beta to Bitcoin than some of these meme coins that, that Bitcoin will tick down 1% and these things lose 20. So everything gets correlated. Now, the way I look at the crypto market is kind of like the way we look at the stock market. We look at the S&P 500, and if the S&P 500 is doing well, then we expect some stocks to, we can trade from the bullish sides. And same thing, if Bitcoin loses this zone, I'm not going to be a hero in stepping in front of any crypto. I think they're all going to move with it. And the speed of that drawdown, I think, is going to be super, super important. If we really start to lose that heavy and start to sell off heavy, then it's, stand out of the way, wait for things to settle down in the crypto space, because, a lot of these meme coins are really, really going to just amplify whatever you're seeing in the crypto space.
So true. And just going to shout out in the chat here, we have a lot of fun comments in there. And I just saw Jay Biz in the chat. Don't worry. Please keep Nos Boss. He's a gem. Well, we don't have any way to strap him into the chair.
Have to go home at some point.
You can tie him up. Yeah. No, of course, look, we're going to continue always to bring Mike along. We're just blessed today to have you in studio, of course. And, you were mentioning you were in New York.
Yes.
Had a pretty good talk. I'm curious as to, obviously you would have been talking to everybody before we had this afternoon.
Yeah.
But what the overall sentiment, you said you had a chance to talk to Dan Ives, you were sort of rubbing elbows with all the big wigs in finance over there. What was the general sentiment? Obviously things might have changed in the last 12 hours.
Well, if Dan Ives, if you ever followed him, he was obviously bullish on tech and bullish on Tesla. But there was a lot, because the beauty of it is a group of technicians, right? So we do a pretty good job of putting our biases behind. And there was a lot of studies, and I brought some of these to you already, showing that year 3 of a bull market is generally choppy. And it kind of makes sense. You just can't have 20% gains year over year and have that be a healthy market. So there was a lot of talk about what do we do, how do we change our trading style, how do we change our philosophy if we are going into a sideways market. What trading systems, what styles could do well there. And as a systems trader myself, and that's what I look to do, I'm going to be spending a lot more time looking at mean reverting systems, so buying dips, selling rips, and pullback systems as opposed to breakout. So even before today, there was a lot of talk of certain things we need to see to get bullish again, but if we don't see those, and the main one was the dollar, which didn't participate at all today, let's brace for not necessarily a down market or an up market, but a choppy market. So active traders, like the ones that watch these shows, will do great, because there'll always be something moving and something going on. It'd be frustrated to be like a long-only investor at that time.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And the good thing about it, too, for individual traders, and why you hear Sean say it all the time, like why it's such a good market right now, is you can have, and this is the best thing during earnings season as well, like it's a stock picker's market. You're in the right stock, you have fantastic longs. You have great shorts today. Like you could short every single pop on Deckers today, you would have won. Until the news hit, you could have been long all the nuclear names, you could have been long all the quantum names and just trending to the upside. But to your point, if you look at a monthly on the Qs here, right?
Monthly charts.
This is sort of what you're getting at. Well, I could probably have zoomed it in. Whoops, I could have zoomed it in, but I think it makes the point better if I don't. when you just said like mean reversion strategies.
Yes.
When you throw up this monthly, it is difficult to do this forever.
Yeah.
And a reasonable mean reversion could take you down 20% into this prior 406 level.
Yeah.
Like that wouldn't even be crazy when you look at a monthly chart on the QQQ. And so when people are starting to talk about it could be a little bit choppy, well, a lot of things have to happen to get us down there. But if you're ready for it and you have sort of those alternate strategies, like it used to be buying the shallow dip was the way to go.
Yep.
And we might not be in that market where you're just looking for maybe more continuation on the dip and then get a very clean reversion that might take more patience, maybe a few less swing trades in a year like this year, or is it more picky?
Yeah, well, I think it might actually be more swing trades. So, so what I've been building over at my website for a while is the idea of adding strategies together. And it's the same thing, in day trading. Sometimes you can just punch new lows and make money, and sometimes you can't. You have to play the mean reversion. So, but by doing these and running these back tests going back 30 some odd years, and I've been showing you some of the picks from these systems, is it shows that just in different markets, different things work. And I think in this market and studying markets in the past, these mean reversion setups will work a little bit better. And it's just looking for something that's a little bit overextended to the downside and you're buying it or pullbacks. But what ends up happening is you have to trade faster, right? If you are trend following, you buy and you got to give it time to go, and it slowly trends in your direction, hopefully, if you're right. But mean reversion, you have to get in, your profits are usually faster, your stops are usually faster. So whereas a lot of people, especially in 2024, you could have just bought a bunch of stocks and walked away and had a great year. I think this is really, really going to focus, if I'm right, and we are going to get these choppier markets, which I think the volatility we saw today and what we know what's going on in the administration, we could see a long volatile market. I think it's just really going to reward that active guy, the guy who can stick and move and light on his feet, and then the person who just wants to buy a bunch of big cap stocks and carry them forever. I think that's the guy who's going to suffer a little bit.
Yeah, and you know what? Even for if you're the DCA, in your long term, it's not to say that that's a bad thing. If you're when you're young and your time horizon is forever, it does that. Yeah, you
want pullbacks, you want crashes. You don't want to be buying new highs. You want things to absolutely.
So for that, I think you should always be okay with it. But what was my? I had a great one. I had a great question before I just went into the DCA. No, here's what it was. So we saw what happened. It was like 118, I want to say. First delay, Reuters coming out saying that we're delaying the tariffs until the next month.
Yeah.
And then at about 118, we saw the seed change in the overall market when President Trump essentially said that is not true. I'm just gonna maybe if I can throw up a chart here, I'll throw like a 5-minute on the Qs and maybe we can see what happened at that moment. Now for a day trader, it's very clear what we do when we see news like this. It's not I don't have to, look, that happens, trend down, all right, everything was along, now we're just shorting things.
Yep.
It's very simple what you're doing for the rest of the day because it's an easy trend follow.
Yeah.
So how does this environment, where on any given day, you don't usually have a situation where the market can move on something by the president or that easily and that rapidly, we're now in that environment again. So how does that affect your stop loss trading, how you handle your swing trades? Do you change anything with your process because you can see something like this?
Well, and this is one thing that I think it's really important that when you're trading, especially when you're swing trading, a lot of, I guess, all of the stops of my systems actually use ATR, or the average true range of the stock. So what will happen is, as things get more volatile, those ranges get bigger, so the amount you trade naturally gets smaller. If you're more of, you're not a systems trader like me, you're more of a discretionary trader, I just think you have to do that naturally. You have to understand that we are going to be in slightly crazier of a market, so it makes sense to pare down size a little bit. And then also, to deal with the whipsaws, everything that I do, because I have to get the data after the close, is based off closing prices. But that's something that Charles Dow taught us 150 years ago, is the closing price is the most important price in the market. So if you can, and you're trading small enough and you have the patience, wait for that close, because if you were buying something on a breakout today and you just bought it because it looked good in the morning, you had a bad time. If you waited till the close, you saved yourself, that kind of whipsaw.
The other point, we were saying this too, and I forget that maybe you remember this. I forget the name of the study or the paper that said over time buying closes, if you're going long, buying closes is just statistically better. You'll have better returns doing it. So I get lazy sometimes too. August 6th was a different story. You should have bought the open that day. But on the panic days, it is a bit different. But in the general sense, buying the close is going to be better. We got a super chat here.
Sure.
And it's from Rohit. And I think this is, so it says specifically, how do you time DCA in day trading and swing trading? Now, I'll let you answer the second part.
Yeah.
Now, for the first part, everybody has to have their own style. Dollar cost averaging just simply means you have the intention of entering into your full position, not in one shot.
Yes.
And that is your plan of action. It could mean something like, let me pull up Tesla today, just we'll find something familiar. Like it could mean something like, okay, well, this chart's ridiculous. I like Tesla at, I'm just gonna show this bottom here, like 402.
Yeah.
But I don't know exactly where it's going to bounce. I think it has, obviously didn't bounce. I think it has room to get to a 410 bounce. Maybe I want to start going long at 405. If it breaks 401, I want to get out. I'd like an average price of 03, let's just say, and risk $2 to try to get it back to 10. Hopefully I didn't say all that too fast. I probably did. I'm sorry. So what you would do in that situation is figure out what your max loss would be. You're going to risk $2. You want an average price of 3 to 1s, let's just say. And you want to start at 5. So if you want 1,000 shares, you might say to yourself, okay, I want to buy 250 at this price, 250 at that price. And if it gets all the way down into the low, I should have 1,000 shares at a price approximating 403. That would be a planned DCA into a day trade. It's not something that I do very often.
Yeah.
You know, but it depends on your style. Sean likes that style. If you look at his style of trading, ask him that question on Monday. But that's the premise. And remember, it's a plan. It's not I'm buying it because it happens to be going against me. And the other thing, too, is if the level you like is down at the 02 where you think that's the best price and your stop's at 1, well, you want to make sure you have a good price if it gets down there. And it could mean just waiting until it gets to the bottom and being willing to miss the trade to get that good price. Now, for swing trading, I have never DCA'd into a swing trade in my entire life.
The funny thing is it's the exact same, right? And I like how you reiterate it, and I think it's super important to say it's averaging down and averaging into a position are two different. So averaging down, we're basically talking about the guy who buys a stock at 10 and it drops to 8 and he goes, oh, I'm wrong, I'm gonna buy more. That's not, we don't want to do that. That's a no-no. We're really against that. But like I have up here with NNE for a swing trading example, because this is one that my system alerted to at this price, there would be nothing wrong with saying, okay, this is the price that we want it. We know from my systems on Sunday night, I know all the prices for the next week. And I've gotten this question, if we like it at 32, you know, do you just buy a little bit coming into it? And it's the same thing that you talked about, right? Yep. Maybe you buy a little bit at 35, maybe you buy a little bit at 33, and then you buy a little bit at 32. But you need to make sure, and it's a little bit complex to do the math, that if you get filled on that full position, and then you get stopped, it's an acceptable risk. So you need to make sure that's all planned. Now, I know Sean does it, and he does very well with it. I'm the same as you, where I wait for the alert. The alert will come up and say, hey, you know, your algorithm said to buy this thing at this price. Then I'll buy it. Until then, I kind of ignore it. But if you want to do it, that's how you do it. And just use an Excel spreadsheet. You plug in all of the position sizes and the prices and then your stop loss and make sure that risk works, because otherwise you end up doing the other thing, which is not the good thing, and just buying on the way down, hoping that you're right eventually.
Yeah, and of course, when we're talking about this in the long-term account, like it's when you're buying something for, you know, more investment purposes, or just you like a level on a stock, fundamentally you want to do it going into the next earnings. Like I'll use an example because I just bought some Lockheed Martin, and it is a starter position. Like I said I wanted to look at this for a reversal. I don't think that they can cut as aggressively in defense spending as they say, so I'm a little bit skeptical there.
Yep.
And I sort of liked the way it held the bottom at this prior support level, but I liked it. I like it down at 400 to 420 better. So I just bought 20% in here with the intention that, well, if it never gets down to 400 or 420, well, then maybe I don't get a full position, or I find a better way to enter the rest of it.
Yep.
But that's my area, so I can't buy the full thing if I don't want to hold that 460 down into 400. That's a lot easier when you're looking at a higher time frame,
right,
because it's easier. the chances of it it's not going to usually do that big of a move in one day. Yeah. You can be calm and make decisions. And also your time frame for holding it is going to be longer, if not forever sometimes. But I want to bring back to the one thing we didn't talk about yet. Because we only have like 5 minutes, like almost 4:30 here. Wow, and I'm surprised you didn't say anything about this. And maybe I'm wrong when I look at the quote when we got a peek at the quote board. But is it just me, or wasn't nat gas actually up today? And so like Sharif didn't say anything and he's long nat gas. You didn't say anything and you're long nat gas. A day where everything is down. I'm surprised we didn't have a comment. Nat gas was up today, right?
Yeah, and maybe it was just because we both don't want to jinx it. But yes, and not only was it up today, but it was up from not the open, but it did this hammer candle, this reversal candle. So I really do like the look of this now. It's nat gas, so they call it the Widowmaker for a reason. Be careful. But yeah, I do have a speculative play against this $15 level on nat gas. I've been playing, it spikes up, I sell some, it comes down to 15, I buy some. And the idea is here that the 200-day moving average is right below us. I'm just trying to stay long as long as we're above the 200-day moving average. But it could be one of those, again, I'm not going to understand the macro or all that stuff, but it could be that if they're going to tariff imports or if they're going to tariff stuff coming in, then maybe that is more beneficial to something like UNG in particular, which isn't all of natural gas. It's only United States produced natural gas. So the idea might be that we go from there. I think a lot of this has to do with the clean versus dirty energy as well, where if we're not going to use as much renewables, which we can see that solar has just gotten killed since the election, that maybe natural gas and actual oil is going to be a better way to heat homes and to power AIs and all that stuff.
That makes a lot of sense, and I can't argue with any of that. I've never been brave enough to play natural gas. I'll be the first person to admit it. You got to know your lane and stay in it.
Yep.
And wish you the best. I know it's already gone well, so it's at that point where hey, a win's a win, and it probably not going to be able to turn into a loss for you. I have to point this out because we had a couple of minutes to go. There's a few things that have come through here. One, from Trump, if you haven't been paying attention, tariffs are back on tomorrow. But he also said we will be doing very substantial tariffs on the European Union. Tariffs may cause short-term disruption, not concerned about market reaction. And the other one is we are going to take back the Panama Canal. And also, Trump, we're going to bring tariffs to 10% on Canadian oil. So you've got tariffs on Canadian oil, they're going after the Panama Canal, now tariffs going to be on the EU, and all the announced tariffs that you thought were going to be off a month are all coming in tomorrow.
Yeah.
What all that lines up for us as traders is volatility.
Right.
And when we've got volatility, we've got opportunity. And I know we've already said it a couple of times, in a volatile market, you want to be in the right place and trading the right things on that given day. And it's hard to do that without digging into the charts, doing your prep work.
Yeah.
I know everyone hates work, but if you like the markets, then you should like looking at charts, but you got to do a little bit more of that to ensure you get the right stocks on any given day.
Yeah, and again, a couple ways to do it, right? You could do what I do, which is A, I build systems, and B, I go through 150 charts at least every weekend. The other thing is the exercise that I just kind of showed today of when the market's getting killed, just try to find a couple names that are up and try to find something that's holding. And sometimes you'll see themes there of where people are moving their money, because what we're trying to do is follow institutional flows. And if they're selling everything except this one sector, then sometimes it means, okay, that's where these institutions are buying. And then the other way, because we keep talking about downside volatility, but there'll be upside volatility as well. So someday, he'll come out, he'll say something great, and the market will rip 2 or 3%. And you want to do the opposite there. If you're a long-only trader, those are the moments where you look at your stock, and if it hasn't gone up with the market, there's something wrong, and it might be time to get out. Or if you're a short trader, you look at what sectors didn't rally. Where were people selling? So I'd say relative strength always works in bull markets, bear markets, crazy markets, whatever. And then also try to explore different systems and different rules, because a lot of the mean reversion setups that myself and other people use, you're bidding under the market. So you're hoping for some crazy stuff that will come down and get your price and fill you. So yeah, it's going to be a wild time. Again, if I'm would be worried to be a long-term buy and hold guy during this, but I think for active traders, and I bet you most people watching the show are active traders as well, I think it's going to be fantastic if you manage it correctly.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be able to say it better than that, so that'll be the mic drop moment. It's actually 4:30 right now, but we appreciate everybody, and I know if you have any few more questions for Michael, you're going to be here, obviously not always live, but a couple of times every single week. We get graced by your presence, and it's always great to have a longer term, swing trade experience, technical experience, just a little different. That's the best thing about this community. And speaking about this community, there's a little something we do in this community, and that's we wrap up the show, we wrap up the week with a little bit of roll call. And I do this every single time where I say the best way to start the roll call and get everybody's name read in the chat live. First, if you want to be in the chat and you want your name read, you got to hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe, hit the share, and then you get your name rhymed off. Usually Dara does it, but I'm going to do it. And the message I want you to put in there today, specifically, everyone's going to type exactly the same thing. All you're going to type is either, one of two things. Either thank you, Michael Noss, or thank you, Bears versus Bulls. The entire team, we love our team. We love my main man, Sean. We love the Bash Brothers on the Midday show. We love Adair. We love Fabian, Ramin, and Andre on the 1s and 2s. Brendan on the desk. Obi when he fills in. But Bears versus Bulls, our moderator, we couldn't do it without you. And our special guest today, Michael Noss. Throw it in the chat and just simply say, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls. And let's get everybody excited for the roll call. I can't do it as well as Adara, but I'm going to do my absolute best. So get them in there in a second. Where we go? So let's go. We've got Po Wan, we got Roshan in the chat, we got Danielle in the chat, we got Chai Badu, BL, Arch Gamer, Pitchbull, NYC Urbanista, Mark L, Phil of the Future, Bunny Lamps, Bilbo, Bag Holder, Tony, TH, Mohan Elwar, Ron Miller, we got Gurav in the chat, Celery 2, great name, Chemical Reaction Man as well. Shout out to 007 Kyle, now it's going too fast, Daryl Flinch in there, Stuart, Elon, Nico, Gurav again, Calla Lilies, my wife's favorite flower, so I have to stop and say that every single time. Nice. I love you, Rebecca. Sadiq in the chat. We've got Murley, Freaking Bull, William, Leo Moore. We've got Benson in the chat. We've got System Pro FX, A. Fernando, Shahid Khan, Frank Roca, Blessed by God. Shout out to you, Bora Hout. We've got, oh my goodness, Escape Planet. I see Mr. Fife, Edutainment Official. I like that name as well. Fiona X. I'm running out of breath because it's always a mouthful. Thank you guys so much. And almost everybody, pretty much everybody actually I saw, they're all saying thank you. They're all saying thank you, Michael. And that's what it's all about. We have a great trading community, and we appreciate you being a part of it, Mike.
I'm just always grateful that you guys have me on, right? I came in just to say hi, and I'm excited to be at home, but I'm excited to be back on the show next week, so it'll be great.
That's what it's all about. And you know the best part about all of this? Well, the market never sleeps. We get to do it all again Monday morning, big earnings next week. Palantir is going to start off the week. It's going to be a wild one. And we're going to be doing it for you live like we do every single day, 8:30 Monday morning. We are Trader TV Live. Have a good weekend, everybody.
See ya.